Hello everybody and welcome to the official. And I'm calling it official because who's a bigger Ace Attorney fan than me? Nobody at all. So welcome to the official Ace Attorney character tier list. Now I'm gonna go by each individual character in the series. So far I played every single Ace Attorney game at least twice. Alright, so I think I would have a basic idea on where these characters would line up within this specific system. Whatever. How this is going to work is I'm going to go through, each episode is going to go through one game. Unless you want this video to be like 10 hours long. We're going to go through each game individually per episode. However, just because I'm talking about an individual game doesn't mean that I'm going to stick to that individual game. So, for example, I'm going to not only talk about Phoenix in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, I'm going to talk about him in Justice for All, in Trials and Tribulations, in Apollo Justice. You know, every single one of those I'm going to take into consideration is going to be my final, basically what the character is throughout the entire series. I have not played through the Professor Layton crossover. However, I do not think that would hamper my opinion on Phoenix, Maya, or Edgeworth. But I believe those are the only people that were in those games. However, once we do get to the Professor Layton episode, then I would like do that stuff and whatever. But I gotta play the game first. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, with the main man, Phoenix Wright. You know what, Phoenix Wright is not that good. He's pretty he's not even that good of a lawyer, really. He just gets lucky all the time and whatever. But Phoenix is obviously an S-tier character. Most of the time when I think about, like, main characters in the story, they're not my favorite characters. You know, like, a big example is, like Avatar The Last Airbender. I don't think that Aang is my favorite character, right? I think that Zuko is my favorite character. So, like, most of the time, I would not have, like, the main character, like, very high up. But in this case, Phoenix is going to be quite high. I think it would be in the top 10. At least the top 10 characters in the series. So let's start out with him being a rookie. First of all, he's actually funny. And, like, his inner thoughts are very entertaining to read. And they're very well written. So he's completely entertaining throughout all of the games. I think that where he's at his best in, like, doing Farewell My Turnabout whenever, like, Maya gets kidnapped. You know, how he actually, like he's in a very dire situation that he has to, like, save Maya, and, like, he's so conflicted about whether or not to make the actual killer guilty or innocent. You know, argue for whatever case. So basically, let a killer go free or sacrifice Maya. I think that, like, that conflict very much, like, it settles Phoenix as, like, a more serious character. Like, that's like how desperate he can get, and, like, he's just, like, doing this. He just did this to, like, you know, to, like, save Edgeworth, you know, and make him not be an asshole, and, like, find out why Edgeworth was forging evidence and stuff like that, and forging testimonies. That was Phoenix's motivation into getting into the law, but now that he is here, he's kind of, like, stuck with it. As until Apollo Justice. I think Apollo Justice Phoenix is the best version of Phoenix, because he's just, like, just so full of spite towards Christoph Gavin that he's just been holding in this plan, just like patiently waiting for it to come to fruition. And, like, even when he, like, lost his badge, he didn't, like, throw a tantrum, right? He just accepted it, alright, and just went into the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to strike. And yeah, he eventually did get that opportunity. The part that I'm with Phoenix that I dislike the most is how he became a lawyer again for Dual Destinies. I know he became a lawyer so that he can fight the Dark Age of the Law, but when they go with the message of, oh yeah, let's let the newbies, you know, I'm like I could be a mentor to the newbies and have the newbies fix the Dark Age of the Law, right? But no, Phoenix just is like, I'm gonna do it myself. I got my badge back pretty easily, thanks to Edgeworth, I believe, and he just goes on through. I think that in terms of like Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice Phoenix, he's fine. I think that I'm gonna say that a lot though. I think that Phoenix doing the Turnabout Revolution when he was defending Paul Attition, even though that he knows he's guilty because politician has like Maya held hostage or whatever. Again, I think that I don't have really a problem with it, because they did the same plot point again. It's just more like, what is it like to go against Phoenix? I think that's what they were going with when they decided to write that. But like, overall, Phoenix, a very good, well-written character. Funny, I like his sarcastic dialogue, his banter with Maya and whatever. I think it's great. Although, him being, I think it was a little bit too much of a bitch to Edgeworth during Justice for All. But I do understand his reasoning why he was a bitch to Edgeworth, but I think he just relied, I think like him like not explaining himself until like the very end of why he was being a dick to Edgeworth. I don't think that makes sense. He should have just thrown it out there to Maya, being like, oh yeah, I basically chose my lifestyle, my whole career choice because of Edgeworth, and I wanted to save him. And then as soon as I did, he realized that he, oh man, he lost the case, so he's gone, you know. Like, I can understand why Phoenix would think that. But I'm gonna keep him there, in S tier, right there. Next up, Mia Fey. Mia Fey, is literally, well, she's important, but she's not prevalent. She doesn't appear except for as like a Daemon X Machina. That's a game. Basically, just to come in at the last second to save everybody, save Phoenix, being like, hey, idiot. The answer was obvious. If you just thought about it, even for a second, you would have figured it out. I think that everybody can agree with me, which they should, because this is the official list. They can agree with me that Mia in Trials and Tribulations is the best Mia, because we actually get to understand her backstory, her relationship with Diego Armando, and it's kind of surprising that she kept even practicing law after the first couple of cases. And I also like that, like, Mia, like, composes herself. She presents herself as a very, like, serious, professional lawyer. And then once you get to play with her, you can tell, it's revealed, I suppose, that, like, she's just freaking out on the inside just as much as Phoenix was. However, due to her not being that relevant with the plotline, I'm gonna put her in A tier, because she doesn't just show up that much. She dies in the second case, and then she's just more of a character plotline for Phoenix rather than Mia herself, you know. This is official. I'm gonna put my mic back down here so you can see my gorgeous face. Maya. Up next is Maya. Maya Fey. I'm gonna put in S tier. Do I think she's better than Phoenix? No, I don't. I don't think she's better than Phoenix. Maya Fey, hilarious, adorable, and I love her backstory. Well, her plotline of her trying to get into, trying to become a, at least assert her role as the leader of the Crane School of Channeling. One of them. Jeez. Over the like 3 and I'm over the. I'm quenching I'm trying to quench my thirst, man. My throat is already dry. Maya. Yeah, all I can say is that she's a very entertaining character. I love the dialogue. I love the antics that she gets in. Even like, I mean, like the first time that like you could see that was during a Turnabout Samurai, where she was just like fucking around with pieces on the set. She would like grab the megaphone, stand in the director's chair, you know, grab the script, yell action, you know, like that type of like goofy, wacky stuff that like is expected of like side characters of Ace Attorney. That's where it started, I would say, for me at least. Maya, I think that in Spirit of Justice, when Maya comes back, and her just being literally the same character in terms of personality and all, I think that's good. I like that. I think that. Very good. I wouldn't want Maya to be anybody else. Phoenix, yes, I would. I would have rather have Apollo Justice Phoenix rather than Phoenix and Dual Destinies, right? Because it's something different, and Apollo's like the main character now. So like focus more on Apollo and developing his character rather than giving him like 17 backstories. But we're gonna get to Apollo Justice in like 2 months. Alright. So I think I'm gonna keep Maya there. Yes, we're going with that. Alright, up next, Miles Edgeworth. Where should I put Miles Edgeworth? Well, first of all, Miles Edgeworth, before I even place him, is one of my favorite characters. I think that he's like very intelligently written. That like every time his presence is there, I feel jubilated. It would be the right word, of course. His presence just like makes the scene so much better. And like in the investigation games, him like figuring out whether or not he wants to continue being a prosecutor or becoming a defense attorney like his father. I love that plot line. How he even like gives up his prosecutor's badge when he sees that the prosecutor council, PMC. Why can't I think of the name? The council that Blaze the Best runs. Like once Edgeworth saw that it was unjust and like gave away his prosecutor's badge. I love that part of it about a character that he sticks to his rules, but he's also willing to change, like he did throughout the first trilogy. Edgeworth being, oh yeah, Edgeworth thinking that he killed his father. Pretty insane. It's definitely the best part about 1. It's good at Turnabout Goodbyes, and that's because Edgeworth just fully carries it because of his conflicting feelings, unnecessary feelings towards Phoenix, of course. Every part about Edgeworth I just love. I will add that I love his voice as well. Even Kyle Aber's performance in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, I still like that version of Edgeworth. Some people hate Kyle Aber's performance of Edgeworth. I disagree. I like it a lot. I don't like it a lot more. I still like the original, but as an alternative, I like all the original voices, but the new voices, most of them are good. So Edgeworth, top of S tier. He's not gonna say that, but I would say that he might be top 3, top 4 characters in the series. A little bit of a spoiler alert, okay, about my thoughts. But yeah, I'm gonna keep Edgeworth there. Dickie Gumshoe, Detective Dick Gumshoe. He's just a dork, a goofball. and we all love him for it. Even though he's like stupid, that like we don't play him off too much that he's an idiot, especially in like the investigations games where he actually like does his job quite well enough that he actually gets a raise, and that's Gumshoe's character arc, is that his pay gets decreased every game until finally he gets a raise. That's his plot point. That's his plot line. And why would I want it any differently? Yeah, Gumshoe, honestly, I'm fine with the detectives in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I'm fine with the detectives there. I just want Gumshoe to at least appear. But sadly, the last appearance that he had was whenever he got a raise. They do mention him in Turnabout Time Traveler, but they only mention him. And that's all we get about Gumshoe. Love the man, putting him S tier. Right there. I mean, the game. I mean, the main four are there. They're gonna be in S tier, of course. Alright, now we get to controversial opinions. Larry Butts. Alright, Larry Butts. I particularly remember Mac despising this character. I don't know if he despises this character, but he groaned every time he appeared. I do not mind Larry Butts all that much. I think that Old Bag is considerably worse. Yeah, I'll say Old Bag is considerably worse. Is she? I'll get to that later. But in terms of Larry Butts, we did have, like, of course he's like the stupid character that always gets into trouble. I do like such the ridiculous situations that Larry gets into, specifically in Turnabout Ablaze. And as much as I don't like Turnabout Ablaze, I do like the stupidity of Larry in that case, that like only Larry would get into a situation like that. You know, I like that part. Larry becoming an artist and actually being quite good at it, honestly. And that's his arc, I would say, is that he's trying to find his passion, his what he wants to do with his life, and becoming an artist is what he does. Even though everybody says that he sucks at art, I think his pieces are pretty good. And yeah, Larry's whole shtick with trying to like getting a girlfriend and whatever. Like I have like 17 girlfriends or whatever. Yeah, it does get a little bit old, but he still does. He tones it down like once he becomes an artist and whatever. Now he's more into like art. You know, just let him live his life. Who cares? I think Larry in Turnabout Goodbyes, honestly pretty good. That he just like comes in last second to save Edgeworth. I really like Larry in that case. Him, the whole hot dog stand biz, the whole, especially, like, yeah, when he heard that Edgeworth was the one who was the defendant, he like turned very serious, like, whoa, I gotta help my buddy, you know, and like be like, hey, and also that's when Phoenix's story about Edgeworth saving him during the class trial, and Larry was there as well. Like, Larry's like, hey, yeah, you were in trouble, I wanted to help you, but yeah, I was also the guy who stole the $20, and I felt kind of bad about it. Larry's not an incredible character, but he's the side character that when he shows up, you know, everything's gonna go batshit insane, and that's what we want. That's what we want. It's entertainment, okay? We want things to go insane. This is Ace Attorney. We want things to go batshit insane, all right? And Larry is the catalyst of all that. So we're gonna put him in B for now. The Judge. Ooh. The Judge. We're gonna put the Judge. Honestly, the Judge has no story arc. I think it's like parts where he's like he actually gets serious. He's like, you know what? You guys are pretty insane, but hey, I'm still a reasonable guy, and I would allow. What was it in particular that like he was like probably something with like I think it's something with Von Karma, maybe, that like Von Karma didn't want to testify, didn't want a search or whatever, and like the judges are like, I'm allowing Phoenix to do a search because it would unveil the truth, you know, and rather than, you know, your position in power or whatever, you know, the judge is being reasonable. Oh, him and what was it called? Turnabout. Case 4 of Investigations 1. Turnabout Reminisce. Was that? That might be Investigations 2, Case 3. But anyway, Investigations 1, Case 4. He was hilarious in that, and like we get to actually testify. Have the judge give testimony, and we get to cross-examine him. That was a good part. Hey, Investigations 1 is the worst game, but that part was good. So yeah, I'm putting him right here, buying Gumshoe, because I like the writing of Ace Attorney, and particularly when they just make like stupid jokes, and usually the judge is like the butt of the joke a lot, and I like those jokes because I am a child. Oh wait, Winston Payne. We're going to Winston Payne next. I mean, what is there to say about Winston Payne? His confidence, his cockiness makes him a little bit charming. The part where we learn how he lost his head of hair, that's good. That's part of his character, I guess. In About Trump, he's just like, even like he recognizes that the child goes gets so out of control that Winston Payne like basically has nothing left to do, and he even acknowledges it. Like, what the fuck? I'm just here. I'm just here. I don't know what the fuck to do. That's my case, and like Phoenix like takes control over everything. Other than that, I don't know. Winston Payne's kind of weird. There's a weird presence. Him being the first prosecutor, good gag. Shu, good gag. I gave him the first prosecutor after in every case, in every game, except for one that he's not. Yeah, just like the whole joke about him is that he's forgetful. C? Yeah, I'll put C. I'll put characters that are like average in C, characters I don't like in D, and characters I despise in F. Alright, there's like few characters I absolutely despise, so I'll put them there whenever. B is like average, I like him, and A is like, yeah, I like him, and then S is just like incredible character all the way through. I would marry them, basically. Characters I don't like. Let's go with Cindy Stone. Hey, don't you guys remember Cindy Stone? What? You telling me you don't remember Cindy Stone? She was an important aspect of the game. All right. She was the victim of the first case, and especially with checking my phone because I'm bored. I'm bored of my own tier list. Cindy Stone is just an entity that exists. She's also a daddy's girl, yeah, she like sugar daddies and whatever. That was a plot point about her. But she didn't like cared about Larry because she took the clock with her to, where did she go? She went to New York. No, she went to New York in the Japanese version. She went to Paris. an American version, I believe. Right? Yes, we'll go with that. Took the clock with her to Paris, meaning that she did care about Larry, and D tier. D tier for Sydney Stone. A lot of the victims are kind of forgettable, but there were some victims that I will bring up that were pretty interesting. Not in this game, though. Actually, no, not in this game. Alright, let's go with Frank Solowit. I really like his breakdown of him throwing his toupee at Phoenix. That's pretty much it. When he appeared back in Investigations 2, the Turnabout, the Imprisoned Turnabout, I think it's called. Cool. I'm glad he's there. But just as forgetful as Winston Payne. Like, he's fine. Pretty obvious killer, but the fact that they're obvious or not, well, then again, they did show us who the killer was, so I would say it was pretty obvious. But the fact, like, that they were, like, easy to catch or whatever, I don't really consider that a part of the character. It's just more like whether or not the writing wants to make it easy on you to figure out who the killer is, and rather just like tell you who the killer is so you can focus on how they did it. So like, all right, put a good thanks all right there. April May. They do a lot of all these cute, attractive girls on the stand, and they are like trying to win over the crowd by showing their tits. You know, they do that character quite a bit. And oh no, they were actually crazy. That type of chick. Whatever. Thing about April May, I believe she was coerced into doing it because she was like an intern for Red White. I think she was an intern, like something like that. So it wasn't really her fault. She was just like, yeah, like I said, she was coerced into doing that. I think that, like, from the fact that she was the first one to do it, and it was a little bit interesting, and knowing that they do it like 50 other times, not really 50 other times, probably like 3 other times, makes it less interesting. But you know what? Whatever. Yeah, I'll put it. Huh? I'll put it right there. Yeah, I'll put it there. Yes. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with this. Winston Payne he's doing a hard carry in the C tier. All right. Red White. Being the killer of Mia Fey. I just love his attitude, his personality. Superfluous, you know, like, my God, look at me, I'm shining. I have purple hair. I'm unique. The only part I don't like is how he was caught, and he just like, and how it wasn't even Phoenix that caught him. It was Mia. Fuck, what's wrong with me? It was Mia. But that's not really a bad thing about Red White's character. It was just bad writing within the script. Yeah, I just like his attitude. Let's put him next to Mia. For no reason at all. I do like a lot of killers, and I would say that Red White is probably the 4th best killer in the series. In this game, in the first game. 4th best killer in the game. Alright, the bellboy. A bellboy. I believe the bellboy even showed up during the kidnap turnabout for like 5 seconds. D tier. He did have a good joke about like, oh, I get the one. I'm the one who gets to write the affidavit. I will be known as the bellboy who wrote the affidavit. I think that's a pretty good joke, but other than that, useless appearance. Not really useless, but one good joke. and that's it. So we're gonna put the bellboy there. Marvin Grossberg. A lot of people harp on him for his like hemorrhoids comments or whatever. You gotta adjust you gotta adjust hemorrhoids comments, all right? I didn't really have I didn't have that big of an issue about them. Yeah, he does say it a little bit too many times, but it's not like, yeah, sure. It's kind of inoffensive to me, personally. But him in talking about Sisters, how he was, because he was the one who gave the information of Misty Faye being about the police using spirit medium, and Misty Faye was the one that did it, and he's the one that gave that information to Red White, and now he's like completely fucked and he deeply regrets it. Like, that aspect of his character I really enjoy. And just him in Turnabout Beginnings. Yeah, I believe it's Turnabout Beginnings. No? Turnabout Beginnings was 3-4. 3-1 was 3-1. 3-1 was 3-1. Him in 3-1, I thought he was fine. You know, not too much. Him showing up in Turnabout Sisters is out of the blue. What was the purpose of him doing that? I forgot. Tell me right now. Yeah, you don't know either. What was the reason that he showed up? I believe he had some information about DL6. Did he? Yeah, he would have definitely, because he's very involved in DL6. Yeah. Like something about that. I like his demeanor. I like his personality. I put him right there. An A tier. Many people put him lower. I put him in an A tier. This is the official list. Alright, don't forget about that. This is the official list. Alright? Okay. Up next is Will Powers. Will Powers. You know what? Will Powers is kind of like a mid-tier character. I would say he's more like right here. That, like, yeah, his presence is pretty cool because he's just like a genuinely chill guy. And, like, there's nothing too interesting about him. It's just that, oh, the guy that looks like Hugh Jackman and looks very much like a Sasquatch or whatever, looks like Wolverine. It's actually a very paranoid, skittish type of guy. And that's basically the joke with him. But that's it. Really, that's it. He's just like, yeah, good, he's here. Will Powers is here. I don't want my turn about. Oh, well, Will Powers is here. Cool. He does have, like, complete afflicting, like, he did, like, he was quite saddened from the fact that, like, Longreader is dead, and, you know, and, like, he was betrayed by his co-workers, and, like, he thought that, people, like, you know, he's like, oh no, I've trusted everybody in my industry, and now they're killing each other. I'm upset about that. That's quite saddening. I would like to get involved in this case because it affects me personally. Stuff like that. Whatever. Yeah, good. Put Will Powers there. Jack Hammer. Jack Hammer. The victim of Case 3. Let's see here. Jack Hammer. The fact that he was going to go and kill D. Vasquez, and that was his whole plan, and he disguised as Will Powers just to frame him. Like, he's the culprit behind this entire case. It's just that D. Vasquez killed him first before he could kill her. That part is interesting. I think that in terms of killers, put him a little bit higher. Yeah, I'll put him in there because of his unique plan. Because he would have been a very important character had he not died. Actually, the plant actually, like, him being the killer might have been much more obvious. Well, D. Vasquez being the killer was also obvious because she fucking had a bunch of Yakuza, like, ambush us. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Why are you expecting me to, like, tell you what I think? It's not like this is my list. So, like, in terms of in terms of victims, Jackhammer is one of the more interesting victims because of the fact that he wasn't just a victim. Cody Hackins. Cody Hackins. Huh. Mash. Cody Hackins. Him being just a kid that, like, despises adults but likes very hot adult women. Yeah, good with that. Kind of weird, but sure. His whole, like, trading card scheme with penny nickels wasn't really necessary within the case, but hey, it gives him a bit more character, makes him much more nerdy and whatever. Yeah, just somebody who, like, infiltrates the studio just to take a picture of his favorite actor during a live show and, like, doesn't realize. I believe he actually did realize that, like, yeah, because the Steel Samurai lost that fight, so, like, he was like, hold on a second, did I just see the series finale of the Steel Samurai? That's unbelievable. I can't believe this. No way, that didn't happen. So yeah. You know what? Let's put him there. Hey, very well explained thesis summary of Cody Hackins' character, Darren. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're gonna move on to Penny Nichols, the most, not really the most pointless. Maybe the most pointless, actually. Yeah, the most pointless character in the series, because literally, all she is there for, she's a PA, but she doesn't even do, like, PA stuff, and who being a PA doesn't have any effect on the case. I believe she becomes the director. Is she a PA? No, she's still a PA doing investigations too. I believe she's still a PA. Even so, she was just there for that case. Didn't really have anything interesting to say. Didn't really make herself stand out other than being a very bland character. So, like, her only purpose for being in the series was that she can have a trading card, like the rare trading card that Cody Hackins wanted. And that's it. That's it. That's it. Fucking D tier. Fucking to get there. Windy old bag. All right. Now we got to decide who is worse, Windy old bag or Larry Butts. Now let's say a bit of positives about Windy old bag. Her in Turnabout Samurai was actually very good on how she, like, she was deeply affected by the death of Jack Hammer because she was supporting Jack Hammer during his times with the studio and whatever. Like, she thought that he was an incredible actor, and was just, like, baffled that anybody would want to kill him. And, like, how Jack Hammer was gaining, like, a bunch of roles stealing from him, and, like, Will Powers was one of those people that stole the Steel Samurai role from Jack Hammer, I believe. And now Jack Hammer is, like, reduced to playing villains and, like, shitty roles because of how he accidentally killed somebody. Jose? No. I don't believe his name was Jose. I believe D. Vasquez's lover, somebody that D. Vasquez cared about. And now, like, D. Vasquez is, like, blackmailed Jack Hammer. Like, when the elbow gives us all that information, it makes it better. Actually, now that I think about that, we're gonna put Trying to think, saw it. Nope, keep him there. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Wendy Oldbag for every other appearance. I said this during the case tier list, but when she shows up in Investigations 1, I felt like her showing up during case 3 was completely, it should not have happened. Even though, yes, her testimonies usually be like, I saw a man in a costume. So therefore, I mean, I think that the person that's usually in that costume was in that costume at the time. You know, that's usually what her testimonies were, and that's how that case was gonna go. And of course, you gotta have Wendy Oldbag there in order to make that mix-up. So actually, I don't believe she even got that wrong in Turnabout Ablaze. So like maybe like cut Wendy Oldbag out of Turnabout Ablaze, because the whole point of her being there was that the joke of Larry Butts like trying to sneak into her room was that he was sneaking into Wendy Oldbag's room. Yeah. Yeah, probably take Wendy Oldbag out of that case and then keep her in case 3, because she fits in that case a little bit more. Other than that, I don't think she's that annoying. Because she shows up in Farewell My Turnabout. Is that like the worst she is? No. Yeah. She doesn't show up that often, actually. Not that I recall. Because she only shows up in 1, 3, 2, 4, and then the end credits of 3, and then shows up in Investigations 1 on cases 3 and 5. Yeah, I'm gonna put it lower than Larry Butts then. Worse than Will Powers. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there actually. But her whole presence of being there, I think that she harps a little bit too much on Edgeworth, and that's mostly her character in the later games. But I didn't think she was that annoying. I think that right there in B is a pretty good placement for Wendy Oldbag. Sal Manila. It's gonna be my first F tier character. Woo! Having a very grotesque character just like be like very pervy and whatever, it does make sense for somebody who makes like Japanese anime to do, because have you seen some of the anime that people make? But his whole relevance within the case was just non-existent. Everything that he said, D. Vasquez could have just said. And also, why does the producer want the script? That also doesn't make sense. It would make sense for the director to like D. Vasquez's alibi was, oh, I left my script at my house or whatever. So maybe if like Sal Manila was the killer instead, I don't know about that. That doesn't make any sense either. This isn't okay. This video isn't about like, oh, what would I change about the plot of Ace Attorney? All right, this is more about what do I think about these characters, what the plot given to me by Shu Takumi. All right, and other people in the later games. So yeah, I would say Sal Manila, pretty terrible. I just dislike his presence. I don't think he's really all that funny. His lead speak is kind of very outdated, but even at the time, I would say it's outdated. 2001, yeah, those lead speak is pretty outdated. I just didn't think it was a very funny character, and kind of a waste of space on the cartridge. He's literally a waste of space on the cartridge. That's all. There we go. D. Vasquez. I believe that D. Vasquez is one of the best killers in the series. All right, hold on. I believe the whole bit about sympathizing with the killer works very well here, because we're supposed to be hating this person throughout the entire thing, because she like ordered a hit on us and whatever, or like rather called her guards to come and beat us up or kill us. Like yeah, but however, how she was a victim in this as well. How she was a victim in case 3. Her lover or friend or whatever, I can't remember, was killed by Jackhammer, and then Jackhammer came to kill her because she did blackmail him, but did she really blackmail him? Yeah, I would say she did, but still, she didn't, she was just protecting herself, and, was just deeply depressed. She's a depressed woman. And that's all we gotta say about her. Am I right? Am I right, boys? Hey, up top, she was a little bit depressed. Honestly, I can't think of too much to say about Dee Vasquez, other than I like her presence. I like to, and also she's like one of the few killers that like doesn't have like an overt breakdown, like a very exaggerated breakdown, which I do like those. Don't get me wrong, I do like those. But like the characters that don't do it, they stick out a little bit more because they seem more human, right? Than the people that have like full-on breakdowns. So yeah, I'm gonna put Dee Vasquez there. Yell at me in the comments. I don't care. Bring them on. Bring them on. Manfred von Karma. Is also one of the best killers in this series. Whoa! We're bringing. Oh my god! Hold up a second. Actually, I think yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna leave him there. Manfred von Karma, just from like the evilness, how yeah, how demented he is, and like how like he got his permanent record was damaged from Gregory Edgeworth, pointing out that he might have faked some evidence, and just by that he decides like his pride was just like dented just barely, and just from that he fully just like basically started the series of Ace Attorney. Although the series of Ace Attorney started because of a baking competition, but at the beginning of the series, this is how he just started the series, because as something so very insignificant. Yeah, his whole personality, how he's just very prideful, takes everything seriously. No silliness in the courtroom. All right, we're being serious here. We're gonna convict people. All right, especially him like convicting, essentially his adopted son Edgeworth of being a murderer. Like he has. They show him he has no sympathy for people, but like I do like in the anime, like I think like Edgeworth finds a dog, and then like Von Karma was like, oh, okay, fine, you can have it, whatever. As long as you can take care of it. Like in the anime, I believe that Von Karma wasn't like that strict of a dad. He was pretty alright. He would say he would like lie down like ground rules, like that like posh people would do. But overall, he wasn't that bad of a person. And we're gonna see a bit more of that during Investigations 1 when he shows up, and like how he's just basically being just more of like an authority figure for Edgeworth and Francisco, and be like, hey, go investigate this case. It'll be good for your future. Go do that, kids. Go investigate a murder. I just like his presence all the time. I just wish that he was in more things, as like more flashbacks or whatever, give us more character of Manfred von Karma. But a lot of heart. In terms of reoccurring characters, I think that Lotta Hart is probably the worst, because she had a character arc where, you know what? I'm not gonna look up any. I'm not gonna like follow any like mythical beast or whatever. I'm gonna go into celebrity tabloids and like do that. And then she goes into celebrity tabloids, and then she's like, well, that sucks. Now I'm gonna go and do something else. I'm gonna basically continue my my photography career and actually do something worthwhile. You know, it seemed like that she was, that was going to be her arc, right? Is that rather than essentially it was not supposed to be what she became in like Investigations 2, but she just went back to like supporting like Gordy and whatever and Muzilla, and like I thought that was, I think that scene and that list of testimonies is easily the worst in the series because of how stupid it is, all right, and how completely out of character, not really out of character, but how much they like destroy Lana Huck's credibility, her dignity, all right, by just making her go back to that scheme. I think I like her in Turn Out Goodbyes, but every other time that she shows up, not really good. Oh, that's right. So like at the end of Justice for All, she went from a tabloid, a celebrity tabloid photographer, to now to be basically a paranormal photographer, because she took a picture of Mia Fey and she's like freaking out and like, okay, I'm gonna get into paranormal stuff. And then in Trials and Tribulations, she realized that shit, this stuff is scary. And then now she went back, she's going to like become a photographer, I believe a journalist, and like actually be a good journalist and whatever. And then at the beginning of Investigations 2, she was that. She was like a mentor to Nicole Swift. Be a mentor to her and be a good like journalist, be a little bit like get a little bit nosy as when it comes to being a journalist, you know, that makes sense, right? It's just that everything just fell down whenever she just started saying that, oh, Missoula is back and whatever. So I'm gonna put Lana Hart right here as a character I do not like. Yeah, easily. Yeah, I would say she's the worst character that appears over and over again. Shame, because I thought that she had potential to be good. Yana Yogi. I want to say Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra. Boo-boo. A word. Yana Yogi. Let's put Yana Yogi. Actually, yeah. I think Yana Yogi is better than Steve Vasquez. Also one of the better killers of the series, because yeah, he was just fully a victim. I also said this during the case tier list, that what they did within the Ace Attorney movie of showing Yana Yogi's past, I believe that's easily the best scene in that movie, and it's what I imagined what happened whenever like Yana Yogi like got off scot-free, but everybody still called him a murderer because everybody knew that he was the one that did it, you know, but he really wasn't the one that did it. It was Von Conner. And like his revenge plot and everything that came together, him acting like aloof, a senile grandpa, the whole joke about opening up a noodle business. It was a noodle business, right? Yeah, I believe so. Pretty good. Everything about Yana Yogi was pretty good. Hey, good job. Good job. Hey, good job. Shoot, all right. You made a good character right there. Not a lot of characters have, not a lot of killers have, like the backstory and the reasoning and like the actual good motive that Yana Yogi does. There'll be some characters that like, they have a motive, but the motive is completely stupid. But we'll get to that in like 12 months. Robert Hammond, I believe his name is. Yeah, Robert Hammond. Him being the attorney for Yana Yogi, and it makes sense that Yana Yogi would want to kill him. It's just like him being corrupt and whatever. That's basically what's important. That's the most important part about him, is that he's just corrupt. D tier. Everybody's gonna be in front of Sandy Stone. Everybody. Except for Salmonella. Jesus Christ. The squeak outside. I don't know what that was. My god, there was monkeys outside. Alright, let's go with Missile. Woo! Missile the dog. I think that we should have Missile be the representation of B tier. Alright? So anybody that's lower than B tier is worse than a dog. Alright? I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Polly! Polly actually being important. Put Polly in front of Missile. Polly being an actual important part of the case. Yeah. Let's keep that. Yep. Right there. Polly. And also good. One of the best parts of Turn About Goodbyes is just interrogating a bird. Very good. Emma Sky. I brought in Emma Sky's Apollo Justice sprite because I feel like Emma Sky is more notable within Apollo Justice, like the Apollo trilogy. I think that's where she shines the best, because she, I really like the optimism of her doing Rise from the Ashes. Mac despised her. No reason, I have no clue why he despised her. It's just probably because I think that Mac just does not like when characters replace other characters. It makes no sense to me. Yeah, bring in more characters, allow me to see different personalities and different storylines. You know, yeah, bring in more characters. I have no issue with characters replacing other characters. Especially Emma replacing Gumshoe as the detective for the later games, except for Bobby Fulbright when he shows up, but he's the detective for Duel of Destinies. But other than that, right, Emma Sky's the main detective. I really like the contrast between her being the main detective, not the main detective, her being like so optimistic about I'm gonna be a private investigator type of thing. Not a private investigator, a forensic scientist. Jesus, I couldn't think of the name. A forensic scientist, forensic investigator. She's like, I'm gonna be that, and in Apollo Justice, her optimism is just completely down. It's just completely dead. She's completely pessimistic because she's now just a basic detective rather than being a forensic investigator like she wanted. And like she's only interested in whenever we bring up in the forensic investigation, she preps up and like becomes more cheery and whatever. But overall, I like that. I like that a lot when it comes to Emma Sky. That's basically the main points. So that's why I'm putting her right there in front of Manfred von Karma. I think that Gumshoe is more iconic as a detective, but Emma Sky, I really like her presence, and every time she shows up on Apollo Justice, it makes her scene a lot better. Alright. Lana Sky. Lana Sky as a defendant, I actually do like. I do like Lana Sky's whole keeping quiet because she believes that her sister was the one that killed Neil Marshall, and like that whole motivation is very interesting. I'll put it there in front of Red White. Yeah, I'll put it in front of Red White. That makes sense. I'll put it in front of Grossberg as well. Her keeping silent, her motivation behind that, even willing to go to prison just to save Emma Sky. I love that. Very good part about Rise of the Ashes. Rise from the Ashes. Rise of the Ashes. Alright, Damon Gant, one of the best killers in the series, I would say. Put him up there. He's just... His stare is just so intimidating. His whole personality is just so charismatic. Like, you could watch this guy just be on the stand all day and you would never be bored. I just love his way of, once again, being intimidating while also just like showing that I'm a cheerful guy. Yeah, you don't need to worry about me. I'm definitely not somebody who is very corrupt and has killed people. Okay, I am a cheery guy. His theme song is both, I love it. His breakdown's incredible. And his whole plan, it was actually very intelligent. He had like a 17-step plan. Like, so most killers are like, oh shit, I'm just gonna whack a guy with a stick and then hide the evidence. I'm gonna throw a stick 2 feet away from the crime scene. There we go, that's gonna work. But then again, no, he had like years of planning for this whole scheme about him controlling the police and whatever. I don't think I need to talk too much about Damon Gann because everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say Damon Gann is one of the best killers in the series. So I'm gonna keep it up. I'm just not gonna say anything. Jake Marshall, I really like. Very entertaining character. Everybody's entertaining, alright? Except for Salmonella. Jake Marshall, just his whole like cowboy bit, really liked it. Never got old. And also like his whole motivation of breaking into, like trying to like take, you know, trying to also solve the Neil Marshall murder, and he thinks that there was evidence was forged. Evidence was forged, and so that's why he went into the evidence room to like steal stuff and whatever. You know what I'm saying. I put him in front of Red White though. Yeah. Jake Marshall, pretty good. Pretty sick theme song as well. Angel Star. Oh god. Angel Star, her testimony runs for like 40 hours. She's like, her testimony just needed to be like 2 testimonies and then that's it. But that's it. Like her whole, her being like so stubborn of like giving answers and whatever, and like she has a bit of like a diva status. I'm like, oh my god. Putting her there, she sucks. She sucks. I don't like her at all. And she has, and her animations like take like 20 hours because she has to like show like, oh, here's a different type of a lunchbox that I gave you. And I'm like, well, cool. That's a nice sprite of some fish bones, but you don't have to do that every 5 seconds. Yeah, Angel Star is just so insignificant, so unnoteworthy that we just gotta put her there. I mean, like, she's easily the worst part of that case. Yeah, that case. Mike Beacons. Mike Beacons, a rookie cop that, like, doesn't know what he's doing, always gets into wacky situations. Oh, he lost his gun. Oh, no. Oh, he was chasing a child and suddenly the child disappeared because whatever. Nothing too noteworthy. I would just put Mike Meekins like right here. Yeah. He's, once again, C tier, pretty average, whatever. I have nothing to hate about Mike Meekins. He's funny at times. Just a wimpy, dorky dude. Bruce Goodman being the victim. I'm trying to think of like aspect. Yeah, Bruce Goodman like was a detective. He was like an investigator for the Joe Dog killings, and he was the one that was going after Joe Dog, I believe. But that's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else that he did. I'll put him here. Actually, right here. Joe Dog himself, of him, my classic joke about Joe Dog is how he's just, his whole life is just like a failed hitman mission where he just kills somebody and then somebody saw him kill that person, so he has to kill that person, and then somebody saw him kill that person and he has to kill that person, and it's just a whole cycle. It's like, ah, well, shit, oh god, he's just freaking out in the hitman mission, and it's basically, he's somewhat interesting. I'll put him in bottom C. So everybody down here is worse than a serial killer. Makes sense. Neil Marshall. I think he had he won like a prosecutor's trophy, He won that, and that's it. I thought he had like feelings for somebody, but I can't remember who. I thought he did. I could be wrong about that. I'm probably wrong about that. Once again, Neil Marshall. I'm there. And then finally we have the chief prosecutor, I'm pretty sure. Basically, he's the, no, I believe that, no, he's not the chief of police. The chief of police is damn again. I believe, yeah, he's the chief prosecutor. Basically, he's the guy at the desk whenever you go to the detective agency. Maybe he's like the lead detective? I can't remember. But the guy that's always like looking at his computer and playing like Scrabble or whatever. Sudoku and looking at tabloids. You know. Fun character to like just talk to every now and again. So I'm gonna put him there and see Maggie Bird. She really doesn't have much impact within the first case. The fact that she's like unlucky, and like that's the joke, is that she's very, very unlucky. However, like there's like some bit of luck that comes towards her, like you know, like yeah, sure, your boyfriend, I believe it was boyfriend or fiance. I believe it was fiance. Your fiance's dead, and well, that's quite a shame. But hey, at least you're not going to prison for it. You know, it took kind of like a yin and yang, but like more of a yin and less of a yang type of thing. That aspect of her character is a little bit interesting. In terms of personality, she's just a little bit. She doesn't stand out in terms of personality. Like if Maggie Bird shows up, I'm not like ecstatic. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay, Maggie Bird's here. Like it was in Investigations 1 when she showed up. It was like, yeah, whatever. Cool. That's a character. I know that character. You know. I think she's at her best in Recipe for Turnabout. Yeah, I would say she's at her best in Recipe for Turnabout. Because she's trying to get her life around, and even still, like she's getting shat on by people trying to frame her for murder. But other than her being a pitiable character, I think she is pretty alright. She's worse than a dog. She's worse than a bird. She's worse than an old woman. Yeah, I'll put it there. Like, her presence doesn't irritate me at all. In fact, I like her presence. It's just that she doesn't strike out to me as an interesting enough character. Unlike everybody that is above her. I believe his name is Dustin Prince. Perfect name for a police officer. Died because he looked like a police officer. That's a bit unfortunate. But other than his very nice and sick name, I'm gonna put him there. Actually, you know what? At least she had the aspect of the sugar daddies, right? Well, Dustin Prince didn't really have anything. Okay. Richard Wellington. Yes, Richard Wellington. Of course, I didn't forget his name. Despite how I immediately knew his name, he's quite a forgettable villain. Especially, I mean, like, yeah, it's the first case, but still, we got, like, Frank Solway and Dahlia Hawthorne. And every, like, killer from the first cases are usually quite memorable. You can, like, tatonate in, like, Peace, Love, and Understanding. Like, they were interesting. I guess, like, also the Killer in Investigations 1. Jock Portsman. Yeah, Jock Portsman. He wasn't that interesting either. But I think that Richard Wellington is the least interesting. He's just like a bit of a snob. They have a bit of like a snobby, like self-entitled characters later on, and I think they were a lot better than him. His breakdown is kind of, it looks cool in terms of animation. But that's pretty much it. I see it here. Put him right here. Oh, we'll put him behind Frank Solway. That works out. Yeah, he's worse than Frank Solway. Alright, here we go to the main characters. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I was gonna do side characters, but they're mostly main characters for the rest of the series. Franziska von Karma. I don't know what Mac thinks of her. I do get like some vibes that like he doesn't really like her, but some vibes that he does like her. I don't know, but I really like her. Her name being tarnished by being a Von Karma, and like how she has to prove herself, and like, you know, the amount of stress that's on her, especially when, you know, her breakdown during the end of Justice for All, in the airport with Edgeworth. I think that's an incredible scene. And she comes back and like slowly tries to change, tries to help Phoenix, everything else, and like, she was trying to go for a guilty verdict like her father for like Justice for All, but in Trials and Tribulations, I think that she like, she stopped caring about it, but she didn't want to seem like she stopped caring about it. Because, you know, she wants to keep an image because she's the daughter of a Von Karma. She wants to keep that image. Her doing the investigations games on, it just continues on from her arc for Trials and Tribulations, because they didn't really finish that. It's just more like if Franziska comes to save the day and like actually is like looking for the truth, and she's working for Interpol, and like, you know, in terms of her personality, I really like it. Like her aggressive personality that like completely insults people and whatever. You might find that kind of annoying. I don't at all. I think she's really great. She's really great. Hey guys, you know, she's just kind of great. I was to say about Franziska. Bring her back, Capcom. Bring her back. I want her to be back. Yeah, I'll put it there. Yeah, I think that's quite fair. It might seem like, oh my god, she's very far back, but as more characters come in, you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, she's like a top 10 character. Speaking of top 10 character, Pearl Faye. Pearl being a very innocent child. I wasn't like very sure about her at the very beginning, but as we got to know her a bit more, as she like starts to come out of her shell and actually talk to us and whatever, she's quite cool. You know, she's fucking swagging, you know. I think the worst part about Pearl is probably her doing Spirit of Justice. Like, there was literally no purpose to have her there at all. I don't see. Yeah, we were in Korean Village, but still, that doesn't mean that Pearl has to show up. It was just a bit of a waste of assets, I think. Her showing up in Dual Destinies, specifically in Turbo Acclaimed, that makes sense to me. Her showing up again doing the final two trials, Turnabout for Tomorrow, and the Cosmic Turnabout. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Pearl shows up. She kind of just shows up out of nowhere if you don't play the DLC. Which is weird. Which I'm glad I played through the DLC before I went through that. Because everybody said, hey, play Turnabout Reclaimed after the Monstrous Turnabout, and that's what I did. Oh, by the way, Pearl. We're talking about Pearl. All the jokes with her being, yeah, she's a bit stupid, but she's actually quite talented. The writers know when to pick and choose when she's like stupid and like doesn't understand something. It's like, oh, what's a computer? You know, because she's like so much of a country hick. She doesn't understand the concept of a computer or a train or whatever. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I like these moments. Pearl trying to get over the fact that her mother is a murderer. Not really a murderer. Oh, attempted murderer. A conspirator to a murder. Really like that aspect of the plotline, and especially for Bridget to turn about when, you know, she's trying to win the respect of her mother, and like she doesn't want to lose her, so she follows the gravy plan to a T. That's exactly what Morgan wanted. Like even that, he's just like, oh my god, it's so heartbreaking to watch that, you know. So Pearl Faye, better than Francisca. Ah shit, all the Francisca fans are fucking, oh my god, they got fucking pitchforks and torches. Well, I gotta hurry up before they get to my house. Anyway, Morgan Faye. Okay. I'm trying to consider whether to put her in A tier or S tier. I'm gonna put her in A tier. I'm gonna put her right here. Next to her, niece. Yes. Yes, niece. Morgan Faye, I like her, I don't know. Did I put her in S? Like, bottom S? This is conflicting to me. Okay, I'm gonna talk about her, then I'll probably decide. Morgan Faye's, whole, motivation for, wanting to frame Maya Faye, and once again wanting to kill Maya Faye, so that, like, her daughter Pearl can be, become the leader of the Korean school of channeling, you know, yeah, that all makes sense. That's perfectly fine. Everything's perfectly fine. You know what? Every time they come to me with these ideas, you know what? I'm fine with it. All right, you need my permission before you get to publish this. So I'm glad that Shu came to me with these ideas and allowed my opinion on them, and which I say the same thing. It's perfectly fine to me. I think that she's... I was just gonna say that she was a bit too evil. Like, all of these characters not over-exaggerations of a personality. Fucking idiot, Darren. I just can't think of anything bad to say about Morgan Faye. I just wish that she showed up a bit more. But getting invested does prevent you from showing up in the main story. Bottom S. Okay, Jesus Christ. Just like how manipulative and evil she is, like, when we talk about Dahlia, Dahlia's gonna be way up there. Because of how sinister and demented she is. Just because a character isn't a very nice person doesn't mean that they're not a good character, or not an entertaining character. Putting like antagonists down low. Who the fuck? Goddamn Clavier is like fucking storming down my street doing wheelies. Having a character be an antagonist doesn't mean that they're a bad character at all. Doesn't mean that you should rank them lower. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Think about like how entertaining they are as a character, and the presence of Morgan Faye. You know, if Morgan Faye showed up in Ace Attorney 7, I'll be like, how the fuck did that happen? I thought she was dead. Probably. Like, on death row. But otherwise, I'll be like, it's Morgan Fay. So, with that thought in your mind, you can now understand why I would put Morgan Fay right there. Turner Gray. Turner Gray, he's a little bit more interesting than the other victims. That being that you actually talk to him, which is the first out of 2 times? Well, 3. So there's Mia Fey, and then there's Romain Latouche you talk to. And I'm not gonna spoil that one, but there's one in the Great Ace Attorney. Just in case you didn't think I was counting Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, so there's one in Great Ace Attorney. Actually, I believe there's more in Great Ace Attorney that you talk to, and then they die later. But in the main story, I believe that there is 3. And then the main series, the main 8 games, I believe there's only 3 that you talk to, and then they die later. Actually, Burn Faraday does have lines, but you don't talk to him. Anyway, it's still a unique case. And his motivation for, like, showing up and, like, he was planning to kill, Mimi Miney, yeah, I was just thinking about, like, where I should put him because of, like, his motivation that he wants to kill Mimi Miney. Very much messed that up. He is a terrible shot. Probably should have trained how to use a gun before he goes into the seance room. You know what? Hey, that's the #1 thing I am taught before I go into a seance room is how to use a gun. Should have took up that advice. So Turner Gray, it's probably gonna be like right around here. Yes, we're gonna put him there. He does flip you off. I'm gonna keep him there. Yeah, he flips you off. I believe that changed that in the... Yeah, they did change that in the HD version where he doesn't flip you off. Kind of weird, Capcom. This is kind of weird because these are both Mimi Mineys. These are both Mimi Mineys. Both of these characters are Mimi Miney. So I'm gonna say that, okay. Okay, so for this, we're gonna assume, alright, we're gonna say that this is Mimi Miney, the character that you've been talking to this for the entirety of the case before the plot twist, right? Okay? Well, this is Mimi Miney, the character that did all, like, killed all those patients. We're gonna say that, alright? Forgetting about the twist at the end of the case, we're gonna just say that. Because in reality, I believe that Mimi Miney, in actuality, literally did nothing but die. I believe that is the case. So, I'm gonna put, in terms of killers, I really like her, actually. I'm gonna put it up here. Her taking the stupid personality, you know, that's the point. I think that's probably the best that they could have done with that storyline, with that plan, with Mimi Miney's plan, her plan to act stupid in front of everybody, and hopefully that would persuade everybody that she's not the killer. But also, in addition to that, she's also making fun of her stupid sister by acting stupid. Also, another one of these cases, like, where we feel pity towards the killer at the end. I believe that they did actually do that malpractice, but when I think don't think about that. Already breaking my rules. But yeah, in order at the very end of the case, just like D. Vasquez, the game makes you feel bad for the killer, which I do feel badly about the killer, but she probably shouldn't have killed anybody. It was my moral compass lesson of the day. So don't kill people. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it there. Oh, but in terms of breakdowns, I think she had a very underwhelming breakdown, but that's not really going to affect my placing. I'm just going to say whether or not I like the breakdown. But Mimi Miney, with the only, when thinking about, what they give us before the twist, she basically did some malpractice, right? Killed a bunch of people by accident, oopsies, probably, and then got into a car accident. Actually, I believe, yeah, she was driving. Yeah. That's what Eeny Miny is trying to. It's very complicated. This is what Eeny Miny is trying to tell everybody, that Mimi Miny was driving. And then she crashed, she died, Eeny Miny survived. Okay, that's what she's trying to tell us. But in terms of that information, without the twist at the end, to make it a little bit more simple, because people recognize this character more than this character, we're gonna put her in... Actually, right there was pretty good. I don't think about it. I might have put Laura Hart a little bit too low. I mean, we'll see these characters. Probably not. Yeah, I'll put her a little bit higher for all you Laura Hart fans. I'm not moving Angel's story though. She was awful. Director Hardy. All you Director Hardy fans out there, literally 2 of you in the entire planet, a Hardy Club, as you guys are calling yourselves. Yeah, after you. You just... I know the purpose of his character is that he is just a uncomfortable, such a hated character, you know. That's the purpose of his presence, is to be hated. That's why he's there. I understand that. Then why did you bring him back for Apollo Justice? I mean, for a gag of him coming on to a 16-year-old, sure, if you wanted to do that bit, the only character you could bring back is Director Hardy. I understand that, but it's just like, God, I hate him. He sucks. He's probably the worst character in the series. Yeah. You know what? That might seem like such like a grand opinion, and like nobody believes that Director Hardy's the worst character in the series. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna be the first one to say it, that he is the worst character in the series. Is he worse than a bunch of killers? Not killers. A bunch of victims? Maybe, because his presence I hate. I hate his presence. He has a shitty haircut as well. Alright, Army Faye. I mean, what is there to say about Army Faye other than she's a statue, and like her history is very important to the Faye clan, of, you know, being the creator of the channeling school technique. But other than that, she, whatever. Yeah, sure. Let's put it back here. Yeah, there we go. I mean, she's not really a character. It's just an idea, a philosophy. That's what she is. So literally, there's nothing much I could say about Army Faye. Russell. Barry, Russell Barry. In terms of being a victim, I think that, like, he was just a very nice guy. He, like, took people in, like, he, took a bunch of orphans in to be a part of the circus, like, raised them, like, actually as a pretty chill dude. And the thing with, like, Acro killing him is that Acro did not want to kill Russell Berry. He wanted to kill Max Galactica. So Russell Berry's just, like, a bunch of these victims, we, like, find out something bad about them sometimes. We either get, like, no information at all, or we find out, like, something bad about them. I believe that Neil Marshall and Russell Berry so far are the only victims that that are just pure and everybody likes. Yeah, I believe that's the case. And also, well, I guess, like, Dustin Prince, but we don't know anything about Dustin Prince. Other than, I guess we can also include him a bit, but we still get barely any information about Dustin Prince. So I'm gonna put Russell Berry, blah, 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 blah. Right there. Yes, right there. Oh my god, there's a lot of characters in detail. He hates Ace Attorney. Okay, Maximilian Galactica. Max is, some people, despise his personality, but you know what? I play Ace Attorney, and characters that are very over-exaggerated, yes, bring them. I like them. Even in characters in, like, Danganronpa that are, like, very into their personality, those are, like, some of my favorite characters. So, I'm not putting Max in S tier, if that's what you're thinking. I'm not putting him in S tier. Him being a country hick is also a pretty good gag, and his full name is Billy Bob John, I believe. Billy Bob Thorne. Yeah, and he also has a character arc near the end where he, like, actually, because he was so full of himself that, like, he's the only reason why people are coming to the circus is to see his act. But now that he knows that somebody was trying to kill him, he's like, actually, you know what, working together is probably the best idea. Try to move on, type of thing. It's kind of a wholesome ending to Turnabout Big Top. I actually like the ending to Turnabout Big Top. It's because everybody's like, oh shit, dude, let's try our best to avoid that happening again. I'm gonna be putting Max Galactica right there in A tier. Hey yo, ayo, ayo. Alright. Regina Berry. Okay. Okay. I have conflicted feelings about Regina Berry. I was gonna say she's the worst part of the case. She's not the worst part of the case. Ben and Trell are the worst part of the case. So Regina Berry. Okay, Regina Berry. Her whole plan to, not plan, but really just like a prank to get the lion to sneeze. Like, what did she think was going to happen? She can't be that stupid, alright? She can't be that stupid. There is, like, being idiotic. So, actually, her putting the pepper scarf onto Bat was more to make him sneeze rather than the lion to sneeze. I believe that was what her thinking was. And she probably didn't think the lion sneezed. Maybe. Sure, we'll go with that. Her at the end of the case, where, she realizes that she was the reason why Acro, no, sorry, I got that wrong before about saying that Acro wanted to kill Max. My bad. Acro wanted to kill Regina. I don't know why I got that confused. It's just that everybody wanted to kill Max. everybody hated Max. That's what I thought. That was what was going through my brain. Aqua wanted to kill Regina. My bad. She then, at the end of the case, finds out that Aqua wanted to kill her, and there's a good reason why Aqua wanted to kill her, and she feels bad about it. Oopsies. Then she shows back up in prison turnabout, and I'm like, sure. Yeah, if she's there, it makes sense. If the circus is there, then of course she will be there. But, that's it. Nothing too interesting about, Regina. It's just that I don't think such a naive child should be, handling, a tiger and a lion. Probably not a good idea. That's my main reason. There you go. That's my main reason. Putting you in like C tier. Put it there. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna keep it there. Okay. Mo. Lawrence Curls. Alright, so one thing that people hated, hold on, let me get a drink, look like a maniac by drinking out of a 2-liter bottle. So there you go. There you go. You don't have to consider my opinion because I just did that. So you can think that I'm a maniac and just be like, you know what? I'm gonna keep Vanilla in S tier, alright? There's nothing you could do to change my mind. And that's perfectly fair. Alright. Bo Lawrence Curls. Not everybody, but a lot of people hated him because he's just an annoying clown. Like I said about Director Hardy, yeah, that's the point of Bo, is that he makes shitty jokes and nobody laughs at them. That's why Max thinks that people come to the circus for him. Nobody comes to the circus for Mo. Alright. Bo at the end wanting to take over Russell Berry's job. I think that's very great. Very good end to Mo's character. But him on the stand, I can understand how he wants to keep the audience's attention, because this is the most attention he's gotten while ever in his lifetime. He's never gotten the attention of like 40 people. So of course he has to like do an act, and like it's very difficult for him to be serious because he's kind of a comedian. But he's a funny guy. He's a clown, you know. So him being a funny guy, he's not a funny guy. For him being a clown and a comedian, he has a hard time being serious because maybe he uses jokes to get away from his sadness. There you go, that was my headcanon. But him completely like just like his testimony just kind of suck. That's it. Yeah, you know what? That's it. That's it for Bo. The only very likable part about him is at the end. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna put him there. Yikes. Yikes alert. Yeah, I'm gonna put him there. But I still say that Turnabout Big Top is not as bad as everybody else says. Because the parts about Mo and upcoming Ben and Trillo are not as bad as everybody says. And they're not as, and even if they are bad, they are still not the main course of the case. Okay, Benjamin Woodman. Yes. I mean, the whole like plotline with Trillo wanting to marry Regina is just like, yeah, it's very cartoonish, but literally, I think he's definitely worse than Mo. I think he's worse than Mo. because his whole purpose is to just derail the trial as much as possible, even though he's not deliberately doing it. It's just like his testimonies take so long. I'm also including Trillo in this, of course. Ben and Trillo, they're not the same person, because Trillo essentially is a different character that is a character that Benjamin is playing, essentially, okay? And I do thoroughly believe that whenever Trillo is trying to marry Regina, an underage girl, I think that's Trillo asking her rather than Benjamin. You know, Benjamin literally has no feelings for her. It's just that Benjamin is playing a character, alright? Like, you wouldn't call like a voice actor that plays a child asking another child out for like a date. You wouldn't call that person a pedophile, right? It's essentially the same thing here. That's my opinion in that debacle. In terms of Regina and Max, okay, Acro. We're gonna go with Acro. We're gonna go ahead and move Acro up all the way up here. Yes, indeed. He's not up there. Nope, he's not up there. Yes, he's up. Better than the judge. No, he's gonna be right up here. Yes, better than Yogi. The thing with talking about Big Top is Acro. That's what makes the case like significantly better than what most people say. It's just that Acro is a very good killer. A guy who literally had nothing, who lost everything, decides that he has no other choice but revenge against the person who took it all away from him. Honestly, one of the best motivations out of a lot of these killers. And also the fact that he's deeply affected by killing somebody. I believe that even if he killed Regina, he would still feel the same. It's just that all of his pent up emotions had to go somewhere, right? That happens in a lot of like TV shows and stuff like that. Is that people just, you know, go a little bit too far. They don't think, right? I think that, yeah, Acro is probably the most pitiable killer in the series. Also, the moment where it was just like, hey, where's what the fuck is it called? Where's the statue of Max? And I'm like, oh, what the fuck is it? And oh my god, it's underneath his wheelchair here in the very courtroom. I thought that was a very pog moment in the case. Yep, that's it about Akro. Okay, that's all my thoughts about him. Let me know what your thoughts about Akro in the comments below. Let me know, what do you guys think? Bat is an unfortunate victim that got pepper chopped. Put him there. Yeah, I put him there. I do like him. I don't hate him. Onwards. All right. Oh, Matt on guard. Okay, Matt on guard. Of course I'm gonna put him up here. Of course I'm gonna put him up here. Why wouldn't I? Probably. Honestly, better than Von. No. No. I don't think he's better than Damon Gant. I think Damon Gant has a better plan, and also a better. He's much more entertaining. But the twist of Matt on guard. Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep him there, despite Von Karma in Investigations 1 and 2. I'm gonna keep Matt on guard back there. Yeah, the whole thing with Farewell My Turnabout is incredible, very well paced, well written, especially the twist of Matt Engard, your client, being the killer. That whole twist, probably like top 3 most memorable parts of my first playthroughs of the series. It's just like being like, holy shit, it actually is him. Through like actual additional playthroughs, it's much more obvious that he's the killer. But then again, like going through it, replaying these games makes you realize that, oh shit, this was very obvious, and like I was stuck on it during my first playthrough for like 30 minutes. So Matt Engard, I love his just like Hollywood Californian personality. Like, oh dude, I'm gonna order a pizza. You want some? You know? Yeah, dude. Let me just call my lawyer and let me figure out if it's okay for me to say that you can be my lawyer or whatever, dude. Yes. Ow. Ow. Yes, dude. Ow. Matt Engard. Jesus Christ. Splinter alert. Yeah, it's a real thorn in my finger right now. Because of how good of a character he is. Jesus, that hurt. Matt Engard's pretty cool. Look at him there. Hey. Up top. Good job. Good job, Matt Engard, for being a good character and also being an insane twist villain, and also having being also quite evil whenever he just like I love like the whole thing of him just looking like such like an iconic Bond villain whenever he transforms, and like his personality is just completely different. I love that part. Yeah, keep him there. Juan Corrida. I also like him as a victim, that he is also an asshole that, like, I believe, yeah, he was the one that hid Celeste Impact's suicide note. Basically, I believe that he was the reason why she went to, no, that was Matt Engard's fault. That was Matt Engard's fault. But yeah, the whole feud and clash between Matt Engard and Juan Corrida, I think it's interesting. I'm gonna put him right there. Yes, right there. No, right there. Yes, right there. Alright. I think it's just gonna be kind of unfair to say that Lotto Hut is worse than every single victim in the game. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep him there. Okay. Adrian Andrews, actually very poggy character. I'm gonna put her a little bit higher, but a little bit meaning right there. That's what I mean by a little bit. I really like her character arc. Her being I wouldn't say uptight, but more professional, emotionless, kind of. I'm trying to find out who, like, Matt Engard's secrets and past so that she could get revenge on Celeste Impacts, and how Celeste Impacts was a very close mentor, and then her being accused of being the person that hired Shelly the Killer. In fact, where's Shelly the Killer? Oh, up next. I thought I didn't put him up there. Like her emotions and like sheer panic, and like her being genuinely panicking over the fact that she might go to jail for something that Matt Engard did, and then her changing her ways, being like her demons being cleansed, and when she comes back in trials and tribulations, she's just like a very, very nice person that is a bit of a perfectionist. That makes her a bit of a clumsy goofball, whatever. Even still, I still very much like her, and I wish that she showed up more. But unfortunately, I believe that's it of Adrian Andrews. But yeah, I think she's a well-developed character. Very good arc. Charlie the Killer! Right, this has got a lot of S2 characters. That's fine. I like characters. I like characters from Ace Attorney. I'm putting Charlie the Killer there, mainly because of how much of a gentleman he is. He's a gentleman killer that, like, specifically in, like, Investigation 2. He's like an ice cream salesman, and we're like, oh no, I'm just an ordinary ice cream salesman. I thought that bit was incredible. I thought it was very hilarious. Just how much he just doesn't care. He's a bit of a Sigma, you know what I'm saying? You know what? He's a bit of a Sigma. How much, yeah, his whole demeanor, and the fact that he's like a hired assassin that, like, but he still has some values, right? He wouldn't let somebody get, he wouldn't let Matt Ongood get arrested. He would always do what he would say. You know, essentially, he's a gentleman. All right, that's basically it. That's the reason why Charlie the Killer is that high, is because he's a serial killer, mass murderer, hired hitman. That's a gentleman. That's pretty much all you can say about him. And that's the main, I could justify him being up there for that reason. Alright, finally, Celeste Impacts. Actually, I might put her quite high. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm allergic to good characters. Alright. Celeste Impacts. The amount of shitty things that she had to go through that led her to a suicide. Nothing much I could say about victims. I'm gonna say she's the best victim so far. Hey, good job being a victim. But first, are there any revisions? You know, Mac has pestered me about keeping Mia in A tier, and you know, I had a lot of thought about it. Because do I think that Mia is better than Morgan Faye? I definitely don't think Morgan Faye is better than Adrian Andrews or Dee Vasquez. Yeah. Yeah. So, probably. I'm gonna put it down here. Hopefully it makes Mac feel a lot better. There we go. That's my revision. I'm putting Morgan Faye there. Let's continue with characters from Trials and Tribulations. We're gonna start with Doug Swallow, I believe his name was. Yeah. The British wannabe. I don't believe he was British. I just think that he just, I don't know, he watches like Countdown or whatever. So he's like a British wannabe. Basically figured out that Dahlia was no good. And then Dahlia just, you know, killed her. Oops. In order to frame Phoenix. In terms of victims, he's fine. Yeah, I'll put him behind Jackhammer. Yeah, let's put him there. Hey, good status for a dead person. Okay. We're gonna do Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright, Dolly Hawthorne, I think, is... let's see. It's actually tough. She's going in S tier, definitely. But where in S tier that is. Because I believe that Damon Gant is one of the best killers in the series. But is Dahlia Hawthorne better than Damon Gant? So basically, I'm thinking about either putting her in front of Damon Gant or in front of Matt Arnguard. And, you know, that's why I'll just keep it. So, okay, let's just go through her story, alright? She is, Pearl's cousin. So, that must mean... right? Yeah, she is Pearl's cousin. So like the whole thing with the Faye lineage and Morgan Faye being a terrible parent. Okay. And then the whole heist. Yeah. Let's have it. Yeah. Let's put it there. You know, do I need to explain myself? You know, a very dark, sinister woman. Whenever we do finally like exonerate her from Maya's body, the invasion of the Turnabout was very, very cool. Hey, I haven't seen a courtroom drama do that, right? You don't see that in like an episode of Columbo, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna keep Dahlia there. As so far, the best killer in the series. Unless Pearl becomes a killer, which is most likely. Alright. And then here we go, the big boy. That everybody wants to know my opinion of, but if you watch the Trials of Tribulation playthrough, you know what my opinion of this guy is. Diego Armando, or Godo, is my favorite character in the series. Sadly, nobody's gonna top him at all. I think that his writing and his character arc is incredible. The fact that he is a man with faults and he's able to admit that he has faults. I mean, like, just because a character isn't morally perfect doesn't mean that they're a bad character. I've seen people go like, oh, well, you know, oh man, Godo wanted to kill Maya for his own personal, you know, for a selfish reason. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point. And he's also very heartbroken about that. And he's like, oh, I didn't, I saw Dahlia, and then that's who I wanted to kill. That's why I killed Elise Stoneham, is because she looked like Dahlia, and I couldn't control myself. Like, and he said that, like, I didn't care if it was Pearl. I knew that there was a possibility that I was going to kill a child, and, you know, he just couldn't control himself. I do also like his suave personality as well. Also, oh yeah, him in like in Turnabout Beginnings? No. Was it Turnabout Beginnings? Was it? Was it Beginnings? Fourth case. The fourth case. I believe it is Turnabout Beginnings. I thought it was very great. I mean, like, I think whenever I first played it, I knew that the guy who got poisoned in the courtroom basement was Godo. I figured out that it was him before they revealed that Diego Armando is literally Goto. I believe I knew that, but still, just like seeing him, his chemistry with Mia, there, you happy now? The chemistry there with Mia, I just thought that made that case very, very good. Honestly, just like the progression, to see like the heartbreak, his entire monologue at the end, being like, I saw the woman that ruined my life. Can you imagine the feeling I had whenever I woke up and realized that the love of my life is no longer there? Stuff like that, you know. Very good quotes. The, you know, only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Everything within that regard makes him my favorite character. I think that every one of his lines is just like very well written. And I like playing him. I like playing him. It's my favorite character to play. So I think that's all I can say about Diego Armando. But now we're gonna go to Ron the Light, the cinnamon bun, the little, the fucking the twink, you know, just also known as Master Mask. Honestly, I didn't have much of a problem with him. I felt like that, like, whatever he was trying to, like he was really going for, trying to convince everybody that he's guilty, that he is Master Mask. I thought that was a little bit annoying, but that's kind of the point of his character, is that, you know, he's a little bit too into it. But overall, I think he's a pretty good character. Nothing strikes me as bad. Oh god. Am I saying Old Bag is better? Yes, I am. I'm saying that Old Bag is better than Ron the Light. Although I do like the Stolen Turnabout. It's just that, you know, it's just that there were some points there, or there were highs in that case, and then there were not lows, but basically just like riding the line, and then like those parts are just like whenever Ron the Light is like, actually it's kind of parts of Desiree Delight. Let's rank her first before look at me, because really she doesn't do all that much. The only bit of character that we get is that, you know, is that she's a bit of a rebel, a bit of a radical, that, like, you know, rides a motorcycle, does wheelies on a highway, spends like $50 million whenever she goes to groceries, you know, that type of thing. I mean, she's pleasant to talk to. It's just that she doesn't do much in terms of, like, she doesn't have an arc, really. She says that, oh, I can't stand criminals, but we don't have a moment where she hates Ron the Light, because Ron the Light is a criminal. We don't have a moment like that. Instead, she's like, oh, I dislike criminals that are unjustified, or whatever, like, whatever it was. It was basically like, Ron the Light is good, Luke Abney isn't, like that type of thing. So there really wasn't any conflict with her character. And also, her bringing the urn from Luke Abney's office. I guess that's a cool reveal, but wasn't. I could have had the police go and look at it, but thanks anyway. Fuck. Right there. Yes, I'm gonna put it there. Pretty good idea, Darren. Hey, that's a pretty good idea. That's a pretty good idea. I know, that's a pretty good idea. Let's put it there. Luke at me. Well, one, he has a very, very entertaining personality. even if you don't like the case, I think that the best part about the Stolen Turnabout is Luke Acme himself, because he is quite the character. Probably the most. Whenever I think about Ace Attorney characters, I think about Luke Acme. In terms of his plan as a killer, I thought it was very complex. It's just as complex as Damon Gantz, but I think I might put him actually fun of Von Karma. No, because Von Karma's stuff in investigations is good. I'll put him there right now, for now. Yes. Yeah, I'll put him there. Yeah, I just... Luke Acme with his over-exaggeration of a detective personality, Zerveri, the whole, you know, he has his catchphrases. It's just like, I mean, I don't know how you can dislike him at all. I dislike him more than all these characters, but I think that Luke Acme is a pretty good character. What's not a good character is Kane Bullard. Yeah, that was his name. Kane Bullard is the victim of the Stolen Turnabout. We just know that he was blackmailing Luke Acme. Yes. Yes, that is true. I believe that is the case. He was blackmailing Luke Acme. But that's basically it. He was the CEO of the security company that Ron DeLight worked at, and pretty much it. Put him right there. Yep, put him there. The Canadian judge, which I don't believe he ever has a name. Well, neither does the regular judge, but the Canadian judge has even less personality. He just repeats the same jokes. The joke is also that he is Canadian and he has a Canadian accent and he says things in a Canadian accent. He's just like a worse, like if we're saying, yeah, the judge is S tier, because he is. The judge is hilarious, and also, I mean, like, how can you dislike the judge at all? He's hilarious. He also has his, whenever he has his serious moments, he's, like, actually quite admirable and honorable. Well, the Canadian judge, I'm not putting him in F tier, but I might put him there. What's the Mo? Ooh. No, not What's the Mo, but I do not like the Canadian judge. I can understand why they had the Canadian judge, especially in Childhood Revelations. Well, especially in Bridge of the Turnabout, because Edgeworth is like, hey, we can't have the regular judge because the regular judge knows who I am, obviously, because I might have killed somebody and he kind of ran my trial. But, so, we gotta get the Canadian judge. He sucks. He sucks. Alright. Furio Tigre. He just has a pretty... I mean, he just has the New York person, the Bronx personality, a bit of a mafia type of thing. He doesn't really have a character arc. It's just that he's just typical mafia boss that is also very sweet to his girlfriend or wife or whatever. It's not his wife. A girlfriend, whatever. You know, like, I've seen this type of character before. I think the thing that makes him better is what he did, which is disguise himself as Phoenix, and also that he's so good at impersonating people that people didn't even know that was not Phoenix Wright. I mean, like, even like doing the intro cutscene for that case, for this week's Turnabout, we see Phoenix's sprite. So that means that he put makeup on to make him. He did whiteface basically. He put on makeup to make himself look like Phoenix. Like he put a lot of attention to detail in order to become Phoenix Wright. I mean, like, maybe he should get out of the loan trade and become an actor, because he's pretty good at it. Yeah, we got Furio Tigre, the sequel. What in age 77, Furio Tigre is out of jail and is now doing theater. That'd be a good idea. I do like the way that we catch him though, because, like I said about Red Light, is that I dislike how we get him, how we catch him. However, with Furio Tigre, we have him catch himself. Him like talking about the color of the bottle, even though he should not know what the color of the poison bottle looks like. So yeah, I'm gonna put him in A tier. Better than Red Light. Yeah, let's do that. Right there. Pretty good overall. Alright, Victor Kudo. I think that, like, during the last playthrough, I liked him a bit more, but still, like, I'm pretty mid about him. Just the creepy old man that goes to look at women in maid outfits. That's it. That's it. That's pretty much it. I feel like his testimonies actually do go a little bit way too long. But overall, I think that he's the worst part about this case. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. It's part of the case. No. Yes. Yes, let's do that. Okay, is that all I'm gonna say about Victor Kudo? Yes, I am. That's all I'm gonna say. If you wanted to hear my thoughts about Victor Kudo, I apologize that I disappointed you. But, I mean, I literally have nothing to say about Victor Kudo, other than he's below average. Okay. Up next is Jean Armstrong. I actually thought he was pretty alright, honestly. I'm gonna put him there. I actually liked him more in this playthrough as well. Sure, they do play into the fact that he has a French accent a little bit too much, but, I mean, how else would you display that he has a French accent? But his whole story about, being in so much debt that he has a restaurant that is pretty terrible. Let's say White Castle. Okay, he's the owner of a White Castle, and he started like taking out loans. I don't know why did he take out loans. I believe it was either for, I don't think, no, it was not a gambling addiction because that's Glenelg. I believe it probably was for the restaurant, to open his restaurant. It was either to open his restaurant, or that could be the only thing I could think of, is opening up his restaurant. Realized he took out too much money, and also took it out of a bunch of criminals. So then he has to overprice his food, which is terrible, and then nobody goes to his restaurant because it's overpriced and terrible. And he is just, and now he has to resort to making perfumes, and writing poetry. So, you know, I did describe everything about his character, but that's, I like it. Yeah, good. It's good. Hey, good. Good job. Good job, Shu. Yeah, better than a bird. Yes. Okay, let's go with Glenelg, which actually is... Huh. I think that Glenelg... Huh. I think that in terms of characters that are victims that we never met before or whatever. This might be my favorite victim because there's actually a full-on storyline with him about, you know, his gambling addiction, and he has to take a loan from that in the lender, and then finally, and he won the lottery while in the middle of the meeting, and like he also created the virus that destroyed a bunch of computers at the police station, stuff like that. It's just like there's a lot more detail with Glenelg. I'm not gonna put him that high. Yeah. No. I mean, he's better than Mike Meekin. Mike Meekin's better than him. Yeah. Let's do that. Okay. Of course, at the very end of the list, whenever I'm doing everything, of course I'm gonna rearrange everything. It's like I'm like, hold on a second. Am I saying that Cody Hackins is better than Winston Payne? Well, I am, but you know, as an example. Bruto Davarini. Okay. He's just an imposing figure. He doesn't really do anything. He's just the owner of a. He's just the owner of a mob family, and that's it. Right there, he sucks. Fight! You could fight me, alright? Viola Cadaverini. Actually pretty cool. I actually like her a lot. About her tragedy. Yeah, well, her story with, I was about to say Victor Kuda. Maybe there's a thing right there, but I don't want to think about it. With Fio Tigre. Very good. She like breaks down crying and whatever. Am I putting Fio Tigre there? I'm not gonna put him there. I'm gonna put him there. I'm gonna put the other cadaver. No, god damn. Ah, fuck. Okay. Let's think about this for a moment. Think about this. Okay. Put it there. There. Put it there. And let's put Fio Tigre right there? Yeah, that actually works. Yeah. That actually works. Let's do that. Alright. Lisa Basil. Right? Yes. Literally, a nothing character. She has a cool design. But that's pretty much it. Let's put her, like, down here. Okay, yeah. Yes. You know what might be a good idea? I don't want to, because I want to keep, I wanted to throw all the victims, like, all the way up to, yeah, Benjamin Woodman, down in F tier. But, like, the F tier is, like a sacred place, for, like, the worst of the worst, right? I'll get to move these characters up to C tier. That works. Let's move these characters up to C tier. I don't want to move Mo. Ooh, I don't want to move Mo up there. Yes, I do. You know I don't. God. Okay, I'm already conflicted. Okay. I'll figure it out later. Terry Falls. A very interesting character. A person with, a mental disability that, like, doesn't know right from wrong and, or is easily, like, convinced about doing stuff. Very gullible. that like he was like basically coerced into doing the diamond heist, basically being the scapegoat for all of it. Perhaps he should not have gone out with a 14-year-old girl. That's probably the worst part, but like I said, he has like some mental disability, and it was also Dahlia that like coerced him into doing that. When he dies, that's pretty cool. Hey, good job dying, man. That's probably the best part about your character. Whenever he died, that was pretty good. It's probably the best part about him. It's not... Yes, it is. I might put him there. No, yeah, right there. I'm gonna put him there. Because, well, I just listed why. Because I really like his backstory and how he is, just as big of a victim as, everybody else in that story. Excluding Dahlia. She was kind of the mastermind behind all of it. But yeah, just like that is so committed to his own. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Just like Terry Falls. He's so like deluded into his own fantasy that like he's willing to kill himself over. The fact that I actually can't remember. Is it because that Dahlia betrayed him, or the fact that Dahlia is dead? I think it was over the fact that Dahlia betrayed him. I think that was it. And then he killed himself because he believes that whenever the love dies, that's when they drink the bottle. I think it was something like that. By the way, I've never played the games before. Valerie Hawthorne. Being Dahlia's half-sibling, I believe. She's a cop. She also was working in the jewel heist, the diamond heist. Pretty decent victim, but that's all she is. I'll put her there. Yeah, I'll put her there. Okay, let's go with Iris. Iris Hawthorne. Actually, is Iris her real name, or was that like her religious name? I believe we just know as Iris. Iris, I'm putting right there. She's probably going to be very bottom S tier. It's probably going to be like the line of, if I like a character more than Iris, they're probably an S tier. Because, yeah, Iris's whole deal of working for Dahlia when it came to her relationships, and with like, you know, she spent her time with Phoenix, and like that wholesome moment at the end of which is the about, where she actually confesses her feelings to Phoenix. The whole working with Gato and also at least Donum to try to stop Dahlia from enacting a plan. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. She also has she's a pretty cool personality. It's like if Dahlia Hawthorne was actually cool, alright? Dahlia Hawthorne isn't cool. Murdering people isn't cool, alright? Hiding bodies and desecrating them, that's cool, okay? Alright? He didn't really hide it. It was kind of in plain sight, but I'll consider it hiding. She might be bad at hiding bodies then. yeah, like the whole concept of her being isolated within this religious temple to get away from the past and basically start a new life of philanthropy. Yeah, I think that's a pretty neat concept for a character. Okay, let's go with Misty Faye, or at least Stoneham. Okay. I actually did not know that it was Misty Fate until the reveal, which, you know, very much shocked me. I was like, wow, that is the girl from AC21. And I'm like, wow. That is my exact reaction. I'm a professional actor. That's exactly how it went down. Misty Faye, becoming a picture book author, whatever. How she was basically sent into isolation because she made an oopsie and channeled Gregory Edgeworth and be like, hey, yo, who killed you? And Gregory was like, I'm pretty sure it was Yanni Yogi. And she was like, yep, sounds good to me. And that was a little bit of an oopsie by her. Other than like that tragedy, her coming back and like like it's so much better whenever you know that's Misty Faye, and like hearing how she acts in front of Maya and Pearl, and how like nice she is, and like you can tell like how proud she is of Maya, oddly enough. Like how much she wants to reveal who she is, but she can't. Yeah. And like the last thing she did was to protect Maya by allowing by channeling Dahlia. She channeled Dahlia. Yeah. Overall, pretty chill mom. Let's put her right there, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep and be like, why did I put Misty Faye there, dude? Why did I do that? It's off. Oh, God. One of the worst opinions ever thought in human history. Okay, Sister Bikini. The final one. Sister Bikini, I really like her personality. I always compare her to, like, I always imagine her voice as like Mrs. Puff. And that just brings me joy, just thinking about that. She's just a jolly woman. She's just quite. She's terrible. F you. She's actually she's a lovely person, and I would like to actually meet her. My God, holy shit, what a weeb. Let's put her. Actually, meet her. Why not? Better than a bird. Yeah. Yeah. I really like these lovable, motherly, characters that are just, like, pretty cool. Maybe I have a complex. I don't know. Hey. Fucking sue me, dude. But yeah. This is gonna be the list so far. Not changing it. Might change it next time. But I'm not changing it. Alright, so, if you have a disagreement of one of my opinions, leave it in the comments. But perhaps you may be able to sway me towards your opinion. Be like, oh, that's why Wendy Oldbeck is one of the worst people on the planet. F you, alright? Tell me that, and then I might listen to you. Because, you know, my opinions change. If I made this list 2 years ago, it would have definitely been a lot different. But, you know, replaying these games makes me see flaws in characters, flaws in the writing, and it makes me sad that, like, every time I go through the game, I hate it more and more. So we got, apologize first. Alright, this might be a bit, controversial. But Apollo Justice, I think, is better than Phoenix. Now, let me stop. Hold up, stop. The reason is that I think Apollo Justice, they just add more to him, because they realize that with like Apollo Justice, with the extended forward, they're like, ah, shit, we didn't give Apollo anything, so they overcompensated by giving him like 20 backstories in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. But I think that those backstories that they give to him are very good, especially his Spirit of Justice one. I think it's very, very good. None of the stories like contradict each other. They just, I think it just makes Apollo's life like much more complex than they initially made it out to be. Or like his personality, the whole perceivability. I do agree it's the worst thing in the series, but I still like it. I don't like that he still doesn't know who his mother is. Yeah, his whole emotional spiel in Spirit of Justice, where, you know, he finds out that Dirk is dead, him like reconnecting with Dirk, and then also in Dual Destinies, where he is questioning his trust in people, and because like for moments he thought that Athena was the one who like killed her mother or whatever, so he had to like be emo and serious all the time, but I do like that. I just think that he's just a much more fleshed out character than Phoenix, because Phoenix, yeah, had the original trilogy to basically have him realize what being a lawyer is all about, and him like trying to protect everybody. That's like what Phoenix is, but also and what the consequences are of of trying to protect everybody. That's Phoenix's deal. Apollo's deal is coming to terms with your past and also how to deal with betrayal from Christoph Gavin. I just think that, yeah, it's just like I feel like it's a much more fleshed out story than with Phoenix. But of course everybody might not think so. Alright, next up is Christoph Gavin, who I think is probably one of the best villains in the series. Do I? Yeah, I'll put him on Von Karma. Absolutely, yeah. I don't think that this is a very controversial opinion that Christoph Gavin is, like, without a doubt, one of the best villains in the series. The only thing that, like, is questionable is, like, his motivations, but I think, like, his motivations being questionable is what makes him good. You don't know what this psychopath is thinking. And, like, how, like, he's very clever, very, like, coy or whatever. What the fuck is the word I'm thinking of? Like, yeah, as somebody who is, someone who is being very passive-aggressive to somebody, that's what Christoph is. He feels like he's won the game, he knows everything, doesn't like the common people, though. That's his downfall. But I feel like, yeah, he's definitely one of the smartest antagonists in the series. Although he just also forgot that video cameras exist. But I mean, it's 2006, really. 2024. Is it 2024? I mean, yeah, it is right now, but in the game, is it 2024? I believe it is. No, it's 7 years, so it's 2025. Yeah. Regardless, he's a very good villain. I do enjoy playing him while we were doing the game, because I don't know what his motivations are, but I know his demeanor and his character, and I find it very intriguing. I think he's just like, especially with the first case as well, like him being the killer of the first case, it's just like, you know, these protagonists have very bad luck with their mentors. So yeah, I got nothing else to say about Christoph Gavin other than he's good. And again, if you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments and I'll reply to them, and I'll be like, yeah, that's pretty smart. Well, I would say that's absolutely an atrocious opinion. Why would you say that to me? Okay. Clavio Gavin is another S-tier character, but I don't know where to put them. I think I'll put him in front of Man on Guard. Really? Nah, definitely in front of On Comet, I feel like. Because, yeah, I'll do that. Even though he's very high up in the ranking, he's probably like the second worst prosecutor, but he's not bad at all. In fact, he's just a cool dude. That's just all he is. He does air guitar. That's very cool. It is also like him, like sacrificing his own personal feelings with what is the truth, and that's like what his arc is throughout Turnabout Succession. Yes, Turnabout Succession. And I think, yeah, he's just like a very cool dude. He's but the only critique I would have is why would you make his voice actor in Dual Destinies Yuri Lowenthal? I think that's a terrible casting. But other than that, very good character. I would like to see him do more concerts. How can you dislike this man? My least favorite prosecutor is, I feel like, everybody's least favorite prosecutor. Mainline prosecutor, of course. Okay, so that's probably going to be it of the S tiers. Maybe one more S tier. But okay, let's go through these smaller characters. Olga Orley. Really, he's just a whatever character. It's like a nice bit that she turns from a Russian to a pirate. It's good. That's good, whatever. But that's it. I'm gonna put her in C tier. Behind Mike Meekins. Yes, I'll do that. Which I do like Mike Meekins' appearance in Poltergeist. I don't remember if I said that whenever I was ranking him. Yeah, Olga Orley is just whatever. Like, I literally have nothing to say about her. It's just that she's just a very big character. Yeah, that's it. In fact, I'll put it because, like, at least Glenn Elg had, like, something with him that was interesting. Olga Orley does not. Well, I guess, like, the fact that she was a victim in that case is interesting. That Zach Memory actually hit her with the bottle instead. Better than Glenn Elg. Okay, Walkie Kitaki. I might put him in B tier. Because, specifically the final scene that he's in, where he, you know, when he, is told that, put him in front of, Ronda Light? Behind Ronda Light. Yeah. when he realizes that, you know, that his father is like how much he cares for him, that type of thing. But of course, he's gotta look street tough because he's gotta look, you know, intimidating. But he still like tears up and whatever. I think that's like the best scene with him. I think I found him annoying in my first playthrough, but like subsequent playthroughs, knowing what's going to happen with like the whole family conflict, it definitely makes it a lot better. I just find him, yeah, actually quite likable. How much like how like yeah, how gangster he seems how gangster he thinks he is. But yeah, I'm gonna put him there. Okay, Alita Tiala. I believe I said this during our playthrough, but Alita Tiala is one of the worst killers in the series. Mainly because I just feel like her motivation is terrible. Her testimonies are terrible. It's just like she's just like a very discount Dahlia. That's what she is. The only interesting part about her is that, you know, she went to Pal Maractus's clinic and Pal Maractus attacked her. That's the only interesting thing. She stole a sock. Okay, yeah, Alita Tiala is just terrible. Her motivation just to get more money within the within the mafia or whatever, is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Her personality is just like some of the killers, especially when you go from having Christoph Gavin being the killer to Alita Tiala being the killer, like how, you know, like Alita Tiala wasn't even hiding it that she is the killer. She wasn't like trying to be smooth and whatever. And like there's like a difference between like usually an Ace Attorney killer would be over the top, yelling at you, being like, of course I didn't kill him, you know, with Frank Solwit, Furio Tigre, you know, like those types of people, or like, yeah, obviously the killer, but they're at least giving us a show. Or there is much more intelligent, contrived killers, like Christoph Gavin, Dahlia Hawthorne, Damon Gant, like everybody's in this too. All these killers, Charlie the Killer, they're like very intelligent and like they always know how to get out of Phoenix or Apollo saying a contradiction. Alita Tiala is none of those. She is she's just a non-entertaining character to play against, and it's just like it's very disappointing as well. How her breakdown is terrible. It's just like literally gives me no reason to care about him, you know. But like D. Vasquez, they give us reasons to care about him. Alita Tiala, she just wanted that money, and that's it. So I think I might put her, yeah, definitely in D tier. I don't think I'll put her in F tier because of the Pal Maractus thing. Behind Mo, yeah, there you go. That's like the biggest shame I can give you, is that if I put you behind Mo. Guy Eldoon, he just plays that harmonica, and that's the coolest part about his character. I do like the jokes about him, you know, about how salty his noodles are. Yes, that is funny man. Also, him like transitioning into a doctor, and he's like, you know, and he gives us like actual medical advice and how his demeanor changes from that. I thought it was also pretty good. But other than that, pretty mid character. Actually, behind Sister Bikini, that works. That works for me. Okay, Plum Kitaki. I really like Plum Kitaki. I don't know. She just like her. She's an entertaining character. You know, a very non-serious mafia person. I was considering putting her in A tier, but I don't think so. I'll put her in B tier. I'll put her in front of, behind the whole bag. Yeah. I just like talking to her. That's basically it. Like, she has like a very jovial personality. She's funny. And she riles up Apollo by like threatening to stab him, which I like. That's a pretty good joke. Shoot. Hey, not top shoe. It's a very good joke. I literally have nothing else to say other than where's my water? Found my water. Oh, it's right there. That's where my water is. Thankfully, I got a second water. It was mostly empty. Okay, Winfred. Big Wins Kentucky. Is also a very good character. You know what? All the Kentuckys being a B tier? Yes. I'll go with that. I'll put him behind this child. Behind Cody Hackins. Yeah, I'll do that. A lot of B tier characters in this case. Which, yeah, it's a B tier case. But I always like characters that are intimidating on the outside, but they have a pure heart, basically. Especially him, like, saying that, oh, I'm not gonna use our gangster money because it's not clean money. Instead, we're gonna, like, start a bakery and make money doing that. It's a very good. His eyebrows, fantastic eyebrows. That's it. A lot of these characters from Apollo Justice, I do say Apollo Justice is very underrated, and I really like the characters in Apollo Justice, but a lot of them are just like enjoyable characters to talk to. They don't have a lot of depth to them. But you know, but like as a one-off experience with them, it's like yeah, I had a good time. Other than Anita Tiala, she sucks. Power Miraculous, yeah, basically the only thing is that he is a doctor that's like greedy. That's it. I'll put him in front of like the chief prosecutor or whatever. Not the prosecutor. The detective, lead detective dude. The guy that's the head of the police academy. That's all I have to say about Power Magnus. Is yeah, if he had like absolutely nothing, I'll put him down there. Although I don't know why I have Robert Hammond down there. If that's the case. Because I feel like Robert Hammond is much better. So there we go. That works. he had like a bit like a sigh of relief. It's like, oh, thank God, I'm not getting the D tier with all the other dead people. Never mind. Hey, Wesley Stickler. His whole joke about him being a college student that's still that's wearing a graduation gown, even though he's not graduated, and also how he thinks that he is very you know, like very special. He goes to like such a prestigious academy, but in reality he's not at all. Instead he's a panty snatcher. That's a pretty good joke, but he's the reason why people associate Apollo Justice Specifically, Turnabout Corner, with it being the panties case. So he kind of destroyed the reputation of that, despite me really liking that case. So I'll put you low C, and you better like it. Von Corrida, yeah, behind a lot of HUD. Yeah, behind a lot of HUD. That would make sense. Yeah, funny character is just that perhaps he shouldn't have stolen those panties. Especially his excuse, his reasoning for why he's doing it, because he saw the magic panties trick that Tracy did at her show, and he needed to find the answers. It's a good bit, but still doesn't, make it any better. I just think that it was just Shu trying to do a very silly thing, and people took it seriously. That's my thing with the panties case. Okay. That's basically it with Turnabout Corner. Let's go with Romain Latouche. One of few characters that you actually talk to before they die. Probably the only character that you talk to while they're dying, I believe. Is that true? I don't know if that's true, actually. But he's one of few people that do that. But he was still like a block of wood with nothing other than him having a Bulgarian accent, which I take as like having a Bulgarian accent, but that's basically it. Have him down, yeah, right there. Perfect. Lamior, also known as Thulasa Gremory. Her personality itself is pretty okay. Take that compliment, Lamior. Is just her backstory is what is quite interesting instead. That she was a magician and she got shot and then she lost all of her memories and then she fled to Bulgaria and then became a musician, and she's also blind, and that's all I have. That's it. Yeah. So I'll put it in A tier. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Better than Grillsburg, better than Terry Falls, better than Misty Faye. Monosky? No. Yes? No. Yes. We'll keep it there. I might move it later. Yeah, absolutely. I just wish that we have a scene. Maybe it'll give that to us in age 27 in 20 years. Where Apollo and Tuesday have a conversation with Lavio. I think that would be one of the best scenes in the series. But nope. Only when they are ready, Phoenix said. Basically, overthrowing the government? No, not enough. That's not enough for Apollo to realize that he already spoke with his mother. Yeah, but other than that, yeah, a very probably the most sensible character at least in Apollo Justice. And also that aura. I believe they also mentioned this in the game, her mysterious aura and the vibe that she gets. It's also quite interesting. But yeah, that's basically it. That's basically it with Lamua. Bring it back in H37, please. Makitabaye, with him doing the smuggling, I think that's like the best part of this character. Did I have acid on my fingertips? Oh my god. Really destroyed my eye. Oh god. Okay. Maki is pretty. He's good. It's just like the amount of lying that he does, especially to his defense attorney. I understand that like smuggling is a death offense in Bulgaria, but still, it's like, you can at least tell your lawyer that. Do you think your lawyer's gonna be like, ooh, better call the Bulgarian embassy, tell them they owe a smuggler, you know? It's just like, he does tell us eventually, but like that initial denial for like the first like 6 hours of the case is just a little bit annoying, in my opinion. The whole switcheroo with Maki being the one able to see and Lamio being blind, that's a pretty good twist. Maki being the one working with the killer was also pretty good. I also like the idea that all of the defendants in Apollo Justice did do something illegal. With like, you know, Phoenix forging evidence, Walkie, you know, being part of a gangster group and also most likely shot somebody. Well, participating in a game war. He did do that. He participated in the game war. And then Maki with the smuggling, and then Vera Mission being a forger. That was a good tangent. But Maki, I don't know what put Maki. Put Maki in B tier. In front of Cody Hackins. Yeah, I feel like that's good. Yeah, because I like Maggie Bird and Recipe for Turnabout. And I suppose they're also in the Lost Turnabout. Yeah. I'm putting them there, and you're going to like it, alright? If you disagree, put it in the comments. Maybe I'll move it because of what you said. Darian Crescent, also, I think is a pretty mid-villain, pretty mid-killer. His like personal connection with Clavier makes it interesting somewhat, but that's all I can think about when it comes to Darian Crescent. So another B tier character. Actually, C tier, B tier, C tier, B tier. Yeah, B tier right there. Oh, it's just yeah. His breakdown looks cool. But that's it. That's it. Whenever we were doing the playthrough, Mac giving him an Australian accent actually does quite work. I really do like it. I think it fits him quite well. But he's just a police officer. The concept of him being a police officer and also being, you know, part of the Gavineers, it's also pretty good. But that's it. That's it when it comes to Darian. Maybe I should move on to C tier. No. Yeah. I'll put him in front of Guy Elden. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, Val and Granbury. This is the other character I was probably going to put in S tier, which I probably am. Yes. He's just like, his entire story is very interesting, and like especially the final scene that he's in, where he confesses that he altered the scene of Magnifi's suicide. I think it's like such an incredible especially, well, firstly, he is boisterous and over the top, which I like. But also he's probably like hiding behind like it's like such a veil of depression and guilt for what he did all those years ago, and is probably the reason why the whole conflict of apologists even began. Yeah, like, he might be the cause, right? Because, like, you would think that Magnifi might be the one, but if he didn't alter the suicide, I don't think that the plot of Apologists would happen. So there might be like another way to think about this, but I'm putting him higher though. I'll put him right there. Yeah. Every time I play the game, I like Valent a lot more. I'll put him there. I think, yeah, he's just absolutely fantastic in every way, both his past self and also his current self. Because he does have like the whole joke about him being, you know, a magician, and he speaks in magician terms, and he also speaks in alliteration, and he's very much a wordsmith. But also having like that bit of humility and compassion within a character, and also like actual feelings, like I said, like the guilt that was just weighing him down all these years, just making him like such like a complex character is why he is in S tier. What do I have him as? The third best? Pretty much. Why do I not have Chusi up here? We'll make Chusi last. Yeah, okay. Absolute child. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about Valent Graham. Yeah, that's it. And I will be speaking no more on the matter. Instead, I will be talking about Verimisham. There is. I think I'll put him in 8. Behind Jake Marshall. Yeah. The whole, her being, a shut-in, and, her, being the actual forger, her being wholesome, her being, dead for a while, and then really dead if you choose the bad ending. Is that, yeah, she's just like a very sweet character who you kind of have to feel bad for because of all the shit that goes down with her. I think that she's definitely unique when it comes to the shyness character, and yeah, that's it. No, how she like basically works together with the plot, and also the only thing that I would say that is like not good is how she doesn't really mourn that her father is dead. He like draws a sad face, but that's basically it. You know, like whenever Mia died, and you know Maya is there, even though Maya is like such like a very positive character, she still was like very, very depressed during Turnabout Sisters, and like had like like the moment where you give Maya the phone, her phone with Mia's voice on it, and she like listens to it, and like that moment is pretty good. Like we don't really have like a moment like that with Vera Mission. With like Gina Berry, it makes sense because she thinks that her father is now one of the stars or whatever. Like they gave reason why Regina Berry doesn't seem all too sad about it. And is anybody else so far that had like a very close relative to them die? I mean, like Misty Faye. I believe Maya was like, I knew already, I think. She was surprised that like Morgan Faye was the killer. But was there any other instance? I don't know. I mean, yeah, with Clavier and Kristoff. And also with Lana, thinking that Emma Skye was the killer. You know. That stuff. That, you know. It's just that I don't think that they went too much with Vera in that regard. Seems a little bit unnatural. Even though, yeah, she is a shut-in, but... also, yeah, how, like, like, the detail, or, like, the aspect of the character where, you know, like, Kristoff gave her the nail polish and told her to treasure it, and she does, you know, that amount of weirdness, or, you know, shyness makes sense within, like, a character of her statue, if that makes sense. It makes her a very unique character in that way. Which characters are supposed to be unique. You're supposed to look into the perspective of a different personality, of something that is different than who you are. And that is Writing 101 with Darren. Drew Misham. The only thing interesting about Drew Misham is how he is like the front runner for Vera and like trying to protect her by claiming that he is the forger. And that's it. But other than that, he's basically nothing. How much he impacted the story, though, I'll put him top of C. I'll do that, yeah. But I literally had nothing else to say about Drew Misham. Well, about how he noticed how Phoenix reacted to him losing his attorney's badge, and like you know, figured that he wanted to talk to him later, which, yeah, I suppose that's pretty interesting for him to do, but I don't think that really goes anywhere other than allowing Phoenix to talk to him. And that's it. It's not like he like volunteered to testify that that Phoenix is not the client, because he saw the client. I believe he did see Kristoff Gavin. Because Vera Misham definitely did. So you could be like, hey Vera, this spiky-haired man, was this the client? And she'd be like, no. Bam. Attorney's badge gone. Apollo justice never happens. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. But a good storyline. Anyway, we're gonna go to Spark Brushel now, which, although a grotesque looking character, of course, I think that's the point, that he's supposed to look very unsettling, while being a genuinely pretty nice dude. He just you know, he really wants to get that story out. But other than that, he does have journalistic integrity. He just likes clickbait a lot. Which I'll put Spark Bushel in B? High B? Yeah, I think so. Because like there were occasions where he doesn't testify about something because he, you know, he's the only one that knows about it, so he's gonna write an article about it. So he doesn't want to get the information out there. Other than that, yeah, like him, how he was investigating Thalassa Grammary, you know, trying like to actually like the aspect of like him like going forward and trying to find out what the truth is. Yeah, it's probably the best part of his character. But other than that, his end quote stuff does get a bit old after a while, but you know, let a man have a catchphrase, okay? That's it with Spark Bushel. Alright, Zach Grammary, being a no good, very bad father, is pretty good in terms of the list. Yeah. I'll put him in front of Grossberg. How his personality is like very approachable. He's quite charismatic. But his whole the thing like I'm still not sure about is like how much he cares about Trucy. So like to me it seems like he left Trucy, right? But it seemed like that Trucy was fine with it. But still, he left Trucy and then came back and like tried to ask around about like Trucy, like as if he cared about her. But I would think he would make like more of a conscious effort to know what Trucy is doing and how she is, if like he does care about her. But like but then we get to like the poker game and like he tried to catch Phoenix cheating, which why would he do that if he did not care about Trucy? Maybe like he wanted to get Trucy back from Phoenix so he would like win Trucy in like a poker game, you know, something like that. That's the only thing I'm like a little bit unsure about. Which at least the character is making you think. Yeah, the whole thing with yeah, also him like he seems like a noble person, but then yeah, once again he tries to cheat Phoenix out of a poker win, but he also then confesses to his crime, the crime that he did not do, in order to help out Valent, you know. But also fucks over Valent by making Trucy the holder of the rights of his magic, you know. He like goes back and forth between being a good person and also a bad person. I suppose he does. I suppose his name is Shady Enigma, so that does match up with who he is. He is a Shady Enigma. Yeah, it's really good. His conversation with Phoenix in the Bullish Bull Club is probably the best part of his character. I do like him in court, and also like him saying, "You cannot declare me guilty," and he just gets out of there. That's a pretty good bit. Nice job, Zacharias. But that's it. I'm just putting it up there because he's like a very interesting character, and I suppose he would be along the same bit of mystery as Marvin Grossberg in terms of why was Grossberg at the boathouse in Turnabout Goodbyes? Why did Zach Gramery try to cheat Phoenix out of that poker game? You know, the biggest questions in the series. Okay. Magnifi Gramery. Yeah. Him masterminding that, like, the whole game of yes, no, yes. Him masterminding the whole game of shoot me in the forehead or whatever, with Zach and Balance, and like he would give the rights, but like I just wish we knew a little bit more about him, because they alluded to him being like an abusive like boss, especially since Zach was married. Was he married? At least dating his daughter. Yeah. That's basically it. The motto. Alright, Juicy. I don't know, fucking, let's put Juicy like, put Juicy. Like up here, right here. Yeah, third best character. Yeah. There we go. Juicy Sweep. Best character in the game. Absolutely. I don't think I have to explain much about why Juicy is up here, other than she's funny. All of the dialogue interactions are great. The way she like pushes Apollo is funny. Her magic bits are funny. She's quite wholesome. The whole bit about her in you know, like the father-daughter relationship with her and Phoenix, it's pretty great. And then we get to she's great in Apollo Justice, but in Dual Destiny she doesn't do anything. Does she do anything in Dual Destinies? She gets kidnapped. Yeah, she gets kidnapped in Dual Destinies, and well, she's held hostage in Dual Destinies, and she seems pretty okay with it. But in Spirit of Justice, we have the magical turnabout, and her like actually breaking down whenever she finally becomes a defendant, and she's in jail talking to Apollo, and she breaks down. Like, that seems like very, very good. Yeah, and like how in reality she's just putting on a performance the whole time, and she's actually a very sad, lonely child. Makes her a very, very good character, and I would say that she is definitely top 5 character in the series. Is she better than Edgeworth? I don't think so. Maybe she is. No, no. Miles Edgeworth is cool. I don't know why the cat does that. Yeah. Basically everything that everybody knows about Juicy is obvious in terms of why she is top 5, at least top 5 character in the series. The collection, the remakes are coming out in like over a month. And so just to clarify that this is recorded and uploaded before those collections came out, so before the official English translation of Investigations 2 came out. So for the sake of consistency, even though we know like basically the main characters' names in the official translation, but for the sake of consistency, I'm just going to go with the fan translation, their names, while discussing my list, my tier list, whatever. Anyway, is that all? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, that's basically everything. Okay, so let's just start with K Faraday. Firstly, let me actually make sure that doing recording stuff. Okay, yeah. So K Faraday. Throughout my first playthrough, I felt like that she wasn't like, she was fine in my first playthrough. I liked her, but she wasn't incredible until I played the game several other times, and I figured out how actually hilarious she is, and that I thought the Great Thief shtick got old, but throughout several other playthroughs, not at all. K Faraday is like a very cheerful, joyful person that like completely conflicts with Edgeworth's personality. Interesting as shit. So in that case, yeah, I'm putting her in S tier, 100%. Gonna judge, look at me, on camera, on a clavier. I don't think in front of clavier. If they bring back K Faraday, then maybe. But actually, no, yeah, I'll keep her there for now. Yeah, K Faraday is just like a joy just to watch, and her whole thing with her father being like the successor to the Yellow, and also her being like the Promise Notebook. Like that's some of my favorite parts of those games, and how wholesome that is. So yeah, obviously the biggest part is whenever she does lose her memories. That's easily like the most jarring thing that these games have ever done. Is like K Faraday just comes in and it's completely like the opposite of a personality. She just seems like a normal person, and she's just having panic attacks. Like it's just like it very much like destroys your heart whenever you watch those scenes, and especially the song that plays with it is very heartbreaking. Which I believe I discussed during my tier list of the cases and how Forgotten Turnabout. I think I put Forgotten Turnabout in A tier, mainly because of Karen, but that's it. So yeah, that's K Faraday. I have nothing else to say about her. She's good. I mean, the best character in these games. Alright, Jock Portsman. Jock Portsman is like a whatever type of guy. Yeah, I do like his like dude type of persona. I do like his dude type of persona, but that's basically it. Worse than Lada. Good job. I literally have nothing else to say. Even though he's like a part of the smuggling ring and a part of the overall plot, he's just a dude, you know. He's just kind of a throwaway ace to the character. So basically, it's like the most middle of the road you can get with Jock Portsman. Buddy Faith, basically the same thing. In terms of like a victim, he's like a fucking yeah, in front of Romain Latus. Yeah, because I mean, he did confront Jock Portsman, got shot. Oopsies. But that's basically it. I don't know, you know, yeah, right there. I mean, actually, right there. Okay, actually, no, right there. Okay, that's it for Buddy Faith. I have nothing to say about him. Voted to Nero. The only thing with Voted to Nero that I like is her like suitcases, like that bit. That's like the only part that I like actually do like. Otherwise, she's just fine. Then in Jock Woodsman, I'll put her right there. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, she's just whatever type of character. There's like some lines that she does, like as her how like professional she wants to appear type of thing. That can be kind of funny, but other than that, it's just that the idea that she buys her own products so that it seems like they are selling products. Alright. Zinc LeBlanc II can be quite annoying. His bits with like that 1 cent that he is correct, that type of thing, and how he is under the ideology that time is money and how obsessed he is over that. And he almost died by falling off the stairs. That's basically all I can. Like, I just like now played the games, so I can have like I can refresh my memory of these characters. And even though I did that, that's basically that all that comes to mind. Everything else is just I am mad about the movie wasn't playing when I wanted it to be playing. You're the killer, Edgeworth. Yeah, that's it. No, it's actually Robert De Niro that's the killer. You know, it's just like a kind of whatever detail. Yeah, honestly, right there. Yeah, let's put him there. He's not that good. Acme Hicks, also known as Byakuya Togami. He literally does nothing. He's just an Interpol agent that got. He's not that good at his job. Right there. Kami Meal. Okay, we actually get to a good character in Investigations 1. What are you looking at? Actually, a good character in Investigations 1. She's actually funny. Like whenever she turns into her diva mode, you know, she like switches over. That could be that's pretty cool. The only thing that like I don't think it's like all too good is her motivations. But other than it's not interesting enough. Like her motivations make sense, but it's not like something crazy. It's just like, oh shit, there's a cop. It's kind of like what Richard Wellington's motivation was. Oh shit, there's a cop, you know, type of thing. I'll put it there. No. Yeah, but I'll do. Yeah. It's just all she's up there based on her personality and her interactions with like Edgeworth. So yeah, I'll just put it there. Alright, Shilong Lane. Now we get to another main character. Shilong Lane, even after playing these games again, I do like him a lot more, and like understand how he was like just like trying to protect the name of his family and how important that is. And like what I don't think that they really do go into too much is why he hates prosecutors, which I know why, is because it plays the best, but they don't like flesh that out too much. That's the only thing with Shilong Lane that I'm a little bit iffy on. But I don't think I'll put him in S tier. I'll put him in high A. Maybe highest A. The highest A. Congratulations, Shilong Lane. You are the highest A. Yes, you are. Yeah, because that like small detail, and like they could have pushed him a little bit further. Because the interactions with him is that like, yeah, I want to prevent crime as much as possible, so I'm gonna arrest all the suspects, you know. Yeah, and like how like understanding he is. He's like very he's not stubborn at all. He's just like kind of a cool dude that like understands, like he like actually gives Edgeworth a chance, and like you know, that stuff is kind of admirable for him to do. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty much it. I'm gonna keep him there. I don't think I got anything else. Oh, yeah, of course, his, like, loyalty to his subordinates and, like, how much of a, like, I like, you know me. I like people that, like, look tough but are inside a big softie. So, come into play a bit later. You know, I like those type of characters, and Lane does fall in within those boundaries. And oh god, we're gonna get into this. Kidnap turnabout characters. Alright, Ernest Amino, which I will say is the best character in the Kidnap Turnabout. The best new character, rather. Even so, he's still C tier. The only thing that I like is just like his now. Hold up there for a second. I may appear that my son might have killed somebody, but I bought the place, so you can investigate. You know, that type of insanity is what I really like from Ace Attorney games. But that's basically it. That's actually a pretty decent placement for him. Yeah, I'll put him there. Because, yeah, his whole idea as a character is very Ace Attorney-esque. But other than that, he just kind of made the case last longer than it should have been. He's the reason why that whole like last quarter or whatever of the case even happened. Alright, we're going to Lance Amino. Alright, Lance Amino is absolutely an F tier. He's absolutely terrible. He's one of the worst characters in the series, obviously. He is such a horrible culprit. He's like, it's just like, nothing feels good about going against this guy because he's just pathetic, you know? He's just a pathetic person that whenever we do, like, finally catch him in the act, his, like, breakdown is just, he just cries, you know? It's just like, oof. Good. Man, that's great. Also, like, his motivation of, like, stealing money from his dad, like, it's just, like, kind of stupid because it clearly shows that Ernest Amino would have just given him money. So I really do not like it, all of his actions. How much of a he's such a like he was like sacrifices everybody, but also demands pity. It's just like, oh my god, he's just he's like the most annoying piece of trash they've ever conceived. Except for these two things. Yeah. So. I don't know if I said this before, but a lot of the victims would probably go in F tier, not because they're, like, awful, but because they're, like, so insignificant that you might even forget the names. But I'm reserving the F tier for, like, actually terrible characters in Ace Attorney, which, you know, congratulations, Lance Amino, for going in there. Colin Deveray, just like all I can think of is he's a ex-convict. I believe he was either the scapegoat for the smuggling ring, or he was actually like a part of the smuggling ring. I think it was a scapegoat, and then he escaped in order to hang out with his daughter, but he didn't want to tell her that he was her father. Okay, that's one about kind of sucks. Anyway, it's put him like, yeah, right there. Let's put him there. That's it. Basically, that's it. Yeah, that's all I have to say about Colin Deveray. Lowen Pops as well is also pretty bad. I don't think she is as bad as Lance. She is like, the only thing is that her bit with her falling in love with Edgeworth, even though she already has a boyfriend type of thing, you know. But also, we just revealed that she possibly could have killed her own father, and it didn't seem like they really took that seriously. As they should, you know, they should like take that a bit seriously. Like Ezra thinks he killed his own father, you know. A character in Dual Destinies thinks that they killed their own mother, you know. It just like they take those situations a little bit seriously. But I feel like in this one, in this game, in this occasion, I can't even speak. Dawn Pops is like, I am sad. She's clearly sad and upset, but it's more like she's in denial and she's like, nah, that was my father. No, actually, no. And then she finds out that, oh shit, that's actually my father. Oh well, you know, it's like there was like basically no impact at all with that reveal. So D tier. In fact, yeah. Put it next to Lisa Basil. Yeah. 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 Alita, is she better than Alita Tiala? Maybe. Yeah. She's not better than Mo, but maybe better than Alita Tiala. Alright, Burn Faraday. He might be like a bit up there in terms of victims. Maybe he'll be in C tier, yeah. Yeah. Because he's like he was part of the Yatagratsu. And like the idea of the Yatagratsu being the three people and he was the prosecutor. That type of thing. I can't remember like why he I think he was onto you. Yeah. Because, you know, the plot and investigations can get a little bit complicated. I believe that Ben Faraday was onto you, and that's why you killed him. Because Ben Faraday found out that, oh, maybe, like, he had a piece of evidence that, like, proves that that maybe you was a mole that's working with smuggling, something like that. I don't know. Anyway, the main thing is the Promise Notebook. I think it's a pretty cute moment, and so he stays there. Yeah. Bam. I'm confident in my decisions. Died man. Oh, wait, top best, actually. Alright, Macwell. Macwell is... He's a guy that killed somebody. I believe he was also a scapegoat. Or something, but other than that, it's like whatever. Congrats, you died. Should have looked for the security camera, man. Yeah. Anyway, I'll actually go to like Dead Man, because of his name. He is a little bit higher. Right there. Congratulations, because of your name. Alright. Alright, Callisto, you. Also known as Sheena, is a pretty interesting villain that she's like an actual like sociopath. And drink water. What? Anyway, I'm drinking water. No, I'm not. I'm making Callisto U. So Callisto U is just the idea of how insane she is what's appealing to me. The twist that she's Sheena is pretty good, I think. It's not like the best twist that they've ever, or like the most surprising twist that they've ever done, but it's still a pretty good twist nonetheless. So yeah, good job, Callisto U. The breakdown's pretty insane. Yeah, she just wants to watch the world burn, you know, in burn Faraday, by killing burn Faraday. I don't think she's an S tier, obviously, but I think that she's an A tier, yeah. Yeah, I would say that's a pretty good spot for her. But I'm here. Yeah. It's just that she's a very, like, entertaining character to watch. It's basically it. I have nothing else. I have nothing else for her. She's just a sinister person. And, once again, she's entertaining to watch. Alright, if you want me to say more, then shut up. I got nothing to say to you. Alright. Tyrell Bad. That's right. Easy ass dude, dude. Freaking, he's like easily one of the coolest characters in the series, dude. Better than the Judge, yeah. I'll put him there. Actually, such a Chad dude. He's just like very intimidating. Like those scenes that he has in Turn About Remembrance. Remembrance. No. Turn About fuck. What is it? What is it? Turn About, not Renaissance. Reminiscence. Whenever he's like talking to like child K and like he's like being the pretty cool dude. He's like, oh yeah, K. He was like money for like stuff, whatever. You know, like just like him being like a parent in front of with K, being like a chill uncle dude. Pretty cute scenes. Him in the Inherited Turnabout is also pretty good. How he's just like completely abandoned by Von Karma, and so he just takes. He's like, hey, Von Karma, you're not even my boss. You're not bossing me around. You're not letting me do anything, so I'm just gonna do whatever I want. His theme song's pretty lit. And him being also a member of the other crowd too, and how like noble he is, how much of it like an actual good person he is. It's just like every time he shows up, like everybody, I'm like, everybody shut up. Tyrell Bad is on the screen right now, so we're gonna listen to what he has to say. So I don't think anybody can disagree that Tyrell Bad is an easy S tier. Manny Kochin, looking like a fucking zombie right here. Kind of saddening that we don't get to like actually talk to him and like get to know him a little bit better, because he just seems like a corrupt politician kind of guy that just, you know, killed somebody. Yeah, I mean, why did like the smuggler like like order Manny Kochin to go and kill CCU? Like, why did they ask him out of anybody else? Was he like an actual like professional assassin, or was he just like his office lunch break? So they just asked him. That part I don't get. But just like how much of a shady person he is, and like he was doing corrupt dealings, like put him there. No, put him there. How he was like causing, like he was ordering the second Yadagaratu the second Master Mask to go and steal the primitive statue that he knows is real, and so that they have a claim to become the leader of Codopia whenever they reunite, whatever. Political stuff, you know, that type of thing. He was like dealing in very shady stuff, whatever. So that's why I'm just gonna put him in detail. I just wish we get to talk to him more before he died. Alright, Calais Polano is a pretty chill dude. He gives us like free tickets to go to the ball, and he's like very interested in like the tourism type of thing, and like even doing the in-game, like the credit scene, he's like, oh, so like doing a bunch of shows based on the events of Turnabout Blaze. But he's pretty much a middle of the road type of guy. But still put him in B tier because he's kind of a cool dude. He's cool. Oh, I don't know if he's better than Chamomile. I'll put him there, you know, because he's a pretty cool dude, you know? He's a pretty cool dude. So, I'll put him there. You know? And there's instances where, like, Kokusawa was like, oh, I'm getting out of here, you know? And Class Planner's like, oh, you know, what about friendship as countries, you know? I do a bit of diplomacy type of thing. That's it. That's all. You know, I don't have a lot to say about Investigation 1's characters, but other than Class Planner is good. Goodish. Above average. You know. Take it or leave it. Kokusawa, obviously infamous for not shutting the fuck up, and also extraterritorial rights, you know, but I still think that he's like not high, but B tier, because of how like he's using every possible measure to get out of the situation, which, I mean, it does make sense, I believe, from what I can recall. That, like, oh, well, you can't arrest me. Oh, you can't prove that I didn't watch all the show. I went to the bathroom. Oh, you know, there was a... I just peeked into the dressing room to see if Susan's in there, and I'd be like, oh, hey, Susan. Oh, no, there's no Susan in here. Instead, there was the name of the move that I missed on the board, and so I'm like, oh, that must be the move that they're gonna do, whatever, you know? You know, it's just like every possible avenue. Probably shouldn't have taken 2 hours to kill him, but he is very much the final boss of all final bosses, of all legendary final bosses. I still think he still had, maybe he has 6 testimonies. I still thought he had 4, but maybe he does have 6, which is the most that anybody has. Usually people will have 4, and usually in investigation games people will just have 2. Because I believe that even Simon Keys had 4, and that was like spread across like an hour. But Simon Keys was like enjoyable to go through. Well, Kokusawa, because Simon Keys was the Joker. Well, Kokusawa is just a stubborn old man. Anyway, I'm putting there. Yeah, I'll put him there. Tournament of Blaze is just it just goes on for too long. I don't think it's like the things that were wrong with it or because of Kokusawa. It was just, you know, Kokusawa is just using all the power that he has. Even when he gets all of his power revoked by Lane, he's still like kind of a smart guy. But that's it. Yeah, alright. Oh, alright, we gotta talk about second Yadagratu. Fuck, this is second Master Mask. I believe his name is Kashin Now. Like Cashin Now. Like something like that. He's dead, whatever. Whatever, but right there. That's all. We have nothing on this guy. We know nothing about this guy. Yeah, we know nothing about this guy. Alright. So, now we're going to Investigations 2, which I think is a significantly better game. It's not a surprise that Investigations 1 is the worst Age Turning game. Because I played the LAYTON crossover, and I don't think it's a worse Ace Attorney game. It's a good LAYTON game, but it's a not that good Ace Attorney game. But still, I think Investigations, in terms of the main series, the canon series, is probably the worst one. But it's still good. It's the worst one. But Investigations 2, very good, but very good characters. Some of them not so much. But let's start with Justine Courtney. Alright, Justine Courtney, which, I mean, yeah, she could get a bit annoying in the first 2 cases that she's in, of how much she is opposing Edgeworth, and, you know, But I still think that whatever she says, yeah, Edgeworth could be doing stuff illegally. Or yes, Edgeworth could be doesn't have actual rights to investigate a crime scene. Like, all she's saying is correct, even though, you know, all she's doing is just to get to Blaze the Best. Yeah. But even, like, the stuff that people say that she's annoying for, I think that she still has the right to say those things because they make sense, you know? If what they're saying doesn't make sense, then yeah, I'm on board. They say, like, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of here. But, and obviously Justine Courtney comes through in The Forgotten Turnabout when she does accuse Blaze the Best, and the scene where with her and Edgeworth in the detention center. Those are pretty good. But I think even more is whenever John Marsh comes into play and how much of a protective mother she is. Just really shows, you know, the kind of person that she is and how she switches. Not really switches, but like how, in fact, the opposite. If she doesn't switch at all between her intimidating judge persona and her mother persona are basically the same thing, which I think it's quite funny. Yeah, I think underrated. I'm putting her S tier. Better than bad. Better than Vancouver. In fact, I'm gonna put K up. Yeah, actually yes. Better than Dahlia. Better than Kristoff? I don't know. Maybe. I'll figure that out. Maybe fucking K Faraday will take over everybody. Alright. I have nothing else to say about Justine Courtney. She's very cool. Alright, Sebastian's the best. Also can be seen as annoying, but I didn't really find him annoying. I just found him, you know, just a bit of a goofball, a bit of a doobus, a bit of a dummy, and that's like kind of the point. I found him actually very hilarious, even throughout my first playthrough, before I knew what was actually going on with Sebastian. But if the Forgotten Turnabout and the Grand Turnabout didn't exist, then probably he would be like an A tier. But with those two in mind, he is actually a fantastic character. Better than Courtney, yeah. Better than Clavier? Yes. Better than Marion God. Better than Damon Gant? No. Damon Gant has electro. Yeah, Damon Gant has like an overpowering persona, and Sebastian, maybe if Sebastian shows up in Ace Attorney 7, then maybe he would be like higher. But just like having somebody like basically all these characters are like, I want to appeal to my dad because I want to make them proud by doing what they do. Doesn't always work out, especially for Sebastian. Just like, yeah, it's very clear that that Blaze is like an abusive father to him, and like his whole demeanor really does showcase that. Sebastian's demeanor, I mean, which makes him like a very pitiable character, which makes it all the better whenever he does come into court and takes down Blaze the Best with his own logic. I think he's just like, it's just like, and like the logic chess against him is like some of the most depressing thing that they've ever done. It's such a like somebody on like literally on about to go into a mental breakdown. I just yeah, that scene is fantastic. Made me cry several times, especially when Edward, like the first thing that you could possibly say is your entire life has been a failure, which I really hope they keep those options in the remake. Just like Edgeworth, like you could say, like the nice thing, not like the absolute worst possible thing to people. Anyway, yeah. Sebastian the best. He is the best. He's not really the best character because Faraday is the best character so far. But you know. All right, Gregory Edgeworth. Let's see here. Because like the one case that we get Gregory in, it's fantastic. Gregory's Atticus Finch personality is quite endearing and amazing to watch, especially, we hear about Gregory Edgeworth all the time, and then we finally get to play as him, right? I'm just trying to think of whether I want to put him in S tier or an A tier. I'm gonna put him low S. I'm gonna put him like, yeah, right there. Yeah. It's also very genius of how Gregory knew that Von Karma, like he knew that Von Karma was obviously going to take some evidence, so he like prepared like the story of how he was able to leave a mark on his record, which I think like how they wrote the narrative turnabout was very genius, given what they were given. And in Turnabout Goodbyes is that like Von Karma has been a prosecutor for 40 years and he has never lost, but he only has one mark, like one dent, one violation in his career, and that was given to him by Gregory Edgeworth. So like we start to think, how could Von Karma have like let his guard down one time for like false evidence? If he fakes evidence every case, there's bound to be a lot more instances of him getting caught. But instead, but the actual circumstance was that Von Karma did not know what was happening because he didn't know what the body was. It was actually like kind of like Blaze the Best's fault that Von Karma got that mark on his permanent record. So like I thought like how they wrote that was kind of genius. But back to Gregory, very smart character, very cool dude. You can like see like a bunch of Edgeworth within him, while also being a completely different person, right? It's kind of like once you see like if you see like the sprite of Gregory, you kind of understand who he is. Like Atticus Finch, that's what he is. So yeah. All right, Raymond Shields. Which I will take a drink. Give me a sec. You agree, don't you? She doesn't agree. Raymond Shields can be a little bit controversial because of how touchy he can be. Although I think that all of his, like, most of his dialogue is just him fucking around. He's just like joking all the time, and like that's what the joke is that this guy is not serious at all. And the moments where he is serious, like they turn off the music and he's like, Miles, you need to fucking focus right now, all right? Because we're in a shitty situation right now. Which that part, those parts are pretty good. Once again, it's probably like the inherited turnabout. It's where he shines the most. Both as like an apprentice to Gregory. How much he's like into how much he's into like Jeff Master and Catherine Hall's show. Kind of adorable. But him as an adult, I don't think like anytime that he asks for like a hug, he's like not serious at all. He's like he kind of wants to be the butt of the joke, so that he could take like the seriousness of a scene down, like the tone down. Because even when he does get a hug from like Patricia Rowland, he's like, "Oh fuck, dude, I did not expect that actually." In fact, you know what? It would be kind of symbolic if I put them together. I was thinking, is he better than Valiant? I don't know if he's better than Valiant. But yeah, once again, like, if you are a pretty cool dude, and you're funny, and you have a good theme song, and you're pretty important to the plot, you're gonna be an S tier, alright? That's kind of how it's gonna work, alright? Yeah, nothing else with Raymond. Did you win? Which I believe is a pun on did you win? I believe that's what it is. Did you win? Even though there are two of them, one of them is a body double and one of them is the real one. I'm gonna say that this is the body double. No. Oh shit. Because the real one's actually very cool, especially when Dogen like confronts him for the SS5 incident. There's so many numbers. The SS5 incident, I believe. Whenever Dogen confronts him, he's like still like, I'm fine with dying right now. I just want to see my son, which I think that's pretty badass for him to do. So I'm gonna put him in A tier. If we're combining the body double and also his real self, then yeah. A guy who is, you know, the body double of the president who wants to become the president, so he kills the president and then takes his place. That's pretty ace-attorney, I would say. Actually, I was fine with that placement. Yeah, I'll put him there. Okay, Ethan Brooke. He just knew that. Did he know? I mean, the only thing we know about him is that the president went to him for like a fake assassination. And he's like, "Hey, see the fake assassination plan," and Brooke is like, "No." That's basically it. So he, teacher, goodbye. No, better than, Bruce is better. Okay, Horace Knightley, let's see. I think Horace Knightley's good. That's it. I'll probably put him, that's literally all I have. And then Cookies. Yes. Yes. No. Yeah. I'll put him there. Yeah, I like, there's like not a lot of stuff I could say about him, but there's not anything bad I can say about Horace Knightley. His cool Inspect Weapon CSGO animations are pretty good. That's it. Yeah, that's literally all I can say about him. I have nothing else to say about Horace Knightley. He's just a guy who killed another guy and went to prison, and then he played chess with the wrong person. He thought he was playing chess with Simon Keith, but he wasn't. Oopsies. Yeah, that's basically it. That's literally, I have nothing else to say about him. This is like the most middle of the road guy ever? No. Because I said that about Jock Portsman. This guy's like, Horace Knightley is like the middle of the road in terms of good character, you know? Well, Jock Portsman is like middle of the road character of all time. So, hopefully that puts into perspective all you Horace Knightley fans. Nicole Swift, which I feel like the big question with Nicole Swift is she better or is she worse than Lana Hart? Because Lana Hart completely destroys her credibility as a character whenever Turnabout Blaze shows up, and Turnabout Blaze, the Grand Turnabout shows up, and she's just like all back in on Buzilla and Gordy, which like isn't that what her arc was the first 3 games? Is that she was going to become a more respected journalist? But no, kind of went away from that. The one thing with Nicole Swift is that there was an instance where she has information on the kidnapping of a child, and she did not. She was willing to withhold that information from Edgeworth, which that's pretty terrible, you know. Which I usually wouldn't deduct some points from a character for doing something evil. But Nicole Swift is not being portrayed as evil, you know. She's just a lot of hurt, but worse. If it was just Nicole for the first case, for Turnabout Target, then yeah, maybe she'll be higher than Lada. But because of her subsequent showings, I think it's just like Lada has tainted her, made her worse. Yeah, so I'm gonna put her down here, right there. You know. Yeah, sadly. Give it up. She was good in Turnabout Target, but the rest of it she was kind of terrible. Lada Hart is good in Turnabout Goodbyes, and then she was good for the return case 2-2. I can't think of the name of that. Reunion and Turnabout. She's good in that. But that's it. So yeah, essentially what I'm saying is Nicole Swift is worse than Lada Hart. Alright, good. Goody. Oh shit, we're getting into fucking bad characters. Why are we doing that? Alright, Karen Jensen. Karen Jensen is not that good either. I'll keep it there for a second. The only thing is with her involvement as an accomplice to the killing of Joe Crane. And that's it. That's the only thing, because although I do like the slapstick comedy that her and her grandma has, in fact, I'm gonna bring them together. Bonnie Young and Karen Jensen. They're gonna be in the same place. Yeah, and they were just blackmailed by a Blaze, but that's essentially it. Yeah. So I'm gonna put them. Where am I gonna put them? I'll put them behind. No. Yes. No. No. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, let's put them there. Bonnie Young's better because she's an older woman and she is a sassy young older woman. It was young, but you know. Yeah. Okay. Jay Elbert. I think his dynamic with Rocky the Polar Bear is pretty cute. Everybody loves Rocky. The movie as well. The movie's pretty good. But yeah, I would say he's like a B2 character. I'll say that. I'll say that. Oh yeah, a B2 character. Put him there. Yeah, I call yeah. Yeah, I'll put him there. Yeah. Put him right there. Yeah, you know, yeah. Let's go with that. His escape plan. The video of him being attacked, quote unquote, by Rocky is pretty hilarious. Him being found out by Rocky in like the guard uniform is pretty funny. That's it. pretty good entertaining character. That's all I have for him. Dude trying to break out of jail and just keeps on getting caught up. Good. Alright, Simon Keys. Alright. Let's see here. I think I'll put Simon in S tier. Yeah, because his whole motivation and like the whole, if it was just Simon Keys is not the mastermind, then he'd probably be in like B tier, right? Maybe C tier, right? But like his motivations, the fact that he's Dan Gustavia's son, and like a Horace Knightley kidnapped him, like all that, and then he gets abandoned by his father, put into an orphanage. At the orphanage, he witnesses a presidential assassination, but helps the assassin out because he's the one that saved him from dying to Horace Knightley. And then, you know, just like all the circumstances around Simon Keys is like so insane. And that moment where it all comes together, where we find out that Isaac Dover is the father of Knightley, so that we immediately think, oh shit, his best friend is Simon Keys, that type of thing. And like all that comes crashing in, and you realize who the mastermind is. The very high point in that game. And then we go to Simon Keys and we find out that he's the Joker. He is the clown. And the entire circus. Yeah, it's just yeah. And like, I'm glad that the takeaway as well for like the ending there is that Simon Keys became that because of how corrupted the law was. If Blaze the Best was a chill, nice guy, then Simon Keys wouldn't be like this. So yeah, definitely higher. I'll keep him there for now. So yeah, and also I think that Simon Keys has the best breakdown in the series. It's very well animated, and especially him like going back to his youth and how he was like traumatized that his father just abandoned him, and then he gets punched by a gorilla. All right, Patricia Rowland, which, yeah, her involvement in like the kidnapping, the murder of the president, it's pretty impactful. But other than that, she's like, I'm not keeping it there, by the way. What am I saying? Like her being completely paranoid that Dogen will like kill her or reveal her secret, you know. Like the paranoia, and also being a like a warden of a jail, that could be interesting. But I just think that like her personality and is just like kind of April May-ish, but I'll put her in B, but put her in there. Yeah, that actually makes sense to me. Because all she did in the imprisoned turnabout was, you know, once again, out of paranoia, she killed Knightley because she thought she was manipulated by Simon Keys. And that's it. I have nothing else. I have nothing else to say anymore. For the rest of my life, I won't say anything. She just rolled her eyes at me. It was a pretty bad joke, I know. Sirhan Dogen. I don't think he's as cool as the killer. I still think he's pretty cool. I'm gonna put him like fucking right there. Yeah. The main thing that pops out to me is that, you know, he's a blind assassin that uses a dog to kill people, but then he's also like kind of a retired assassin. Like he's like, you know what? I'm pretty fine with staying in jail. You know, killing people. Kind of cringe now. So, oh well, I'll just stay here. And he's like content with it. And he's like, oh, but hold on, let me go find Simon Keys. So I can find out who Simon Keys is. Type of thing. Yeah, that's essentially it. With Dogen. I have nothing else about Dogen. Cool guy? If you're a cool guy, you get bumped up the list. Congratulations. And Anubis, cool dog. Put it with the dog. Good dog. Alright, Jeffrey Master. Ooh. Nah, I was gonna say, is this a guy in S tier character? No, he's probably gonna be an A tier character. Such a depressing story of how somebody who is completely innocent of a crime is just stuck in jail for 18 years? Yeah, 18 years? Yeah, I think it's been 18 years. And that's like, oh my god, dude. And whenever he like shows up and whenever he's like old and has white hair and has wrinkles all over his face and he's got like those his eyes are just like he hasn't slept in like 72 hours. It's like, oh my god, dude. It's so depressing. And especially that this guy is like a very jovial opera singer. Likes to cook things, and he's like a very nice guy, and it's like, you know what? I'm gonna keep him there. Yeah, it's just the story of a tragedy. That's what that is. Okay, all right. Catherine Hall. Every time I play the game, I like Catherine Hall a lot more. The idea, yeah, you know, is she better than Jeffrey Master? Oh my god, I don't know. But yeah, because she's the reason that Jeffrey Master was suspected, as Dane Gustavia said. But she was trying to protect him. Yeah, because she didn't know what the motivation of the killer was. She just found the body in Jeffrey Master's room. So she thought that, Jeffrey Master had done it, or somebody was suspecting Jeffrey Master. I don't know if she knew that Jeffrey Master did it. I don't think she did that. I don't think she suspected that. Honestly, yeah. 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 Also, she would go see Jeffrey Master every single day that he was in jail. Like the amount of support that she gave to him is because she considered him like a father figure. And then now she's the one in jail, and Jeffrey Master's watching it over her. And I think that's quite poetic. Stop tampering with crime scenes, people. Don't do that. Like, cool. Dane Gustavia, a pretty evil man, but that's basically all he is. He's like he's just an awful person. Which, I mean, we have Von Karma, who is nothing but an evil person. We have Christoph Gavin, who is nothing but an evil person. Right? But it's kind of different for Dane Gustavia, because he just does it because all he cares about is himself. Which, I mean, yeah, that works for these two people. But he's kind of like in their face about it. There's not like a mystery surrounding him like with Christoph. He's just like just a bad dude. Bad dude. Bad dude goes here. Bad dude goes there. Just like because of how much he basically started the entire series. That's what. Well, no, he didn't, because it was Isaac Dover who started the entire series, and he kind of defended himself. I think that's what it was. Yeah, it was self-defense, wasn't it? Because Isaac Dover like attacked him first. But we still don't know if that's true. But they showed a flashback, so it's gotta be true. Yeah, because of how big his impact is and how he started the entire Ace Attorney series, we'll put him in A tier, right there. Okay, Isaac Dover also, once again, probably. Who do I have as the best victim? Seems like I have Von Kurita as the best victim. Is that true? No, I have Glenn Alec as the best victim. Yeah, I think that Isaac Dover is better than that. I think Isaac Dover is probably the best victim because of like just like the immediate twist of, you know, that he was the one that like broke the deal and he was the bad guy. That's it. Alright, Delicia Scones. Every time she's not there, but every time I play it, you know, the first time I played the games, I did not like her at all. I thought she was annoying. I'm like, what are you doing here? You're not even a baker. You're just a pharmacist. You're just spoiling the competition just by being here. But then as I like play it again and again, like it turned from not liking her to thinking she's mid. So I'm putting her right there. Yes, we're putting her there. I literally have nothing else to say about Delicia Scones because like nothing about her character like is like incredible to me. So that's why I probably put her there. It's just that she's just there, you know, and she's just causing havoc because of like who she is. Yeah, she just lets her impulses conduct her and make her go and eat Jeff Masters' set. Yeah, she's pretty average. Okay, Joe Crane wanting to get revenge for the death of Jack Cameron, James Cameron. That's it. She wanted to kill Blaze the Best. Failed. It kind of sucks at killing people. Do better. Right there. Right there. Yes. Okay. Blaze the Best. I don't think I'll put him in S tier because it's kind of odd because, Dane Gustavia is pure evil, while also Blaze the Best is pure evil. It's just that probably, yeah, Blaze the Best is just much more entertaining to watch. That's it. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Yeah, better than Callisto U. There we go. That's probably a good placement for him. His absolute hatred for Sebastian and how much he knows about how the law works and how he can corrupt it. How much of a corrupted person he is, and he showcases how twisted the law is because he's the head of the law. And he was also the guy that gave Thug Karma his strike. It's kind of insane to think that he has lines in Ace Attorney 1. There's a scene where Von Karma is talking to the chief prosecutor at the time, which was him. And he's like, "Oh, Von Karma made a oopsie. It's gonna be on your record. Don't make an oopsie." So yeah, I don't think I have to say much about Blaze the Best because it's kind of obvious why he is high, and it's just because he's Blaze the Best. Alright, Alright, we're gonna go to John Mush. John Mush, I'll also put in A tier. Even though, yeah, he was an inherited turnabout for like, he was just there. he didn't do much. He was just a background character. If he was in much more, then maybe I'll put him higher. A kid who, yeah, I'll put him there. A kid who wants to appear tough, but looks like a child, like an elementary school student, but he's like 2 years older than an elementary school student. All right. He's like a cool kid. He's freaking BA, man. Don't call me a kid. I'm an adult. All right. It was also pretty chill about getting kidnapped. You know, the screenshot of, you know, Kay and Gumshoe leading John out is like, he was pretty chill. He was like calling his mom, like, yeah, I got kidnapped. Whatever, man. And you know, the scenes that he like obviously is like defending his mother is like kind of heartwarming, kind of. It's only a little bit heartwarming, but yeah. That's it. John March. Good job, John. Maybe we show up later. All right, Jack Cameron, another victim. He's there. He dies. He sees a presidential assassination. Shouldn't have done that. Should have looked behind you. See the same guy that got killed. Dummy. Right there. Right there. Good job. Good job, Jack Cameron. You have died. There was a few cases that I missed doing the other tier list, so I might as well do them now quickly. But starting with Shu the cat. This is Matt Onguard's cat that we get to go and feed. A tier. Okay. Next character is Money the monkey, which is Acro's monkey, and then it became Simon Keyes' monkey. So let's go and, I mean, kind of a B tier animal, so I'll put him in B tier. I think he's better with Simon Keyes than he is with Acro. Even though the scene where Phoenix acts like a monkey is pretty good. But that's it. Okay, we got Regent the Tiger, who just attacks everybody. I'll put Regent in C tier. Alright, and then Leon the Lion. I'll put Leon. Leon did bite Regent, but it really wasn't his fault. I think it's a better cat. Better cat. Did I see Regent? Leon bit Bat. Which that started the whole Turnabout Big Top. Yeah, that's it for the animals, and then we got this guy from Recipe for Turnabout, who is just in the background of Lisa Basil's stuff. Fine, right there. You're done. All right, good bit, Shu. All right, now we're getting into actual Dual Destinies characters. All right, let's start with Athena Sykes. New introduction. I was a little bit hesitant, being like, we're getting another lawyer, really? We haven't fully fleshed out Apollo yet, so we're getting another lawyer. And what Capcom does is they kill two birds with one stone, and by giving Apollo and Athena both like main roles within Dual Destinies. Athena's story is perhaps one of the most tragic things in the series. There's probably something much worse than killing your own mother. Because I mean, like, Simon Keyes is very tragic. I mean, Goto's is tragic in some ways, in like a kind of like a romantic film type of tragedy. Dahlia is a tragedy. Yeah, even like Sebastian has like is like a tragedy. But I think I think they went with like PTSD and like that like his her enhanced hearing, allowing her to like not be in with crowds, and you know, her being shy, but she like overcomes that and like just puts on a mask of a happy personality. Is a very good job, Capcom. Let's go put a. I would yes. I'll put it behind K, because they don't use her at all in Spirit of Justice. They just use her for Turnabout Storyteller. And even though her and Simon Blackwell are the best parts of Turnabout Storyteller, it's still like that's it. That's all they use of her, and they don't go any further with her. Well, they go, they focus on Apollo for Spirit of Justice. So if she was in it more, she'd be higher, but for now I'll keep her there. Yes. Was she better than Kay Faraday? I'll put her there. There we go. Now I'm keeping her there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Alright, next up is Simon Blackwell. I'll keep him there for a second. Simon Blackwell is, well, I might as well just say it, my third favorite prosecutor, because for some reason I didn't count Edgeworth. My third favorite prosecutor. I think I'm honestly gonna put him here. Yeah. During my first playthrough, I liked him, but like other playthroughs, I like really liked him because I then knew like why he was saying the stuff he was saying, like and like how he was saying it. Like he was definitely gaslighting everybody, especially like her and him and Athena's dialogue dynamic is like it's much more interesting to think that Simon Blackwell knows Athena and Athena knows Simon Blackwell. And you know, the idea that he took the fall for a crime that he thinks that Athena did for 7 years, even to his grave, is like holy shit, dude. Should calm down a little bit. Yeah, once again, he's the best part of Turnabout Storyteller. Especially like how much he like protects Athena. Once again, you guys know that if you could be a character that looks scary on the outside, but it's just really a teddy bear on the inside, I'm gonna put him in S tier. All right, that's just what's gonna happen, and that is essentially what Simon Blackwell is. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, just the idea that he would take credit for a crime that he did not do for the sake of his mentor's most adored treasure, like what he said like at the end of the game, it just immediately puts him in S tier, no matter what. And he's cool. He's a cool guy. He's a samurai that uses a fake sword and cuts things. I don't know if it's fake. It is probably, you know, dramatic effect. I doubt they'll have him have a sword in court. And also the bits that he does with the judge, where he's like, hey, you know what? I think you always wanted to do the opening statement. Like, those bits are very good. Alright, Bobby Fulbright! Yes, definitely not a serial killer. Bobby Fulbright uh, without him being like one of the biggest twists in the series of him being the Phantom, even without that, I would still put him in like A tier. I think it's a good like gumshoe replacement. Because yeah, he's hilarious. Like his attitude is just like, oh, thank God, Bobby Fulbright. We're gonna talk to Bobby Fulbright. He's just very much an Ace Attorney character. In terms of entertainment. So coupled with the fact that he is the Phantom, and like his transition into him freaking out, and like him freaking out is like him not like confusing his emotions. So like he wanted to seem angry, but he was actually delivering the line very happily. Let's see. Put Bobby Fulbright. Behind Clavio. Yeah, that works. Let's put him behind Clavio. Trust me, we're gonna get a lot more A2 characters, or B2 characters. Yeah, it is Bobby Fulbright's very good, very hilarious. I just wanted to hug him, and like the fact that the Bobby Fulbright we've been talking to wasn't actually Bobby Fulbright, though it's possible that like because he replicates the characters that he portrays so accurately that that's what Bobby Fulbright actually was, but he's dead. So which I replaying the games, I didn't realize that I've forgotten that he survives the gunshot after his breakdown. Which for some reason I'm like going through like a Mandela effect. I thought for sure he died after that gunshot, but I guess not. So maybe they'll bring him back to 27. I don't know. They abandoned so many plot lines like it's Game of Thrones. But do I have anything else with Bobby Fulbright? He's the face of handsomeness and sunshine, alright? That's all you need to know about Bobby Fulbright. Alright, Gasp in Pain. Gasp in Pain, he's just Winston Payne, but he's a bit more devious. I just keep on thinking about him like him running away from the bomb, and then in the foreign turnabout, I believe foreign turnabout, yeah, case 1, 6-1, he like becomes like the best prosecutor in the country, and he's like worshipped as a king, you know, which I think that makes him better than Winston in that regard. I don't want to put him in B tier. No, I would put him in B tier. I'll put him in low B tier. Congratulations, Gaspar. So, anybody that looks at this list without context would just see Winston Payne get sunglasses, and it makes him a lot cooler. Yeah, like literally, I have nothing else to say about Gaspar Payne. Juniper Woods. I'm a little bit of a I'm kind of on the ropes about Juniper Woods, because I think she is just a very average character. She obviously like cares about things, but there's not really that Ace Attorney quirk about her, which the quirk you guess would be that she coughs and then she inhales pollen or whatever to relieve her cough. But that's it. She's like the most normal character in all the Ace Attorney games, which I really like goes against her. I'll still put her in B tier. I'll put her like right there. Yeah. Basically, yeah, the most normal character The thing with Apollo was pretty cute, but and then her we're doing Tournament Academy was good. I mean, it's good, but it's normal. It's not insane, crazy stuff. It's like we usually do. You guys get my meaning, right? Yeah, you do. Alright, Ted Tonate. He has a cool breakdown about him, like, like saying this is a real bomb. But I have nothing to say about Ted Tonate. He's kind of like a mad character. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think so. I'll put him there. Yeah. He's just like a whatever type of guy. I can't think of anything like bad, so that's why I put him there. Nah, I'll keep him there. He's like, I think the good like a bit outweighs the bad. Well, Ted Tonate's kind of like whatever. Okay, Candace Arm. Victim that actually does stuff. Like, she's kind of like an actual detective. So I put her there. Yeah. Better than Boops. Congratulations, Candace. You just die, and you confront Ted Tonate, which I guess is immobile. That's it. Well, is she a yeah, she's a detective and also a bomb defusal expert. Bomb specialist. I'm not moving her because of that, but yeah, I'll keep it there. Oh, Jinxie Tenma. I think Jinxie Tenma, without a doubt, might be the worst main side character in the game. Yeah, because the monsters turnabout just it's kind of like very much tarnished because of Jinxie Tenma. Aging water. I'm not putting an F tier. It's not that bad. But I think that she like really does go overboard with her fear of yokai type of thing. And it's just like, for God's sakes, Jinxie. Show some courage. And she doesn't do that. So I'm gonna put her top of D. Because yeah, she is better than Angel Star. Angel Star is much more annoying. But yeah, no, I'll put it up here. Better than Richard Wellington, Tina Gray, Ben Faraday. No, not better than Moncrieta. Okay, yeah, I'll keep it there. Yeah, that's it. I wish Shooty was also in that case more, but she's like, hey, here's an annoying character that hinders your investigation, and then and just boofs out. So thanks, Shooty. Yeah, Damien Tenma is actually good with how much he wants to protect his daughter, and like also the fact that he is the Amazing Nine Tails, and he just like pretends to be Tenma Taro in front of court just to protect his daughter. Like that stuff is pretty cool. I'll put him like there. And that's it. Which, you know, he does have the qualities, scary looking guys with a teddy bear inside. Yes, I said that I would give anybody who's that S tier. But Damien doesn't show up a lot because he's the client. So should have had more screen time, and then he would have been S tier. Right, next QB, he's just the alderman. That's it. Yeah, he's got to be low because he's just the alderman, and that's all he is. There we go, alderman. Yeah, because you know, there would have been a thing where he's like actually the Amazing Nine Tails, but he's not that. He's just a dude who runs a town, and that's it. He's government man. So, okay, Phineas Filch, him having an agent together that just steals stuff is a pretty good concept, but the fact that there's not a lot of consequences for him doing such a thing, kind of odd, but I suppose it is the dark ages of the law. So, but I'll put Filch in B tier. I'll put him fine. Trisha Roland. He's just a little Danny DeVito type of guy that he was like in a long lineage of thieves. His grandfather was a good thief who stole the Tenotara treasure, but that's basically it. Nothing too much about Phineas Filch. Okay. Yeah, I literally have nothing to say about him. He's like a very much... He's just a guy that does a bunch of movement on the screen, and then I watch. And I have come to the conclusion that he's a B tier character. Alright, that's just how it works. I look at him and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to me. Alright, Florent LaBelle. Several playthroughs has made me realize that this guy is incredible. That, like, oh my god, this guy's hilarious. This is an excellent character. He is just red, white, scaled up to 100. In terms of his arrogance and self-centeredness. Maybe it's the same guy. It could be the same guy. He does have the butt chin, but he could have had makeup over it, but it might be the same guy. My god. I had him in front of Dogen, didn't I? Oh shit. I'll put him in front of Zach Graham. That's fine. Yeah, the only issue is just plot-related issues, where they just reveal him to be the killer immediately, and then when they're like, oh my god, it's actually Jinxie, that's the killer, and they're like, holy shit, and I'm like, no, I watched the intro cutscene, I know it's Florent LaBelle, but, other than that, Florent LaBelle's, like, the way he talks, his theme song is a banger, he's just like the perfect guy to hate and also love because you hate him. He turns into Joker once. Yeah. I just wish he was in the case more. Because he just shows up in the background and stuff. Like, is that one of the main people that you question doing investigations? I think it's like the last person you question doing day one. Anyway, also his plan was, kind of a whatever type of thing. Like, it was complex in a sense, yes, but it wasn't like a look at me plan. Right? where he thought like 17 steps ahead. He just thought, you know, Florian LaBelle didn't take the risky. He took like the least risky way to get the treasure. While Luke at me like blackmailed the blackmailer. No, he was the blackmailer. He got blackmailed. That's what I meant. So plan should have been much more complex. Okay, Aristotle means, he's the guy that says the end justifies the means, probably 50 times throughout the case, which is very interesting to think of a guy who does. Did I B tier? Yeah, B tier. Because he does go a little bit too far into end justifies the means. It's like, Jesus Christ, how does this guy, it's Dark Age of the Law, I know, but how does this guy a professor? I do like the theory that, you know, since Clavier's mentor was Constance Court, then Christoph Gavins was Aristotle Means, which that makes sense to me. His transformation to be a cracked out mohawk wearing psychotic man was pretty cool. That's like a good bet, but yeah, it's just his whole thing is the ends justify the means, and he just like hammers that down into everybody he sees. I'll put him a little bit higher. Yeah, let's put him there. It's just I wish that he had something else going for him. Other than, yeah, like, also taking in bribes to change grades. He does that as well. And, yeah, that's... And then Constance... and then Constance Court comes in to confront him about it, and that's why he killed her. Which is kind of like a lame motivation. For somebody who has the end justifies the means as his catchphrase. Okay, so Constance Court. Yeah, she's just kind of chill. I'll actually put her a little bit higher. I'll put her in C tier. But not that high. But I'll put her there. No, put her in front of Joe Dog. I'll put her in front of... No, that's Doug Swallow. Yeah, I'll keep it there. Okay, Hugh O'Connor. Hugh O'Connor is kind of like like very much that guy in an anime. You know, the Byakuya of Ace Attorney. Which, you know, his character is quite cliched. I present myself as a very intelligent and self-interested person, but in actuality, I'm the opposite person. I think that between Juniper, Robin Newman, and Hugh O'Connor, I think Hugh O'Connor is probably the worst out of the three. I don't know. I don't think I'll put him in. I'll put him in B tier. I'll put him in right there. Yeah. It's just that once again, I just wish that there was a little bit more, and that Dual Destinies wasn't rushed. That's it. Which I'm not saying that Dual Destinies is bad. I think that Dual Destinies is incredible. I just wish that more things got fleshed out. Alright, Robin Newman. Yeah, they have a very good storyline. Kind of like a Naoto Shirogane situation, where she has to present herself as masculine for the job that she has, but because of because of stuff like that, and so she hides her femininity. That's a word, right? From everybody, so that she can appeal more masculine, more tough or whatever, instead of like going with her true feelings. But Robin Newman is a much more simplified case than with Naoto Shirogane. Robin Newman just likes a dress, and everybody's like, well, "That's weird. You're a man. You're the face of masculinity. How can you like a dress?" And then they're like, "Oh, you're a girl. Ooh, yeah." But the thing I really like about her is like whenever she does transition, and then she's now like she flip-flops between like being masculine, being like, oh, like the most masculine person you've seen, to being the most effeminate person you've ever seen. I really like that. I'll put it A tier. Especially with 2013 and showing like people having conflict with their gender. Better than Florian LaBelle, yes, better than Florian LaBelle. Let's put it right there. Yeah, very good character. It sucks playing her because she screams a lot, and I'm like, well, god, it kills my voice if I play her. It's my only criticism. Go easy on the actors. Alright, next up is Miriam Scuttlebutt, which I am afraid to say is basically the same as Lotta and Nicole, but I think she's worse. I think she's like I think she's more annoying. Like, I like the idea that she like secretly wants to be in like the friendship circle with Hugh, Juniper, and Robin, but it's too shy too. That part I like. Another part I like is how she's just in the cardboard box the entire time. But that's it. I think that her testimony is not good. She's not good. Her presence is not good. And that's all I have to say. Leave me in the comments. Scuttlebutt fans? Scuttlebutters? Leave your comments down below and defend Miriam Scuttlebutt, and maybe I'll put her higher, but for now I'll put her there because I do think she is worse than Lotta and Nicole. Alright, Solomon Starbuck. He's basically I don't know where to put him. I think I'll put him in B tier. I think I'll put him in B tier. Behind Juniper. No, in front of Juniper. Not in front of Opals. Yes. I'll put him there. He does... I really like... I haven't even played the game. I gotta admit, I haven't even played Dual Destinies. I don't know who any of these people are. Okay, Solomon Starbuck. I really, I like that, like, you know, he is very, like, he gains a phobia of going into space because he went through Apollo 13, not Apollo 11, Apollo 13, and, he's a little bit spooked going into space, but then he toughens up his courage because he remembers the memory of Clay Terran and whatever. because especially like the in credit scene of Dual Destinies is like incredible. I really like that scene. Yeah, just somebody who's like the face of like such like an incredible miracle is actually somebody who has no self-confidence, who's depressed all the time, and Apollo just gives him a bunch of courage to go back into space again or whatever. Yeah. I think it's, yeah, that's quite good. But however, I don't know. I guess he was on his anxiety medication. Was he? I think he was by the end of it. They go back and forth being like, ah, no, I didn't take any medication. But actually, I did. But I was wondering, like, why he didn't tell anybody that, like, he went into the museum during that day and not the actual rocket launch site. Which, I mean, that would have destroyed the mystery, but I'm thinking of logic here in an Ace Tuning game. I shouldn't do that. That's Edgeworth's job. Okay. That's all I have to say about Solomon Storbeck. Clay Terran. Quite important in terms of the lore. Yeah, he was just a kind guy to Edgeworth. He never even met Edgeworth. To Apollo. I'll put him there, you know, just like the memory of this dude. It's pretty cool. And a scene where I believe he was crying because his mom died, and then Apollo cheered him up by yelling, "I'm fine." That was a sweet scene. That's it. That's it. Good job. Yeah, Clay, your mom's dead. What a shame. Okay. Yuri Cosmos. Now this is a nice returning character. This is it. This is what I look for in a nice returning character. I put him there because how could you dislike Yuri Cosmos, the greatest man of all time? Like, you told me to describe it like any like just your typical Ace Attorney character in a good way. I would tell you Yuri Cosmos because of how he's hilarious. His animations are very sporadic and good. He's an old man. He's an old man, which usually that means that they're crazy. He's on a Segway. And also he got shot. He did get shot. Right? Yeah, he got shot. He got shot by the Phantom. And he survived because he is Yuri Cosmos, the greatest man of all the cosmos. There's also like a bit of like actual leadership behind him where he's trying to prevent his men from getting into the rocket that has the bombs on it, and like you know, trying to actually be a good captain. But I believe he was demoted for the end credit scenes. Oopsies. But guys, it's Yuri Cosmos. How can you not put the greatest space captain of all time anywhere below A tier? Okay. I was like, Lance Alamo. No. Oya Blackwell. I think I'll put Oya also in A tier. She does do a bit of a hostage situation. Bit of a hostage takeover, whatever. I'll put her I'll put her there. No, I'll put her higher. Yeah, next to Catherine Hall, because they do basically the same thing. They commit crimes in order to save somebody. I think that Catherine Hall is a little bit better. Well, Aura is a little bit more extreme. And she also threatens to kill Trucy like 7 times. Yeah, you know, putting them next to each other, it made me realize that Aura Blackwell is just basically Catherine Hall. But Aura Blackwell just takes hostages instead of moving a dead body. Yeah. That, yeah. Her scene with Blackwell at the end before she is taken away to prison was pretty good. Yeah, that's it. She's more insane Catherine Hall. That's all. That's very, yeah. All right, Ponko, who actually witnessed the murder of Meta Sykes. I'll put a bottom B. And I'll also put Klonko next to her. I think Klonko might be better, because Klonko's the one that gets abused by Aura. And then, nah, I think that Ponko is better. Because Ponko did, yeah, witnessed the murder, and then she was the one that gave all the testimony and whatever. They're just very much merchandise robots that, yeah, the robots. The robots, that's what they are. I have nothing to say about them. Or do I? No, yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all. Okay, Meta Sykes, Athena's mother, who did a bunch of experimenting on Athena, but not really, but it was more like for her protection, you know, but gave her those headphones to make her better. You know what, I'll put a burn photo. Yeah, that works. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I guess, like, the twist is that she's actually a good parent, and, like, obviously, because otherwise, you know, Simon Blackwell wouldn't go so far to protect Athena if it wasn't for her. Alright, Sasha Buckler. She's essentially Ibuki Miyota. That's basically who she is. So that's why I put her in B tier. A bit higher. A bit higher. A bit higher. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Sasha Buckler is. Yeah, so essentially all of Turn of Acclaimed is just a bunch of wholesome characters hanging around, and then, uh-oh, somebody died. Which I might as well thank Orla, and Orla's like a B tier as well. Yeah, because it's just like nice killer whale that isn't sad that it's in captivity. And Sasha Buckler is just like Oh yeah, they also, I keep on forgetting every time I go through the case that she has like a heart disease, and that's why she had an argument with Jack Shipley, and that's why she is considered a suspect at the end of the first trial. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, and also like she also had the same exact heart disease as Azura Summers. Like, you got Jack, you got to do a little bit of more background checks, like on people's medical history. You know, it's like you can't have another person die of a heart attack. Like the next person you hire, it's like has the same exact disease. Like you kind of like, dude, you gotta check this stuff. But that's basically it with Sasha Maglu or Shipley. Hyperactive, just a bit of a, you know, a mood booster. Yeah, those are the words I'm gonna use. Type of character. Alright, Jack Shipley. He is just a guy who owns an aquarium and takes care of the animals. He sent the Aura, the other killer whale, to a different place rather than executing her, euthanizing her. Euthanizing is a nicer word than execution. So put in T tier, yeah. Yeah, essentially the same mindset as Russell Berry. Alright, Norma the Plume, alright. Norma the Plume, I think it's the worst part of Turnabout Reclaimed. Even though, yeah, she does do good at the end, because I do, throughout this last playthrough, I did like her more, but I still think she is annoying and kind of sucks. D tier? I'll put her there, yeah. It's just that, she's just not fun to talk to. She's kind of like a Bond villain. Yeah, I think that's what they were going for, that's what she is a Bond villain. She flashes her tits at us. So yeah, I think that's what they were going for, is a Bond villain. Or like a Bond, damsel in distress. But it's just like, in a case full of these very wholesome, happy people, except for like Herman Crab, but like he's on a different level. It's like the grumpy of the group. But Norma the Plume is kind of an asshole. Because she has like that tinge of Floor in the Bell of how like self interested she is. But it's just with Floor in the Bell, they turn it up to like 100%, while with Norma the Plume, it's just like she just has that. Norman Marlon Rhymes is a very sympathetic character in terms of his motivation for killing Jack Shipley, which wasn't any motivation. It was just like an oopsies, but he was trying to kill the killer whale. So I'm gonna put him. That actually seemed good to me. I'll put him there. It's just that they really try to make him seem like a very evil person by his transformation and whatever, but in reality he's just like a pretty nice dude, who's just trying to get revenge for dead girlfriend. Okay. rifle is a penguin, which I do like penguins, so I'm putting there. Hermit crab, I should do like he be willing to go through legal means just to take care of the animals. I'll put him right there, actually. Yeah, I'll put him right there. He's just he's a cranky dude, but he's very much into his job, and that's quite admirable. Alright, and then as Summers was the other killer whale keeper, but she is dead. Put her right. Dead man, dead woman. She's dead. That's it. We're gonna be doing Spirit of Justice characters now. So I think that Spirit of Justice is like, it's like a fine game, but there's a lot of, there's a few characters that I'm like, you know, that some people might think that are great. Who knows? Maybe while I'm going through this, I'll like have a revelation and think that they are much better than I initially thought. Let's go ahead and thank Rafa Padma Kurine. I think Rafa is actually very good. Having basically showcasing like a child with a lot of responsibilities and all that pressure getting to her, and her like overcoming that pressure, specifically like for like Turnabout Revolution. I think it's very good. Yes. Yes. No. Yeah. I'll put it there. Clavio is like he gets over his like over the fact that his brother is a psychopath, while Rafa gets over the fact that her father was a psychopath. Even though there were moments where Inga like does seem like a quote unquote good person, because he gave Maya like a bunch of food and like took care of her and you know, stuff like that. But he still killed Dirk. So anyway, talking about Rafa. Her investigation bits are like very fun. She's like a very like bratty, but in the sort of like you can't really take her seriously, because you know of like her upbringing, and like she's like trying to seem like she's intimidating or whatever. Yeah, I don't have any problem with her. Do I? No, I don't think so. Why is she not above anybody? Because I don't like her as much as everybody else, all those other people. I think, yeah, she's a very well-developed character. And I guess we can go to somebody that is not as well-developed, which is Nayuta Sanmari. You're probably thinking of where I'm gonna put Nayuta. Nayuta is, not counting Winston Payne, is probably the worst prosecutor. I would say so, yeah. The worst main prosecutor. So essentially, Nayuta is like just annoying. He's just very much annoying throughout the entire game. But even though, like, I'll compare him with Simon Blackwell. Okay, so Simon Blackwell wants to protect Athena from being declared guilty, right? That's what Simon Blackwell's past is and why he acts the way he does. You know, in terms of like secrecy and, you know, how, you know, but Nayuta is protecting Aretha from being revealed as Dirk's daughter, and so would be like a traitor to the realm, and then won't become the queen of Khura'in. That's what Nayuta's doing, which is a pretty good reason why he would do what he's doing. However, he's just not entertaining at all throughout those 3 cases. He is just absolutely the worst in turnabout storytelling. He's just blurting out the same lines like he's a fucking doll, right? And like there were moments in like for Simon Blackwell where there were moments where you could kind of tell that there's something between Athena and Blackwell, but you could do that with Apollo and Nayuta, but it's only Apollo's like, my God, I know this guy. Nayuta, like, I think he does that once. There was like a point, I believe he says to Phoenix that I respect you as a lawyer or something like that for during the end of the Reddit turnabout. But that's it. There's like probably 3 lines that show that maybe he's a good person. But his whole spiel of let it go and move on, or I'm gonna send you to a form of hell and you are a putrid lawyer. You know, those are the 3 tricks that this monkey has. That he just kind of sucks. I do like his reveal, and like him doing Turnabout Revolution is probably him at his best, but he still holds up that shtick until the last like hour of the game. And then once he reveals that, when he does go into you know, his defying dragon phase, he's still kind of meh. You know, it's a very big relief whenever he takes off his thing on his hand and reveals the tattoo, but he still like is just like a typical lawyer. He's like on the level of like Clavier in terms of, okay, now let's find the truth, that type of thing, better than being like Edgeworth's level of like dedicated to like taking out anything or whatever. There's nothing about Nayuta. Oh yeah, what would make him good is, I think that just make him the prosecutor in Japanifonia. If Nayuta was the prosecutor there, then you can have a lot more jokes about him like going to McDonald's, right? Or like him starting up like casual greetings between people. You know, like those bits were good. I thought those were funny. Just like do more of, like have more of those bits, and then for like in Khura'in, maybe have Inga be the prosecutor, or maybe Grand be the prosecutor. That's fine, you know, because it doesn't make sense that Nayuta would be in Khura'in during Rider Turnabout, and then as soon as Rider Turnabout is over, everybody starts fucking panicking, and there's going to be a revolution soon, and he just goes back to America, and he's like, hey, I heard there was this case about a fucking about a ramen shop. I'm gonna do that one. That makes no sense at all for him to be the prosecutor for that case. This cat distracting me. So yeah, like the quality that he has for like over studying for stuff, and like he's like way too knowledgeable. Like, yeah, I think his best bit for Turnabout Storyteller is that like he knows like the entire story of like one of the plays that they do, like an entire Rakugo story. Like that's good. I just want to see a lot more of that rather than him just being an asshole to the defense. and just not even like being an asshole, just saying the same exact thing to the defense. So I think I'm gonna put him above Gaspin because it's still, the reveal was good, so that's why I'm gonna put him like up here. No, shit. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I thought I was going into A tier. No. I'll put him there. Yeah, there. I'll put him there. Behind Larry, you know? That's how you feel. I think that Larry in Talking About Storyteller is like, maybe not his worst, but like his introduction is very good. But then he has a line at the very end where he's like, I don't care if Ellen and Soren get together and find their happiness. I just want Ellen to be with me. You know, he said a line like that. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? That's like, even Phoenix was like, whoa, what? Holy shit, dude. I'll put him top B. Okay. Alright, the Crown Judge, who is kind of similar to the regular judge. It just, I don't think he has that charm that the regular judge has. There's only like one bit that I thought that was very funny, was that like he's like, okay guys, let's hurry this up. I gotta go to a class to play the Damala or whatever, Damala class, and you know, let's hurry up this trial. That's like the only bit that I thought was, not the only bit, you know, but like that's a bit that I remember that's like really good. But I don't think he's bad. I'll put him C tier, yeah. I'll put him there. No, yeah, actually there. Let's put him there. Yeah, I'll put him there. Alright, I'll be your guide. There's not much with I'll be your guide, except for like the first case of like how he completely like changes sides whenever he finds out that Phoenix is a lawyer, and you're like, oh, this kid really hates lawyers. So, but like his, as like a guide or whatever, and like how much he's like very passionate about finding new locations. Like we found the new rebel base, and he was like very like oh my god, we can do more tourism, rather than oh my god, there's a rebel base within like a religious location. No, I like him. I'll put him B. I'll put him JL, but yeah, let's do that. You know, I like Albie. He's a cool kid. But the best part about Albie is Shadow. I keep on calling him Shadu, but I know it's Shadow. Yeah, put him up here. There we go. Best animal so far, but not the best animal in the series. You can probably tell who is the best animal in the series. Alright, peace, love, and understanding. His name is very funny. He's turns into a Damala scene, Damala playing Jesus hippie dude, and then he turns into a heavy metal rocker. That is pretty good Ace Attorney bit. But other than that, he's like whatever. But like Zamino, yeah. I'll put him there. I get a drink. Okay. It's like I don't like have any problems with peace, love, and understanding. I think once we get past, I think Desiree, then we have people I have problems with. Nah, maybe like Frank Solid. Maybe we have people I have problems with. I don't know. I don't even know my own list. Okay, Patrol. I believe the only thing is that he was going to go steal the sacred relic to pay off, to pay for his family who was starving. But then he realized that Peace, Love, and Understanding stole it, so he ran back and it saw LB, and he was like, "Hey, did you steal it?" And then he got snuck up on. Pretty sad story for a victim, so I'll put him like over here. Yeah, I'll put him there. Okay, I'll put Betty and Bonnie next to each other. Betty and Bonnie, the fam. I think they might be the worst part of Turnabout, the magical Turnabout. Is that I'm trying to understand why they would have like a sibling rivalry. You know, like I have two characters that have like that sibling rivalry. It just it's just the whole fact that they're twins type of thing is like, I mean, kind of already did that. So like, guys, come up with something better. So not because of the characters, not because of their character, but because of the plot. I have to throw them down here. I think I'll put... Yeah, I'll put Bonnie in front, because Betty just seems like... Even though she's like trying to appear intimidating, like Rafe is, but she really does idolize Juicy. But Bonnie's just cooler, so I'll put her higher. That's it. Okay. Roger Ratings, also known as Mr. Hayes. For someone that's being shoehorned into being part of Troop Family, I think it's a pretty good story. Also, his breakdowns are very good. I think I'll put him in A tier, actually. Just like a very douchey Hollywood producer. You know, we got like D. Vasquez and Salmonella, but those are like two different. That's like mafia type of producer, and then like sleazy, pervy type of director. But here we have like somebody who is very much like directors today, or like very high class people. Like him doing his bits of being like, "Hey, we need a bit of more oomph with that line there, Apollo," which I'm like, yeah, I understand. That's how the business works. We need those ratings. Hey, loose, baby. Yeah, I think a big problem with a lot of these characters for Spirit of Justice is that they just become like masochistic assholes, like such evil bad guys, you know, the epitome of like an evil person whenever they have their phase transition. So Mr. Reyes, I think Mr. Reyes is good because he like has a reason to, like a very good reason. While we get into the killers, the rest of the killers, they might not have a good reason. Maybe Pierce Negativity does, but that's another problem I have with Spirit of Justice. Okay, Man of Mystery, he just plays Mr. Reyes. He like, that's it. He was a supporter of Mr. Reyes, and so he took. And then Roger Ratings is like, "Oh, by the way, that's me." And he's like, "Oh my god." And then he just took him under his wing and then just made him perform for him. Yeah, put him in front of Candace Arm. Yeah, right there. Like, he's just a guy that dies. Other than that, okay. To us, to me, I really do like the whole thing with the Vita tournament. I just think the Vita tournament takes like way too long. And you could maybe figure it out that it kind of looks like, to us, to me, if doing the divination science is running into that spike. In which case he kills himself. So like the whole twist of the whole case is kind of ruined if you already can kind of notice that. Cat's going insane. But I think his whole will kill myself and then use the divination science to pin the blame on Maya in order to save my pregnant wife, who I believe killed my subordinate. I think it's good. I'll put him in A tier. But yeah, on a Dijun Huang. Yeah, that seems pretty good to me. Okay, Believe in Me. Maybe not as interesting. Like, she is a rebel, and she did kill Perez a lot, but that's it. And she was pregnant, and she's kind of like a badass rebel. But that's it. I'm gonna put her a B tier. I don't have much to say about her. The scene between her and Terest, where she is doing an exorcism, was pretty nice. I'll put it there. Yeah, that's good. That's horrible. He can be kind of annoying at times, but his whole exaggerated emotions, it's kind of like a bit of a charm for him. I'll put him in B tier though. I'll put him in front of behind Kokuzawa, yeah. I just think that he's just like good. That's it. He's kind of like the Kurine Larry in terms of like the shenanigans that he gets into. But that's it. Yeah, I think that him doing the value turnabout when he like loses his memories and he's just bushy man. I think that's him at his best. But yeah, he's just a man, an insurgent of chaos, who just breaks Dirk out of the courthouse or whatever, and just fucking with the police at all times or whatever. Yeah, that's all I have to say about him. Okay, Perez a lot. Also known as Real Nemu. He is the lady Kira, who's been going out and taking out a bunch of rebels and walking onto Inga. And in terms of that, he's going to be kind of higher on the victims list. Higher in patrol, yeah. Actually, I'll put him up here. I'll put him behind. I'll put him in front of Doug Swallow. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I have nothing else for him because I can't remember anything else about him other than those few things. Alright, and let's get into Turnabout Storyteller, which I think it's one of the worst cases in the series. It's between that and I think that if Turnabout Storyteller was longer, it would probably be the worst case in the series. But because it's just one trial, then the Kidnap Turnabout is the worst case in the series. Okay, and then one of the main reasons why Turnabout Storyteller is bad is because of its characters. And let's start with Bucky Wet. Bucky Wet is just it's just a guy who is drunk at all times, who says basically the same things. I didn't kill her. Hey, Miss Chickadee, and here are the 3 things with soba broth that you gotta do. And then he pukes. That's it with Bucky Wet. There's like literally no reason for us to care about this guy, other than he is the defendant. He has 0 charm, and he very much sucks. I'll put him F tier. Like literally no reason to like him. He's just very annoying. He interrupts the trial several times. It's like, oh my god. And like, even like if like physically performing as this character, it's just a slog. He just sucks. And like there was no sympathy at all for like having Typhoon Tornado, like he gave the whole, like he becomes a successor to Typhoon Tornado, and then Bucky White is like very like sad that he didn't accept him enough, or like he didn't like appreciate. He wasn't he didn't show any gratitude towards getting this promotion, but he just kind of sucks. So yeah, I'll put a Bucky Wet there, and then we're going to Gamer Tornado, who I think is the worst killer in the series. I'll put her there. She is absolutely abhorrent. First of all, she like once again with the whole like now I'm becoming the most evil person imaginable. Just like and she becomes the most evil person imaginable just from being accused, right? She like, I think with like April May, we accuse her of the crime and she still stuck it. And speaking of April May, Gamer Tornado is just April May in terms of using her looks and the fact that she's a very petite clown girl or whatever, that, you know, try to win over the audience and the judge. But she is like, firstly, she's very annoying. And secondly, her motivation is just awful. For the longest time, I thought that Typhoon Tornado was her father, but no, I throughout this latest playthrough, I figured out that it was kind of, I felt like it was kind of ambiguous, but Typhoon Tornado is not her father. In fact, her father was somebody that was already dead and was already performing Rakugo, so she joined the troupe in order to basically do what her father did, but she's shit at it. She's terrible at it, and Typhoon Tornado is like, okay, how about you do some balloon stuff? Try to do something that maybe you would like. And then she starts doing balloon stuff, but she hates it. She wants to go back to doing Rakugo stuff. And then Typhoon Tornado gives Yuendo, actually, the new name, actually, not Bucky. I think he gave Bucky like the place, like the deed to the place or whatever. But for like the new successor who's going to take over his place is going to be Yuendo, and then Geiwu decided to suffocate him with some soba. Yeah, that definitely makes sense, and they try to make it so that like she was very guilty about it at the end, but really like for like a character like Martin Rhymes, who didn't actually kill Jack Tripley. It was just an accident, but he was so bent up on getting revenge for his girlfriend by killing the orca, like, and then he gets very sad and he's like, okay, you know what, I realized my mistake, and whatever, and actually Orla did not kill my girlfriend, and like he feels bad about it. You know, that scene is good, but the scene where I killed my superior because he didn't give me a promotion, even though, yeah, sure, she's like in her 30s, but still she can try to improve herself. And it's just like, yeah, I just felt like her story about getting her story about like her motivation could be improved by a lot. To me, it's like the worst motivation in the series, you know. All right, I gotta drink water. Oh yeah, and then like at the end of the story, turn about storytelling, they're like, oh hey, why don't you go make a delivery to Geiru, because we feel so bad for her. Go get her some ramen. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why would you want to she full-on murdered this man? You know, this is not Martin Rhymes, alright, who did it, this was an entire accident, alright, and we could be friends with Martin Rhymes, despite his actions getting somebody killed, you know, at least that was an accident. This is like full-on, I took a piece of his elbow and I suffocated an old man with it, alright? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why this Tournament Storytale sucks. So, Simon Blackwell saves that case by a lot. Alright, so, enough about Geiru. Let's go with, Yuendo Tornado, who is the best character in that case. Well, best new character. Because Simon Blackwell is the best character in that case. What did I do? Okay, I did that. Yeah. Okay, so... yes. Yuendo Tornado is like an A-tier character, yeah. Very much so. Having somebody with multiple personalities... I mean, specifically DID, maybe like Matt Ongard has like some form of DID, because he says that I want you to meet him, and he turns into his, you know, Scar persona. But I don't think so. I think for Matt Ongard, it's just like he was just like showing his true colors. It's like a different personality. But Yuendo is like somebody with actual different personalities, and I think the story's pretty good. And I like the idea of like bombing on stage so that you can have a alibi. Put him there. Alright, yeah. In terms of personalities, I'll put Patches in B tier, Kisagawa in A tier, and then Owen in S tier. Alright, there you go. Alright, so we have Typhoon Tornado, who is just the old man who gets suffocated, and he gives a bunch of stuff to people. He's like, seems like a pretty chill mentor. So I put him in terms of victims like right up here. I'm gonna puke. Right up here. Yeah, right there. Nah, better faith. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Whew. Alright, that case is over with. I never have to talk about that case again. Alright, Dark Side Mari. Okay, so somebody who literally shows up in the final case. He is unbelievable. I cannot, like, it's impressive at how quickly they make a character so likable than with Dark Side Mari. I'll put him there. Yeah. He's just throughout the entire game, we are told that Dirk somebody is this intimidating, intimidating insurgent who will destroy the country or whatever. And then we actually meet him, and he's like such a cool dude. He's very much like the ideal father figure for Apollo, because Apollo does not have a good time most of the game. Well, doesn't have a good time for most of his games, but Dirk is there to support him and whatever. But then we get to Dirk knowing that Amara has something to do with the crime, but he's not going to tell Apollo because he still loves her, which is admirable. And then we get to Dirk has been dead this entire time, and he was just being channeled by Maya, which is, I think that's probably the biggest twist in the entire series. Maybe there's something in Greatest Attorney that's actually much bigger. But in terms of the mainline series, I think that, yeah, like Simon Keyes being the mastermind, yeah, that's pretty high up there. But Dirk being dead this entire time, that's like a holy shit, dude. And like Apollo's reaction, it's like something I wouldn't forget. I would never forget. Yeah, Dirk is just, I'm just gonna say it, alright? You know, just plaster it on him. He's a cool guy, alright? That's all you really have to know about Dirk Somebody. I don't know anybody who doesn't like Dirk Somebody. So, let me know if you don't like Dirk Somebody, because I kind of want to see, like, reasons for why people would not like him. I can only think of that he was not in the other cases. He's only in one case, but I think that makes it all the more impressive that we like him so much. He just shows him in one case. So yeah, I'll put Dirk there. Alright, politician, his name is funny, but his actions are funnier. Not really, but, having like an actual politician, like a stereotypical politician, I think is pretty Ace Attorney-like. I'm surprised they haven't done that before. I'll put him like, yeah, I'll put him there. Yeah, he's just like very, so like self-absorbent and just only cares about his own election and how people perceive him. His breakdown's good as well, but yeah, once again, it just seemed like he's just the guy that I find entertaining to watch. Same thing with, yeah, with like Furio Tigre, you know, it's like on the same level, essentially, of like, this is a character, you know what I mean? Like, this is like a full-on exaggerated character, and he just gets to interact with everybody. And so that's why I'm putting politician there. Alright, I was like, Bucky, what? I don't want to link him again. Okay, Army Buff. Army Buff, absolutely yes, dear. 100%. Such a tragic, harrowing story. You know, I might move Mia Faye up. It's, you guys have been probably asking that for fucking 10 months. I'll move Mia Faye up. I'll move her there. There. Yeah, I'll keep it there. No, there. No, there. No, there. Okay. There you go, guys. I think Mia Faye was in A tier at the beginning of this. Okay, so, yeah, Army Buff. I do like the whole Sarge bit that she does. Also, the fact that she's just been stuck in a wheelchair ever since the whole fire incident and her mom dying to protect her. And then, like, the finale, you know, I was at first against her, like, being able to stand up. But then she says that I've been okay for a while, but if I I knew that if I stood up, then I would be, you know, I'll have to leave my room, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, I think that she's just like the culmination of a tragic character, but despite having both her parents die, being a shut-in, she still wants to carry on, and you know, she still has like hope in her eyes. And then I believe the end credit scene is that she found out she started talking with the college that her father was working at, and they're allowing her to come with them to do a archaeological dig, and you know, she seems quite happy. You know, I would kill everybody to make sure that she has a happy life, including her father. So yeah, I think I've seen opinions that they went a little bit too hard on the making the audience sympathize with this character, but I don't really think so. I think they do that with Game of Tornado. They don't do this with her because there's an actual good reason on why we should feel pity for her. Her whole the mood matrix for her, I think it's like absolutely like tragic, because she's just like having like a full-on breakdown, like a full-on mental breakdown, trying to come to terms with her mother's death, and then afterwards her father's death. I think it's just a very well done character. First half of Turnabout Revolution, kind of underrated. Alright, Archie Buff, he's just archaeologist who hid the orb, studied the orb, stole a bunch of stuff. I don't know if he stole, but yeah, I think he did steal a bunch of stuff so he could study it. Let's put him like up here. Yeah. Fun Power Erectus, yeah. Okay, that's all I have to say about this guy. Okay, Guran, okay. Can I move it? Okay, so Guran, I did say Nanyuta is the worst prosecutor in the series, which that's true. He's the worst mainline prosecutor, but I think the actual, like, worst prosecutor that you actually get to go up against, other than maybe like Jack Portsman, is Guran. I think Guran is like the worst part of let's just make these villains completely despicable and irredeemable. And that's with Guran. She's just the embodiment of evil, which you can say that's like Ace Attorney doing the whole over-exaggerated character type of thing. Because they do that with Blaze the Best. Blaze the Best is like absolutely evil. However, Blaze the Best is like interesting in how he like uses the legal system against Edgeworth, and like how he's very clever about it. He's very cunning. While Guran is just like, I'm big baby, I'm going to write in a new law. Bam! There we go, now that's a new law. You know, so in terms of like absolute evil, like that's the difference between the two. And Guran also, I mean, like, it could be kind of like a twist that Guran is like the killer of Inga, but it's kind of hard to feel surprised about that whenever she looks like, looks like that, whenever she looks like her prosecutor face. Yeah, so like let's put her C tier maybe. Yeah, I'll say she is worse than Winston Payne. Because she doesn't have like, she has like zero charm to her. Yeah, honestly though. I think every time I play Spirit of Justice, she just gets lower and lower and lower. She just... Yep, she's just not interesting at all. The only interesting part about her, actually, is that she can't channel any spirits, and that's like the actual twist with her, is that she can't channel spirits, so she cannot even be the queen. And so that all the laws that she has passed has gone to null because she wasn't even fit to be queen. But that's it. So, okay. Inga. Inga. I do like Inga. Which, once again, yeah, Inga is absolutely evil. But he's got that charm. He has, like, a secret police force that he's going to use to do a coup and take over the government. He's the one who killed Dirk, and, like, that scene with, you know, Dirk's death is one of the best scenes in the whole series. So I'll put Inga... right there. Yeah, I'll put Inga right there. Yeah, just evil slime bag who does execution orders to relieve stress. His actual name is Inga. How could his name be any more get any longer or more pompous than it already is? Kurain the Third. That's a good bit. Age 10 guys. Pretty good bit. Yeah, that's it. Once again, with the whole Maya being held hostage, and Inga just like giving in to demands from Maya to like give her like cheeseburgers and watch the Plum Punisher. You know, it's just like those subtle things just like bring Inga a lot higher. While those subtle things do not apply to Guran, because there is nothing with Guran other than she is an evil person who is mean to Rafa, and she is jealous that that Amara has spirit channeling powers and she doesn't, you know. Oh my god, gotta drink more water. Okay, let's see. Queen Amara. What do I think about Queen Amara? I think I put him B tier. I think she's kind of forgetful. Because forgettable, not forgetful. She has a good memory. She's kind of forgettable because every time I play the game, I forget that she just gets shot. So whenever she does get shot, it just shocks me. It was like, what? I don't even know what is happening. But she's fine. I think that I'll put it like in B tier because she can now be like a good mother to Rafa. But that's it, really. Is this actually a good place for her? I think so. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about Amara. Well, she was Dana, actually. That might bump her up, actually, because Dana is cool. Might be literally like bottom A. Yeah. She was Dana, and she like took on this whole persona of like being Rafa's caregiver. That way she can be close to Rafa while also being out of the public eye because Guran took over. And basically, yeah. The whole dedication to love between her and Dirk that they will be willing to, maybe not her, but like mostly Dirk, like being able to sacrifice everything just to protect her. Yeah, that's good. Good job. Good job. I don't have anything else to say about Amara. I might move her, but I'll keep her there. Alright, then we go to turn about Time Traveler. So we got Ellen Wyatt. You know, if she was just a typical, like, bride that's, like, very posh or whatever, very, reserved, then, yeah, no, like, what is wrong with you guys? But now that she is, like, very over-emotional, and she has, like, very exaggerated crying animations and whatever, and how far, like, both her and Soren will go to protect each other. I'll put, but in terms of, like, in terms of Ellen's, like, backstory, she doesn't really have a backstory other than she's, like, a maid for the Sprocket family. So I'll put her right there. Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's just, yeah, cool character. I think she's, cool, great, good. She's good. Nothing else. Soren's Sprocket, though, is very high because the whole thing that, like, sold the idea to me of Soren Sprocket's character is him saying that he is a time traveler because every time he goes to sleep, he goes back to that day. You know, I thought that, like, that idea is, like, so, like, genius. So brilliant. So I'm putting him in S2. Like, absolutely. Yeah, I'll put him there. I just wish that we get a little bit more testimony from him, and we talk to him a lot more, because he's a very interesting character, and how he, once he realizes that Pierce Diggity, like, tampered with his notebook, he, like, has doubts about his own mind. But despite the notebook, like, at the end, when he, like, actually proposes to Ellen, he closes the notebook, because he knows that he doesn't need to remember that he loves Ellen, which, I mean, yeah, brilliantly done character. I think he's definitely the best character in Turnabout Time Traveler. And every time I play Turnabout Time Traveler, I see how incredible this character is. When you know that he has memory issues after the car crash. Okay, let's go to Pierce Diggity. Yeah, the bad thing with Pierce Diggity is that they make him into a psychotic doctor. But his actual story about him taking revenge because Soren was the driver for whenever Selena died in the car accident, and him with his pocket watch. It's kind of cliched that the pocket watch started going as soon as he, like, started having, like, doubts, and, like, he realizes that he can move forward now that everybody has closure. But I still think it's pretty good, so I'm putting him in A2. I put him, like, behind Yuri Cosmos. Yeah, I'll put him there. I still think, yeah. His dedication to the family was all just deployed so that he can become the head of the family for whatever like Soren dies or whatever, you know. But yeah, so he devised a plan to have Gloomsbury attack Ellen and then know that Soren would come to the rescue and then kill Gloomsbury, and then so Soren would be put in jail and they don't need any. They don't want Ellen anymore because Ellen is just a maid. And then Pierce Diggity will rise to the top because he's such a knowledgeable, cool guy. I think that was his plan, if I remember correctly. Yeah. His breakdown is very good. Where he's like, he goes back to that day where he is doing surgery on Selena, and like all the regrets are just coming back to him of how instead of saving Selena, the person he loves, he has to go and save someone based off of Selena's wishes. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'll keep him there. Alright, Dumas Gloomsbury, he was, I think, another butler, but literally nothing, because he wasn't the one that drove the car. Yeah, I'll put him like right here. No. I'll put him there. Yeah, there's literally, I don't think anything interesting about this guy. He's voiced by Matt Mercer, so that's it. Yep, makes sense to me. Because I can understand why he would go with the plan, because he was the scapegoat for the car accident. That's it. Alright, Selena Sprocket, also was just somebody who was important to another character, and then the only thing is that she sacrificed herself to save Soren. So in terms of that, I'll put it there. Let's go ahead and get started with the jurors. And so the jurors are perhaps my least favorite part of Grey Ace Attorney. I just feel like that the jury system is just kind of sloppily done. They do it way too often, especially in the second game. They do it way too often. They say guilty way too often and way too hastily, and it takes like 30 minutes just to make them be happy again. You know, I just feel like they could be kind of annoying as an obstacle. And also, they are not really well fleshed out characters. There's only like a few exceptions, but not a lot. So most of these characters are going to be quite low. For example, this jurist, who is a banker, and that is literally all I remember him being. It's just a banker. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't say anything funny or interesting. He's just a banker. He was even the foreman of the McGilda trial, and yet he doesn't do anything. He doesn't say anything interesting. He doesn't make any good points. He doesn't do any bits. Alright, he just does nothing. There we go. Bottom of the detail. Because at least there's something with Ami Faye. There's like some lore with Ami Faye. There was no lore with this banker guy from the jury. That's it. Alright, next up is the maid. The maid, at least we got ourselves a bit of a quirky personality trait in that she wants everything spick and span. She starts cleaning stuff when she gets nervous. And then she can also feel a bit included when it comes to when we're talking about. I don't think she was the jurist for. No, she wasn't. She wasn't even the jurist for Saseki's trial, because, you know, why would we have a maid in the trial where the maid is the criminal? Oh well, you know. So I think I'll put her at least above some of the victims. I'll put her right there. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, the barber, who just seems like a serial killer. The only thing I remember him doing is the whole bit with, this is how McGill stabbed the victim, but like this, so like through the side. While the granny's like, oh no, you overhand stab, and that's it. I'm gonna say he's a bit more memorable because he seems serial killerish. So I'm gonna put him there. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, now we got the telegrapher, or the typewriter. It's the typewriterist. At least she is somewhat important to the plot, and she actually helps us with stuff by being extremely fascinated with like Ashley Graydon, and she's like in front of her idol. But that's kind of it. She turns from a stoic librarian type of personality into like low end pops for Unspeakable Story. I'll put her higher because she at least is interesting, at least above a Dead Man. Yeah, let's go. You're in front of Dead Man. Good job. But that is it. Solely because she is interesting to the plot, I didn't think any of her bits were really funny or memorable. It's just that, you know, she actually helped us with the case. Another person is the Guildmaster, who actually helps us with the case. He's like the leader of the people who do the bus stuff. So he actually reprimands Beppo. So I think that he's gonna be a bit higher because he has a character arc, actually, because he was so trusting of Beppo to be a to follow the guild's guidelines, to not overcharge people or whatever, and then he had that faith completely betrayed. He's like, okay, Beppo, you suck. Put you up, yeah, in front of, yeah, yes. Yes. No. Yeah, we'll put you there. Okay. If you disagree, leave your comments down below. I want somebody to write like a 3-paragraph essay on why they are infuriated that I put the Guildmaster in detail. So, firstly, I apologize. Secondly, I look forward to your response. Okay, the old woman. Yeah, the only bit is that, she tells us, how she thinks that they got to stab the victim, and then she goes on a tirade being like, I don't like liars. My god, I've been lied to this entire time. I was so trusting in McGill because he gave us that perk that one time. Which, I think that's a good bit. Second best. Good job. Yeah. Like Jack Shipley, like help with the equipment and stuff. But Tyler Tornado didn't do nothing. Didn't do anything. Why do I have him this high? Oh, because he was a good mentor. Alright, you'll stay there for now. Okay, the stereoscope guy, who is just so fascinated with stereoscopes, even though, if you don't know how to cross your eyes, it can be very difficult, to, even see the illusion when it comes to stereoscopes, and especially even harder when you're playing the game on a 60-inch flat screen. It's kind of difficult to cross your eyes that much to see to blur your vision, permanently destroy your vision, so you can see the two images overlap. But I will say that he is an ace-turning character, somebody who's overly obsessive over one particular niche. That is a lot of these characters. So, Shu, you've done it again. I'm still putting you very low because you the whole stereoscope thing can be kind of annoying. Put you there. Yeah, actually, no, yeah, yes, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'll put you there. Okay, Villain Bolshevik, I think might be the best jurist because we know we have some background on this guy. This guy's a Russian revolutionist, and he just happens to be in England, and he also got selected for jury duty. And he seems like a pretty nice guy. He just, you know, committed some atrocities. I'll put him at C2 actually, like bottom C2. Yeah, right here. Good job. So, good job. I applaud. Okay. Now we get to the actual characters. People that actually have personalities and storylines. Isanosa makes me take a drink. There's only one thing with Isanosa that is, well, first of all, memorable, but secondly, it's probably the best part of his character is that he just has his son just on his back the entire time. He's got that whole retired soldier has to just take care of a baby type of thing. You know, classic character trope. Yeah, I honestly don't see any faults with him. It's that he just doesn't do that much. Honestly, yeah, I'll put him along the lines of Victor Kudo. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. So I'll put him there. It's just that in my brain, him and Victor Kudo are like the same character in terms of like how they approach their testimonies and how important they are within the court. Not personalities as in they're both creepy old men. Not at all. They're in fact the opposite. But in terms of how valuable they were in the courtroom, I would think that they are at equal level. Alright, Kiryu Kawakuta. This guy's quite less interesting. I think I'll put him lower. Like there. Yeah. So he's got his whole obsession with the Koban coin from the Heian period. It just really irks me because I've complained about this in my case 2 list that the whole coin under the stake was like such a stupid scene, because why not just bring out the other stake that you have, Hosonaga, okay? Clearly that stake has a bit of blood on it. There's clearly blood right there, Hosonaga, but alright, I digress, because that's not Kawakuda's fault, alright? He just lost his Koban coin and got fucked over by this guy. Which actually I put him higher because he did steal the coin so he can pay for his child. So there you go. No, there we go. No, there you go. No, there you go. No, there you go. No, yes, there we go. Okay. But Kawakuda just, you know, he just has this obsession with antiques. And That's really it. Otherwise, he's forgettable. I don't know who I'm ranking anymore, so I'll keep him there. Alright, Biff Stroganoff. Which the other sailor isn't here. I didn't see him, but the other sailor is like, I don't know, detail, whatever. Alright, but Biff Stroganoff is like actually cared for Nicolina by he wasn't the only one. It was the whole crew, but he was like the main caregiver for Nicolina. And whenever Nicolina is like, oh shit, I killed somebody, and Biff Stroganoff is like, oh, you're pretty good at ballet, so I guess I'll help you cover up a crime scene. But then also the whole bit with him having a snake. I thought that was kind of adorable, but I think I'll put him high C. Actually, that works. Yes. That actually works. I'll put him there. That makes sense to me. No, I don't. No, I do. No, I'm keeping him there. Alright, wait, they're gonna Pavlova. The whole misunderstanding of where Cosmo was gonna go to, like, let me get another input type of thing, is infuriating, yes. But I guess I can understand what she is saying. However, she was worried that Cosmo will get Hasanoga. But they could just kill Hasanoga. There we go, problem solved. So, don't know what you were thinking, Nicolina. Other than that, going away from Russia, to grip it and to make a new life for yourself. I mean, yeah, it's going to be like up here, but like, that's it. It's more like out of pity that I'll put it a bit higher than everybody else. Yeah, it's out of pity. It seems like she doesn't really deserve all this trouble. Do I really want to put her there? Or do I want to put her C? Because there's nothing much to her character other than, she misunderstood something and, accidentally killed Cosmo for it. And then we have, her, like, losing her cat, you know, that bit. Her dressing up as a man and was about to get rid of her hair when Sholmes and everybody else made it. It's just that there's not a lot of substance there to make her, like, it doesn't make her like that much of an interesting character to me. I think I will keep her there because her and Rhoda Tenero kind of have that same vibe of there's that one thing that seemed like a like there's that one thing that like pops out when you think about them, which, you know, Rhoda is with her suitcases and then Nicolina is with the whole scene with her like trying to get her cat back. Alright, up next, if I Miguelin. So Miguelin might be the highest character we have. Put McGilded. I'll put him in A tier. I don't think I'll put him in S tier. Let's see. Let's see. Yes. 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 No. Okay. I'll put McGilded there. Because McGilded is very important for the rest of the game. I don't want to put him in S tier because essentially that he was guilty. I'm gonna put him there. I think I might actually put him in S tier. I don't know. I'll talk about him for a second. So his whole shadiness and like how much he's able to manipulate people, like how he like described the scene of his case to Inosuke, and then like compare that to what actually happened, like tells you how like intelligent and shrewd of a man this guy is. How he's able to make his own truth because he's able to pay people for it. You know what, I'll make that S tier together. Because of that. They're both wearing some yellow, so I'll say yes. That makes sense to me. So I was testing him because I didn't want to put him into S tier just because he was guilty, even though I'm doing that with Matt on guard. But Matt on guard was like kind of more of a surprise. The Gilded, not really so much, I don't think. I think there's like, well, with McGilded, it's like you either like are fully confident now that he is guilty, or you're just unsure about everything. You know, it's like, okay, you're going on a little bit of a tirade because I'm pointing out some evidence that doesn't make sense, and it looks like you falsified some evidence, and then you're going on starting laughing maniacally. Maybe this guy was actually kind of guilty. But that's it. McGilded, the whole scene where Gina is in the cell telling a story about McGilded, and then we go to flashbacks with McGilded talking to her and like threatening her and like telling her what to do, and like he's got like this whole plan figured out. And then also there's the scene with him and Ashley Graydon talking about window banks. You know, like those scenes just like paint him in such a very like maniacal light compared to how he is viewed in the public. So then, yeah, very. You know what? Yeah, I'm okay with it, keeping him right there, because of because yeah, there were people out there who are exactly like McGilded. Like Shu, I owe him a lot of money. So I'm doing these Ace Attorney tier lists in order to pay for them. But yeah, McGilded, I'll keep him there. I don't have any more thoughts for him. It's just that, you know, he is probably what makes case 3 in the first game the best case, actually, in that game. Maybe I just contradicted myself. I don't know. But, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep him there. It's just that I think that perhaps it would have been more interesting if he did not die at the end, in that fire. maybe if he still roamed around and we get to talk to him, and he's like, well, you got me acquitted, double jeopardy, fuck you, and then that's it. Okay, Lady first. This is a guy who's like a hat maker, and he has that silly animation where he's like riding a horse, and that's it. We accuse him of being the murderer. He tells a story about how he shot himself. And that's, yeah. That's basically it. I feel like, thankfully, in the second game, there's a lot more, actually, maybe never mind. But I feel like there's a lot more. There's a few more interesting characters in the second game. But in terms of the first game, some of the witness-only people are kind of lame. Let's put him... Yeah. I believe he's better than Kurokoda, yeah. I'll put him there, yeah. It's just that there's nothing really there for the character. He just a very terrible hat maker. And that's it. That is his character. He's just a terrible hat maker. So that's why he is better than Clayton, the sole reason why Apollo has an arc in Dual Destinies. So, that makes sense? Alright, next up is Thrice Fired Mason. Other than being the father of Ashley Graydon, and was actually, you know what, that actually does make him a little bit better, is because he was like, I ain't on this one. He just gave me like $5 million just for this one deal. Are you in some shady dealings right now? Alright, I'm gonna go myself and talk to this Mick Yeldon, and hopefully I won't get stabbed. So that makes him a slightly more better victim than everybody else. Let me see here. Oh, I think, yeah, I'll put him there. Oh my god, the comments are so upset. Alright. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about Thrice Fired Mason. That's all. That's just what he does. It's just something quite admirable, and for the protection of his own son, he just cared about his son and then died for it because and realized that McGilded was a knife-wielding psycho. All right, John Garrideb. I think that John Garrideb is probably a B tier character. I like that. He's very concerned about his status as like a landlord, because he doesn't actually have a lot of money, so he has his wife as the maid, and that's why he's so concerned with it. I also like how willing he is to get to the truth for that case, while Joan is just the complete opposite. John's like, okay, you know, I think it would be better if we just tell the truth because somebody's life is on the line, you know, that type of thing. Joan's like, no. Let's see here. I'll put him right there. Yeah, let's go put him right there. No, let's put him right there. Nah, yes. No, yes. Yes. It's like Bishop Swollen had was afraid of Dogen outside of prison. Or John Garrideb. He's not afraid of anything. Took a bullet for this country. which makes him worse. Yeah. I just don't have a problem with John Garrett. He's just yeah, he's a funny guy, very funny guy. He does the slapstick comedy with John Garrett. Oh god. Okay, so now we gotta get to Joan Godab. Alright, so Joan Godab, I think, is just awful. Just completely terrible. She is absolutely insufferable. From how much she is overreacting to, I can understand why. She's, you know, from an outside point of view, you see, okay, so Joan Godab is clearly abusing her husband, slapping him by burning him with hot scalding tea, giving him third-degree burns. But some people might see, okay, he cheated on her. Maybe there's something there that makes sense for her to get revenge or whatever. But then you actually do the dance of deduction, and it's like such a, it was just like a bookmark that like John clearly had a good reason why. Joan knows that he went to the bookstore to get a rental book and somebody just left it in there, and also the bookmark didn't even have John's name on it. So like literally there's like no reason. I feel like there's zero reason to think that John will be cheating on you. Also because look at the man, he's disheveled. I just think that's such a stretch to then literally throw something that's on fire at him, and then also throw a knife at John Godab, literally trying to murder somebody. This is not even like a Nikolina Pavlovna misunderstanding type of thing. This is literally like delusion. This is absolute delusion of what you're doing. And then you get to trial, and you say at the end that you knew all along that perhaps I might have caused the knife to go into the victim, alright? I might have been the cause, alright? And she knew this from the outset. She still was willing to sacrifice another person so that the truth wouldn't come out. Even though if she did tell the truth, she probably wouldn't get that bad of a charge. If it was just an accident, she'd probably be in prison for like 3 months. All right, she deserves it. All right, like there is so many things that just makes her an absolutely evil person. All right, and I wouldn't be so upset about it if the game depicts her as an evil person at the end. No, it doesn't. They try to make us feel bad for her at the end. But yeah, it's a sweet moment when like John Godab's like, yeah, I'll wait for you in prison, type of like Catherine Hall, John Master type of thing. But it still like does not pay off because this woman was insufferable throughout the entirety of both the investigation and also the court proceedings as a juror. Like she was guilty the most of the time. It was just like, Jesus Christ, you were willing to sacrifice somebody just for something so petty. That's why I put it in there. So she's an F tier. To be honest, I think she might be like the only F tier character in these two games. I might change my mind, but so far, it feels like she is the worst character. Alright, a rant over. Take a drink. Refreshing. Ow. Okay, so now we're gonna go to, Rolly Beat and Patricia Beat. I would start with Rolly Beat. I honestly might put him in high beta. Like right there. Because the idea of you are always on patrol, like maybe like 20 hours a day, you get no sleep at all, 7 days a week, and then finally, like once a year, you're able to take time off for your family. And it is the wedding anniversary for him and Patricia. And you come up to a dead body that's on your route, which makes you forced to investigate, take your day off that you wanted to spend with your wife, and instead you have to investigate the scene. So you decide to move the body into somebody else's investigation zone, so they will have to investigate. Even though you didn't realize that how big of an implication that would change with the crime scene. I think that's like honestly a very admirable and very heart-wrenching story for him. I actually like that. I liked it a lot more in my second playthrough. Well, this is my third playthrough of these games. Yeah, I think it was just like a lot better for you know, knowing what happens. The whole like love dynamic can be a little bit icky or whatever, but overall it's like it's less icky and more adorable than icky. It's like, yeah, sure, Patricia can go a little bit far, but it's still that the dynamic works. So yeah, I feel like that Rolly has like a full-on arc throughout that case. However, as we now go to Patricia, Patricia doesn't have any arc. She just cries and whines about how Rolly is not the killer, which Rolly did not desecrate a crime scene. I'm like, yeah, sure, cool. So I'll put it in C tier. I feel like she is not bad, but yeah, actually that works. But I think that just Pat's fuck, I'm getting mixed up. Rolly's reasoning and motivation behind his actions just makes a lot more sense than what Patricia just went off to get the cops. That's it. That's all she did. So yeah, I'll put it there. Okay. Pop Windabank. So Pop Windabank just constantly is willing to sacrifice his own self in order to protect his own story. Alright. That is kind of what I see that bit as, is where he like tries to shoot himself, is that I'm willing to sacrifice myself in order to protect my story. But you probably heard that from outside, you know. I'm just making this up, but you probably heard this from outside, you know, being like, Pop, when you're running a store, you must be willing to give up your life to protect that store. And he took it in the more literal sense, rather than attacking somebody. He's willing to kill himself for the store. That's probably what she was thinking with that bit. But he does actually protect his store by shooting Ashley Graydon and fucking doing a WWE SmackDown takedown from onto fucking Ringo Starr, right? He actually does. He's actually a man of fucking steel, because Gina comes out, fucking steals his gun, waves it around, fucking, open that fucking, open that back room, I won't see the script, and now I'm Southern, alright? And then Pop Windabank's like, oh, fuck, okay, what the fuck are you doing, alright? I'm not gonna, I'm a man, I'm willing to kill myself, alright, for this story. But overall, he was pretty chill about the whole situation. And then whenever the burglars come in, he's like, oh, dearie, alright, fine, I'm gonna have to kill somebody. and then he goes and does that. I think that he's a B-tier character just because of his actions during that night. Less so his suicidal gag. I'll put him there. Yeah. Yeah, I put him there because of his actions of that night. Alright. Up next is Ashley Graydon. Gotta drink. Let's see. You know, to be honest, every time I play the games, Ashley Graydon just flies out of my mind. Every time I play them, and then I'm done with them, I'm like, okay, I don't have to really think about them too much for the next 5 months until I play them again. Ashley Graydon always escapes my mind. He doesn't really pop out to me as like a as a character at all. He does have like very cool fluid dance moves. At the end, he just accepts his fate and becomes part of the Skulking Brothers. And then his whole motivation was just to make more money. Like, he was born in the slums, he was very poor, and then he decided to work at it, study, go to college, and then finally he got himself in a high-paying job, but he wanted more money. So he got invested into, he decided to steal government secrets, to steal that, to sell that to the Gilded, and and then in order to make more money. Yeah. It's just that he has that, I think he has that a pompous charisma to, like, even, like, coerce Gregson to, give me information about the case, and I'll give you the disc, you know. It's just that I think that what, like, hurts him a lot is the fact that he is just a pompous, self-absorbed Byakuya type of character that's in every single anime. So I think that hurts him, but how his actions, or rather his backstory, I would say his backstory is what carries him. I'm gonna puke, man. I'm gonna put him in front of... right there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll put him there. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Yeah, I have nothing else to say, but I should get in. Alright, let's go with the Skulking Brothers. I'll link them together. They're not after you. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, I'll probably put them in the same spot. I think that, like, a bunch of idiotic thieves that Graydon just had, well, I was gonna say that he bought or hired, but no, he was like, he actually knew them since like childhood. I think that they do pretty good bits. It's just that I don't know where to put them. It's like A tier, no, that's too high. B tier, C tier, I don't know, that might be too harsh. Let's put him in B tier. Nope. Let's put him there. Yeah. So my explanation is that they do pretty good bits, but I feel like the their loyalty to Ashley Graydon to like not spill the beans or tell anything about, you know, rat him out, kind of gets annoying. It's like they have to interrupt the trial every 5 minutes, or rather like increments of 30. You know, we thought we were done with the Skulkin brothers. All right, we're now taking the case for real, and then they interrupt the case, being like, "Oh, hang on a second. We didn't tell the truth at all. That first testimony was completely pointless. So, oopsies. But that's it. They are just essentially the clowns within the case that are just there for our amusement for the entirety of Case 5, because Case 5 can be kind of boring if we don't have them. Right? Obviously, we gotta have them. Otherwise, we're just talking about government secrets and stuff like that. You know, who cares about that? We care about them talking about Pop when to make fucking WWE takedown, SmackDown, Raw into the table. Yeah. I mean, what else do you want me to say about them? Other than, oh, I think they're funny. Yes. But not funny enough to rank them higher. I think I'll put them, yeah, middle of the road. And I think that is respectable, and you should respect my opinion. Like giving the video a like, give it a like and subscribe. Alright, let's continue on with the vested jurors. Now we got what is commonly known as a middle-aged man. This guy was the juror for Albert Harebrain's trial, and all he did was he just read a newspaper. I don't remember any gags that he did. He was just, that's all he did. I mean, even like in the second game, I mean, like the Guildmaster showed up once again, just to take the picture with Grex's dead body. But that's it. Like it's not like this guy showed up again. So let's put him there. Literally, he reads the newspaper. Actually, yeah, I'll put him there because he's less interesting than the banker. Okay. We got the magician. Magician actually does stuff. He like actually tries to explain how magicians do their magic tricks and how perhaps the teleportation could have happened. So at least we have that, but he's still teacher. Put him next to the other magician. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Then we have the scientist. Scientist actually contributes to the conversation by denying that the teleportation could even happen. And I believe he also helped us with the science of a hot air balloon. He also helped us with that. But that's it. Detail. Right there. Okay, then we have the police man who was in Madame Tuspell's doing the Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. But he is just constantly asleep, and he just pulls his gun, and he was like, insult Courtney Scythe? I am simping for her. And that's it. D tier. D tier. Right there. Okay. And then we have a young man. Even though this guy actually talks quite a lot, he's very much forgettable. I mean, honestly, for the longest time, I thought him and Lady First were the same exact character. But they're not. This guy is just a jurist. And I believe... like, he's so uninteresting as a person that I cannot remember a single thing that he did. Other than, you know, he's part of the jurors. Right there. What a shame. Alright, and then we got the labor. This guy's actually interesting because constantly he's like, I want to get home, which, you know, might make him seem annoying, but like he actually has good reason why he wants to be home, because if he doesn't, he's not getting paid for this. And if he doesn't get paid for this, then he doesn't have money to feed his family at home. So he wants to get this over with as quickly as possible. I understand that. So, like, he's actually going to be higher. I'll put him right here. Yeah. Because he actually shows somebody that is different and memorable and actually, it's not like he's like fully stubborn to like just get this trial over with. He's like, okay, to me it seems like this is obvious because, I mean, clearly this is an Ace Attorney trial, so nothing, this whole situation can't be like absolutely insane, so the guy has to be guilty. But we are able to convince him otherwise. So yeah. We'll go ahead and keep him there. And then we got the doctor / old man. I believe this guy might be the best one. No, he's not. Villain Bolshevik is the best one. But he's quite close. Because of, I think that he's probably the, other than Villain Bolshevik, the most memorable judge, most memorable juror, because of how important he is to all the plots that he's in. That he was walking home and then he slipped, and then he also was wearing a green coat, so we think that, oh, this guy is probably the person that Saseki saw. And then later, for Gina's trial, he's the doctor that operated on Sherlock Holmes, and he's wondering if he accidentally sutured up a scalpel within Sherlock Holmes. Like, I think those bits are good, so that's probably why he's top tier jurist. Which, you know, it's still low because, like I said, the jurist system just throws characters at you that aren't interesting at all. They are just blocks of meat that you just yell at to make them change their vote. So yeah, enough of the doctor / old man. He's probably the best one. And then we got the, like, a young woman. She also doesn't do anything. I can just only remember she's like, oh, this guy killed another person. How horrible. And that's it. D tier. I got a lot of characters are in D tier. This guy hates Ace Attorney characters. Yeah, put him next to the young man. They are literally the same character. Okay. And then we got girl who eats corn, and that's all she does. Like, I don't say this with all the jurors, but that's literally all she does. She eats corn. She doesn't even pay attention to the proceedings. Yeah, probably the worst one, because she doesn't pay attention to any of it. She just eats corn. And then once we like talk to her to like change her decision, she didn't even pay attention at all. And then once somebody else like changed the ruling, she's like, oh, they changed the ruling? Okay, I'll change my ruling as well. Like, literally a pointless... Somebody drew this girl. Somebody modeled this girl and did the animations, and what a waste of effort, because she is pointless. Absolutely pointless. Oh, Bruce Fairplay. Bruce Fairplay. He actually might be the best one, because like he seems like a reasonable guy, as like clearly what he saw during the Magoda trial like did happen. He, even though he didn't see the actual stabbing, he just saw that Gina was next to the dead body, but still he was just like a guy that was just caught up in a bad situation because he was also in debt to McGilded, and we were like, oh, maybe you could falsify your testimony just to get rid of your debt. And it's like, oh, fuck. And then it becomes a juror, and then you're like, oh shit, this guy might have still hold a grudge. You know, it adds like a bunch of tension and like interesting conflict to the whole jurors, because we know this guy and he actually might not like us, but he's still like bottom C2, you know, whatever. It's like, no, better than that guy. Actually, right there. Yeah, that's good. Actually, no, better than Lady First. Actually, why do I have Lady First this high? Right there. Alright. I don't know why I have them that high. Alright, okay. Takasuchi Ayuchi, who is, of course, the Winston Payne of these games. I think, possibly he is the best version of him. Yeah, I'll go with that. He is the best version of him. Because, firstly, he's sexist, and we don't like sexist, and that so he is a better antagonist to go against. There we go. That's it. Also, the fact that he's like so obsessed with protecting his legacy, you know, the name of the Asogi clan, not the Asogi clan, the Ayuchi clan, and also the scene where he like just cuts off his tuft of hair that's growing back. It's like a pretty actually funny scene, and how much everybody like takes it seriously. Yeah, very tragic guy. He does like object a lot, but other than that, I don't see anything wrong with him. I think they have been giving us better Winston Paynes as the games go on. There are better and better Winston Paynes. Even regular Winston Payne becomes better with every game that comes out. Even like with Apollo Justice, they don't even recognize him. They don't even do anything with him, and he even acknowledges that they don't do anything with him. And then Gatsby Payne runs away from a bomb and then becomes the king of Kurine. And then we got Takasuchi Eiichi, who is just so full of himself until he gets bested by not even a lawyer, and then finally finds his cousin, and he's like, I'm going to fucking kill you. And then Susato wins in the battle, and he's like, I might as well kill myself. So pretty good progression. Let's wait until Age 77 to see how the Winston Payne is going to be even better than that. Alright, makes sense? Yes. Alright. Okay, John H. Wilson, who is important for the overall plot, but let me recap what he actually does. Is that he is a scientist who is from Britain, who is also who works with Yuji Mikotoba. He's like Mikotoba's boss. And John H. Wilson finds fixed the autopsy for Clint Van Zyx. And then he goes to Japan because Eugene asked him to, and then that's where he is assassinated by Asa Shin. I believe that's literally everything that he does, because the whole game tries to make you believe that I was his father, which is not true. So I think let's put him like right here. Yeah, that makes sense to me. All right. Okay, Yuji Mikotoba. All right, we're getting into real characters now. Real characters, people who are real to me. Mikotoba. Of course, if it was just Mikotoba from like the first game all the way until the second game, third case, you'd probably be in like low B tier, maybe top C tier. But then we get the revelation that he is actually the partner of Herlock Sholmes, and then you do a dance of deduction with him, and he starts tap dancing. That's like probably the most insane moment, like the biggest reaction that the game has ever gotten out of me in my life. So S tier, just for that moment. Actually, I'll put him. He's also the person that is willing to go against the whole corruption with Strongheart, and like the autopsy report. He's like, "Hey, sir, I don't know if Reen was actually in the stomach," and then John H. Wilson's like, "What the shut up, bro." But then so. Also, Mikotoba, he's just like a very cool dude. He also, who's throughout the entire game, they try to make us believe that there's something sinister going on with Mikotoba. But in actuality, not really, because he had pretty good reasons why. Also, yeah, the fact that he fulfilled Clint Van Zyk's dying wish that Genji gave him by helping with the birth of Iris, and then protecting her father's identity this entire time. And then bringing her to Sholmes and whatever. Like, all the stuff that he does might not be incredible throughout the entire game, but, well, because he's not present for the entire game, but I still think he's like an S tier character because of the actions he has taken throughout the course of what they talk about. Anyway, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, good. Satoru Hasanaga. I like this guy. I'll put him in A tier. I like this guy because he's funny, because of how dedicated he is to yeah, right there. Because of how dedicated he is to being a detective, even though he's kind of terrible at it. He just lets everybody die. I think he's too invested in the role, the disguise that he puts on, and he doesn't really pay attention to anything. But yeah, his whole gag of, I have a fake turtle on my head, so I'm gonna pretend to be a turtle. I'm just a regular seaman, you know. I'm just a waiter, and he like thinks that first off, like that's who he is now. I am now a waiter. I have been waiting tables for like 2 years looking for clues, but now I have gotten into the role, and I am pretty much I'm stuck here. This is my life now. That's it. He also did do a bit of planning when it comes to Kazuma's quote-unquote death. Like help him. He helps with the cover up a bit. But that's it. I just like him. Is that a crime? Probably, but that's why he's there. Alright, Asa Shin or Giselle Brett. I think I might put him in B tier. I think I will. But where in B tier? Tell me where. Cammy Meal, yeah. I think that. Not really a good comparison, but kind of somewhat, you know. Giselle Brett is just. She's just kind of. I wouldn't say like Dahlia Hawthorne, because not really. She's just because she's a woman who is sinister and evil deep down doesn't mean that she's Dahlia Hawthorne. It's just that the only interesting part I would say about Giselle Brett is that not only is her name Asa Shin, but also that her demeanor is that she knows that she can get away with it because they can't punish her because she's British. Like, that's basically it. And she's like willing to ask the guards to, hey, let me go to the beach one day, and then they will let her because they don't want to make the British people upset. Yeah, like that's the only thing I find like actually interesting about her. But that's it. That's truly it. I have nothing else to say about it. Yeah, she is also an assassin, not by male stronghold, but still, that's for when we talk about male stronghold. All right, I think that's not really a good quality for Giselle Brett, more for stronghold. All right. Oh, I don't know about. Speaking of him, speaking of male stronghold. Okay. I think that throughout I played. This is my third time playing through Greatest Setting. I think that if it was not for this last playthrough, I think I would have kept him in A tier. However, I think I'll put him in S tier. Mainly because. What's I actually understand like what his motivations are. How he has full confidence in himself that he can destroy crime within Britain, that he's willing to take, you know, the ends justify the means type of approach, that he is all the corruption, all this stuff. And like the scene where he like absolutely like manipulates everybody into going with him because like I have limited crime within this country because of my actions, because I created the Reaper, because I created the Professor. You know, I did all this just to stop crime within Britain. Also because I wanted that promotion. But don't worry about that. I'd worry about all the consequences of these actions that are for the better, you know, of the country. Him being a twist villain, he's not really a twist villain because obviously this guy's a villain, but it's more like he's like actually intimidating. Even just like seeing him on in the judge's seat is like, oh shit. Like this is like more intimidating than having Guran be the prosecutor, you know. Yeah, and this guy is like, I like him because he is absolutely evil. However, he actually has motivations that make him seem good. So that's why I'm putting him up there. mainly. Yeah, constantly he's like, it is all for the glory of the British Empire. So yeah, actually I'll put him on a rocket, sprocket. Yeah, I'll give him there. All right, Beppo or Sandwich. So he was basically the omnibus driver, who took a bribe from McGilded to take his bloody jacket to win the banks, and then got fired, and then now he's a homeless man selling information, and then he stole Gregson's tackle box or whatever. I like Beppo because his name. That's it. I'm sad to say. There we go. I'll put him there. Good name, Beppo Sandwich, but if he killed the guy, would have been higher, man. So it sucks for you. Should have killed the guy. All right. Next up is Sasaki Natsumi, who I am absolutely putting in this here because I find him hilarious. Some people might find him annoying, but I find him hilarious. Let's see here. I honestly think that he is right here. Honestly, yeah. One of the main things, other than him being a funny guy, is the scene where he talks about him being a foreigner and him walking around in Britain, and he feels the gazes that are set upon them, that are just staring directly at him, and like he feels absolutely like an outcast. Everybody looks at him, just like hates him just because of the way he looks, just because he's a foreigner, just because he has a silly accent, you know. Just like feels absolutely like an outcast. That he, well, firstly, he gets accused of murder twice within 4 days, but he goes back to Britain to, you know, become the actual Sasaki Natsumi and writes his books. I think that, yeah, very much, he very much showcases like a college student going to the opposite side of the coast, or to like a different country just to go to a university, but feeling like that loneliness, that just like everybody like going against him. And plus this is 1800s Britain, not 1800s, early 1900s Britain. Everybody's racist, dude. So yeah, very sad days for Sasaki Natsumi. But alright, that's it for Sasaki. That's all I have for Sasaki. Funny guy. I think that he is probably at his worst in Blossoming Attorney, but that's because he has garnered the fame, but he's also like very annoyed of Mini Mito like stalking him or whatever. But then he goes back to being regular Sasaki and Clouded Kokoro, Memoirs of Clouded Kokoro or whatever, and then he's like, oh, okay, he's better. Okay, I don't have anything else to say, but he's a good character. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Wagahai, as a cat, I think I'll put him next to Shu. Yeah. I think Shadow is better. So there we go. Doesn't do anything plot-wise. He's just a cat that Sasaki had. That's it. Okay. Olive Green. Alright, Olive Green, I am also putting in S tier because, well, she is very much a, yeah, very much like Army Buff. Very much a pitiable character. However, like, yeah, she just lost everything. She lost her boyfriend, because of this guy who wants treasure. She then also got stabbed in the back, literally. And then she was in a coma for like 5 days, and then she woke up, and then she was like, I believe it was before she got stabbed that she did the whole poisoning the gas pipes thing, but she then also attempted to murder somebody, and then to escape her guilt, and also to rejoin her fiance. She was willing to drink the poison herself until we stopped her. It's just and then at the end, when we expose the whole truth, she thanks us, and she decides to continue her life as an artist and live life to the fullest, which is a very like sweet story about depression and how it will only get better type of thing. But Olive Green did have a really shitty week. Yeah. And I fully support her trying to kill William Shakespeare, as you will figure out later. But yeah, I think she's a fantastic person. Yes, fantastic character. And probably the best part of that case. 100%. Especially having a victim come back and like become such like a great character. It's very good job, Shu Takumi. Good job. Okay. Alright, Oliver Deacon's another guy. Duncan Ross. Duncan Ross was just Olive Green's fiance, but then he like spent all of it. He doesn't want to spend any money because he wants to spend it on the wedding. So instead, he rents like the cheapest room in history, and then Shakespeare goes there, wants that room, but he can't get it, so he then kills him. Okay, so good. But that's it. I'll put him C tier. Because of the notion of I don't want to spend any money because I want to spend it on you type of thing. I'll put him there. Okay. Sashiro Jigoku. Whew. I don't know if I'll put him S tier. I think he's a good character, which is why I'm putting him high. Yeah, that actually works. If we got to talk to him a lot more, then maybe he'll be S tier. But yeah, also the twist of having a judge be a culprit is also a pretty good shoe. The biggest thing, well, there were several big things. One of them, I'll say, is of course Gregson's dead body being inside the trunk the entire time. That's more of like the case being insane rather than Jigoku being insane. Then next, I think that the best scene probably with Jigoku is the flashback where he kills Gijin Asogi. I think that's probably the best part of it. That's like the best scene with his character. How he was basically coerced by Sean Hart to kill Gijin Asogi. As a judge, he's pretty mild. I think he's just as mild as this judge. But that's it. That's it. Yeah, he was a very approachable guy. How he's kind of different whenever he's like in judge mode versus I'm just like sure Jigoku and I'm a pretty chill dad or whatever. Oh god, my voice is dying. I've been talking about characters for 10 hours. Alright, let's see, what else with Jigoku? Yeah, the fact that he killed Gregson. Very, very important piece of the story. Also, yeah, he was also very much afraid of the Reaper, because he committed perjury, I believe, and then he broke the witness stand. And then when he came back to Britain, he was afraid that he'd be targeted by the Reaper. And then basically he was the Japanese correspondence with Male Strongheart in terms of the assassin plot. But Strongheart's up here because of his motivations, and Jigoku's down here because of his motivations. They don't really... you know what? Actually, yeah. Lamy was better. But, so... yeah, I'll keep him there. Alright, then we get the British judge. British judge is just... it's not like he is... like current day judge. He's like actually like whimsical and funny and whatever and like a bit ignorant of stuff. This judge is just an old man. He's just an old guy. But he's willing to like see the truth. I think that he is worse than Kuran Judge. Where did I put Kuran Judge? That right here. Okay, I think he is worse than Kuran Judge, but not by much. Yeah, I'll put him there. Because he doesn't do anything. There's no scene I can think of where... even like a funny scene with him that I can think of throughout the entire games. He's just there to push along the conversation. Sounds good. All right. Adrian B. Bitumen. I always thought that this guy was in his 40s, but he's actually like 22. He's like 21. I'm like, what? This guy's in his 20s? What are you talking about? His early 20s? This guy's older. This guy's younger than me. Like, I don't know what's wrong with that character design, but he does have like a unhealthy obsession with his boss. And he's also was stalking Chanspear because he knows that Chanspear was stealing gas, but he doesn't know how. So that's it. I don't think I'll put him in D tier, but I'll put him in like C tier. He's like whatever. Yeah, I'll put him there. That makes sense to me. like, also he's kind of forgettable as well. He's like a very forgettable character. Every time I play these games, I forget about this guy every time. William Shakespeare. Okay, so might be my most controversial opinion. I don't know, but I feel like this guy is very annoying. He's like probably the most annoying character in the series, 100%. You know, I find him more annoying than Old Bag, more annoying than Larry Butts, 100%. His whole Shakespearean gag, I feel like it gets old very quickly. It gets old within like 15 minutes of him being on screen. The best part about him was, of course, whenever he rose up from the dead and then died again. That's probably the best scene that he's in. That's it. That's probably why he's not in F tier because of that scene. However, I still think he's like D tier, better than Victims, of course, but. And his motivation was just greed. He just wanted the buried treasure that's seldom left behind. That's it. There's also the funny gag of him and Saseki doing a debate battle between who is stronger, Romeo or Juliet, and Juliet won, and that was played by Saseki. That's a good joke, but it's more like Saseki. That's more towards Saseki in terms of goodness rather than William Shakespeare. He's not worse than these guys. I'll put him there, yeah. I just think that, yeah, he's bad. I think he's bad. I just find him a very annoying character. Every time he speaks, it feels like it drags on for like 40 hours, you know. It's got that stupid look on his face. He's got a very punchable face on him. I want to kill this guy. I want to kill him. D tier. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Okay. Quinby. Yeah, it's Quinby. Yeah, Quinby. Altamont. She was a juror as well, and she just basically helped us determine that Shakespeare was stealing gas. That's it. I think I literally put her next to Midamit because they're next to each other. They do the same thing, and I like it better. No particular reason, just I like it better. Is that it? I think it is, yeah. I think that's all I have to say about it. Okay. Like, I can't make a 4-hour video essay about this character. I can't even make a 10-minute essay about her. She's just there to move the plot along. And, yeah, I'll put it there. Alright, actually, I'll read these two together. Let's go with Fabien de Rousseau. Let's make him first. Fabien de Rousseau is just... He's just a French guy. He was part of the Red-Headed League, and he also kidnapped Daily Vigil because he thought he was a cop. And then... That's it. They are literally... It seems like Shu was just trying to replicate the Skulkin brothers, but with a stereotypical French guy and a stereotypical Italian guy. But Skulkin brothers were actually kind of funny, but these two, not really. Not really. They are essentially cardboard cutouts within a sea of actual living flesh people. It just seems like, I feel like Shu just had was just told, get these pages done by the end of the week, and he procrastinated, and then on the last day he just made these 2 characters. That's just what it feels like to me. The personalities are just brick walls. So I'll put Fabian Dervaso probably, yeah, actually Lady first, and then I'll put Peppino De Rossi in. He does do like a Mario dance, a Mario Wahoo, which gives him a bit higher points. Put him there. So yeah, Peppino eats spaghetti, and he also, I think, yeah, probably the best part about him is that he just leaks all the information. And he has like that innocent, naive face that he's like, he doesn't understand that what he just said was not what he was supposed to say. Not give up that he kidnapped somebody. Yeah. That's it. That's all I have for them. Try harder shoe. Okay. Genshin Isogi, who is a detective, actually. I always thought he was an attorney, but no, he's a detective. Who figured out who the professor actually is, who is Clint Van Zieks. And then he went to Stronghold. He's like, hey, I know who the professor is. Can you please get rid of him? And then Stronghold's like, well, do you have any evidence? And then Genshin Isogi's like, what the fuck, bro, come on. So yeah, he confronted Clint Van Zieks, made him invite the will, which is, I think, is one of the best scenes of the game, is Clint Van Zieks' will. And then basically they had a duel, and then Genshin Isogi won because he has a sword. And then basically took the fall because took the fall as being the serial killer because Clint Van Zieks had a child who was Iris, and he didn't want people to know that also the nobility, like the high-ranking nobility of the Van Zieks family, actually was a serial murderer. So he was doing it for the country, while also being kind of also for Iris, which is pretty cool. I'll still put him in B tier because if he was actually the professor, then maybe he'll be higher. Let's put him actually. No, I'll keep him in B tier. My mouse just doesn't want to move. It makes me. I just kind of want to put him there. Is that insane? It might be insane. But like I moved my mouse up here to rank him, and then I just stopped. So to me, it feels like it's got to be the correct placement. Okay. Anyway, Barry Caden. Barry Caden is the warden of the prison who helped in the escape of Genshin Isogi. Actually, yeah, that whole scene with him being, you know, agent. The whole scene with him being, like being in a cell, and he's like, fellas, I got a plan. Hey, Lord Stronghold, I got Clint Van Zieks' will and testament, and doesn't say some good things about you. It doesn't say anything. It sounds pretty bad for you, actually. Like his plan to like actually get out was actually pretty smart. It's just that it sucks that Enoch Drebber was there. That's probably the only reason he died. Actually, it is. The only reason he died was because Elok Jebba was there. Okay. Anyway, back to Barry Gaiden. He helped with the escape of Genshin Isogi, but that's it. He did also... Actually, yeah, you know what? The best part about his character is that so he put all the blame onto Daily Vigil, and then Daily Vigil, you know, tried to kill himself. And then, but then during the testimony, he was like genuinely like sorry about what he did, and like actually feels terrible for it. That's the best part about Barry Gaiden. But that's it. Gonna put him in B tier. Yeah, let's put him there. I feel like he kind of, yeah. Also, it's also like due to his like personality and stuff like that. You know, I like talking to him. I like talking to him, but in terms of plot stuff, he doesn't do anything other than, as you know, the most important thing in the game. Other than that, he doesn't really do much. Yeah, just some like typical corruption and sweeping stuff under the rug type of thing. Genshin, where is that will? And he's like, oh, I don't know, somewhere. Vigil, you're fired. Oh, Elok Jebba. I think originally I would think that I would have Elok Jebba in S tier. However, I think I'm going to put him in A tier. Oh god, I'm going to be... Yeah, right there. I do like the idea of somebody who... I mean, he went to the graveyard to do some grave robbing, and he was doing it for, you know, science, for the betterment of the future. And then he sees Genshin Isogi rising from the grave, and that like traumatized him so much. He went to go and tell the media, and he was like, "Hey, this is what I saw, but please do not say my name. Please do not say my name." And then Odiasman's like, "Okay, sure, I won't say your name, Jebba." And then he does, and then you know, Jebba's life was just completely ruined. It was like he was like fucking like Balloon Boy. Like his whole life was just ruined because of the media, and them like labeling him as a crazy person, even though what he saw was what actually happened. And he becomes this evil scientist, engineer type of guy, and he devised a complex plan just to kill Odiasman. Which all that is great, yes. However, he doesn't show up again, which, if he did show up, if we did like more testimonies with him for the final case, to talk more about Genshin Isogi's death, then perhaps he'll be in S tier. But I like him putting him right there. He's also weird. He's also got that, he does like the robot. I like his animations. Just a creepy scientist guy who goes through trauma. Okay, up next is Wilhelm Golsvik Sigismund von Ornstein. I believe that's his name. He's a witness, just a bohemian German kid who throws tantrums and then buys balloons. And he's like, I'm very wealthy. Actually, yeah, I like that, actually. I'll put him in B tier. I'll put him... Fucking... Just put him there, yeah. I think he's a funny child. Having spoiled high-class royalty, give testimony. I do like the bit that he, like, throws a tantrum, says that I will go to war with Spain. And then, just like, oh, actually, can I have another balloon, by the way? I think it's a good bit. Funny child. Put him in B tier. Oh, okay. Maria Goy. I really wish that we saw more of her, because I actually do like her. I'll put it in A tier. I'm gonna put like Courtney Scythe lower, mainly because Maria Goy, like the big part about her, other than being a child who grew up dissecting bodies and is obsessed with dissecting bodies, but also wants to avoid the corruption of her mother and like go on being an actual a good coroner, good person type of thing. Well, you know, she actually has a character arc. Courtney Scythe is like, you know what, I'm just gonna just follow Sean Hyde because I can't remember why why she would follow Sean Hyde. I can't remember what good that Sean Hyde got on her. Oh, because of the she let get you to Sogi escape. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's the dirt that Sean Hyde has on her. Anyway, I'll put her right there. Yeah. I just wish we saw more of her. Pretty entertaining character overall. What else do you want to say? What else do you want me to say? What else? Pretty good. Entertaining character. I say that about a lot of people. Alright? But I mean it this time. She's entertaining. Okay. Then we got LAYTON Mini Mimo. Honestly kind of forgettable. In terms of like a culprit. We only like remember him because of what Saseki thinks of him. But him, in reality, I mean, like, his motivation makes sense, that he wants to kill Giselle Red because she is a murderer. She's a mass murderer, and yet the government is just letting her go by. I also find it kind of questionable that nobody in Japan knows that Kazuma never made it to Britain and also is probably dead. I would think that would be in the papers, maybe. Even like papers from Britain being like, guys, what's up with that? I don't know. I suppose it was early 19th century, so like they didn't have fucking Twitter. Alright, so I guess that makes sense actually. But yeah, this guy's probably a B tier character. Is he? Yeah, he's probably a B tier character. Yeah, he's probably a B tier character. Probably. Let's put him back there. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I'm putting him there just because of his motivations. I find his actual personality to be kind of bland. And kind of like Shu just doing his old gag, his old first criminal goes insane type of thing. It doesn't really surprise me or impress me with what he did with this character. Okay. Balthazar Loon. This guy is just a witness. He's Spanish, and he just sells balloons. He just sells balloons. That's it. He's kind of, I don't want to put him D tier, put him in D tier, but I'll put him in C tier because he's kind of forgettable. Honestly, yeah, on the level of these guys, 100%. Kind of a cool design, but he doesn't do anything. Alright, I'm looking at my phone. I'm so bored. Okay, Alright, Odie Asman, who is the leader of a criminal organization, which we don't really get much info about that, but he is. He's also a journalist and illustrator who fucked over Enoch Jebber. He's also the financer for Herbrain's scientific thing, and that's it. Alright, bottom seat. Right there. Yep. Old man is better. The old man's better. I might as well put the old man in front of Godo, you know? Alright, Evie Vigil. Which Evie Vigil was also a jurist, but she also did nothing as a jurist. She was just there, and she said stuff. Like a lot of these characters. But then she also came to ask us to find Daily Vigil. She's just a concerned wife about the location of her husband. That's it. C tier. C tier. Like, honestly, that's good. I like that. I like it. I like her being there. Actually, yeah. Actually, no. Wait. Yeah, it's part of there. Yeah. It's just a shame. A lot of these characters are just, yeah, that's a character. They are there to talk to us, and then they leave, and that's it. What happened to the good old days when we had Angel Star showing up for like fucking 5 hours and being like, shut up, alright? Why can't we have more characters like, oh, we do, it's William Shakespeare. Alright, okay, Daily Vigil. Also, I'll put him S tier. Good job, Daily Vigil. Honestly, yeah, right there. It's kind of odd. I put all the sympathetic characters next to each other. But that's where he's going. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Daily Vigil is actually the only thing that kind of sucks about him is his personality. He's not very boisterous like a lot of characters are. However, I feel like his reserved personality actually helps him a lot. Specifically with like the juxtaposition of him and his other persona being, what was it? Secret guy. Yeah, secret guy. Whatever. You know, just like that. I didn't think it was very surprising that the secret guy was also Daily Vigil. I didn't find that. I kind of like. I kind of recognized them mainly because the portraits were very similar. So I don't think that twist really got me. But yeah, Daily Vigil being, you know, just like such a tragic character. He was also such a nice like guy within the ward, and he talked to his inmates. I'm gonna die. And he got to know them. Oh god, I'm gonna barf. He got to know them. He was just like, he even like covered up that Geshe Desoge was writing a will and whatever. He's like, oh, okay, fine. Like, he genuinely seemed like a nice guy, and like it really sucks that he was also that he got all the blame for the escape of Genshin, and then, you know, he thought that his life was over. So he tried to kill himself, and then but survived that. But he doesn't want to tell his wife that he got fired from a job. So 10 years he's been working as this guy who sells secrets. Gossip, that's his name. Yes, I got it. Then he works at Gossip, as Gossip. But then Grexy comes to him, and he's like, hey, I know you, Vigil. You're a pretty cool dude at the prison. Why not help me, give me alibis, essentially, as I go around and do stuff for the Reaper. So but then in doing that, he gets kidnapped and not good stuff happens to him. But yeah, I feel like he is absolutely a tragic character. Is he better than these guys? I think he might be better than Olive Green. Yeah, I think, but that's it. I think it's better than Olive Green, but that's it. Yeah, I'm not moving on. But up next, very good character, by the way. Up next is They Remember Me, which is quite ironic because she is quite forgettable. I do understand that they were trying to do the same thing that, like the same dynamic that Kazuma had with Ryonosuke, but instead with Susato for the first case. But They Remember Me is very much forgettable. She's in C2. As in, see you next. To Pepino. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. So let me recount the stuff that I remember about him. She found Susato hot, as in her male persona. Then she interrupted the trial several times to be like, no, that guy's lying, actually. And then she helped Susato assault Minimito. And that's it. Okay, there we go. There you go. There's my collective memory. And I just played the game. My collective memory of what she did. She was also, she was also the assistant to Mikoto in terms of, they were developing like a poison or whatever, and she was like the main person behind that. And she was like trying to find cures or whatever for it. And then she noticed it was gone, and she knew that it was Giselle Brett who stole it. And then she went to confront her. That's it. So yeah, I think I'll probably there. Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I have nothing to say about it. Maybe she knew that, and that's why he named her Remember Me. Because she knew that she was forgettable. Okay. Alright, Esmeralda Tuspels. I think I might put her in A tier. She is also, actually, I like that possibility. She also, not only does she has this whole, she's bad on two sides, but, she also hires her like Shums to be a statue, basically. And also, she was also the one. She also, god damn it, dude. She also went over to Genshin Sogi's grave, and she made a mold of his face, and she, one of the few people who actually know who, at least know what the professor looks like. Oh my god. There's so many characters, dude. There's so many. Okay. I just like her personality. She threatens people with hot molten lava occasionally. she's French. She says French stuff. She does. Yeah. I have nothing else. Yeah, that's it. Like, mainly because of what she did in terms of Enoch Jebba's story and whatever. And then also helping Sholmes with one of his best gags. I think that definitely was part her in A tier. Can I just like somebody because of their personality and also the cadences, the way they talk, whatever, you know? Can I just like somebody like that? No? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. Alright, Selden, that's his name. Selden, he's like a mass murderer, and he left treasure. I don't know how. Oh, he was a thief as well, and he stole the collar of the Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah, that's right. And he hid that in Saseki's room and told Shamspear, hey, what is this? Sound like a spike on me. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, he hid the Hound of the Baskervilles, told Shamspear where it is, and he was like, hey. He hid the collar of the Hound, and he told, hey, here's the key, go find it, it's my treasure. That's it, fucking C tier, yeah. It's not looking good. Oh yeah, right there, that's a good place. Somebody who doesn't really do anything. Establishes something, but that's it. Should have done more, Selden. You fuck. I'm sorry. Alright, Courtney Scythe. Courtney Scythe, honestly, I wish that we got to see her more. Despite being literally a killer, she doesn't really, she's just a bit of an ice queen persona who, I like, she's a very entertaining character in terms of, like, talking to her. But she shows up for, like, fucking an hour out of a fucking 100-hour game. It's just like, I wish I could put her in A tier, but no, I can't. I have to put her in B tier because she just doesn't show up. Right there, yeah. She's just, I wanted to be there more. Especially how important she is in the overall story. She is somebody that's working for Strahd in terms of being a coroner, but then also, I understand, like, the guilt of letting Gitchin and Sogi escape and then faking the execution report. That, like, she was able to get blackmailed over that, and that basically had forced her to kill Odiasmin. But, like, there's just so much more that I wanted from her that she just doesn't give us. Instead, he just throws us his daughter, who's a better character. It's just, it's quite a shame, really, because I wanted her to show up more. Yeah. That's basically it right there. Okay, okay, we got Toby. Which, Toby, I feel like, in terms of the animals of Ace Attorney, number one, of course. Without a doubt in my mind, Toby is number one. Adorable little puppy, fucking kills Ryonosuke, kills Gina at one point. Just obviously the best animal, the best dog, in the series. So, there's no competition at all. might think like maybe Shadow, maybe because of the whole thing where he was like on Edgeworth's cravat. No. No. Toby's the best one. Okay. Barrick Van Zieks. That's not Barrick. It's Clint Van Zieks. Also known as the Professor. Somebody who, I believe, the story is that he saw the corruption in one person, in one of the nobility, and he killed him. And then Strongheart found out about that, and basically used him to be his new assassin to kill a few more people of nobility. Yeah, nobility. Yeah. People of the constabulary. Yeah. Once again, I feel like that his will and testament was definitely one of the best scenes in the whole game, because he's such an interesting character, despite being dead and we don't even see him. I think I'll put him in B tier, which is like probably the highest. I'm putting the victim. Doesn't really show up. Okay, yeah, I'll put him actually graded, yeah. I think I'll put him there. Because he was actually, and also I was his father the entire time. How did you guys not know this? Yeah, Clint is just I think, honestly, best serial killer out there. Other than this guy. And this guy. Ooh. And this guy. Oh. Well. He's one of the best serial killers. And this girl. Yeah, he's still, I feel like, you know, given that he doesn't have any screen time in terms of a character, we don't talk to him, just like hearing about him, I feel like he's one of the best in terms of that. Okay. Up next is Venus, who she just sells firecrackers. That's all she does. Sells firecrackers. I believe she also, yeah, she moved the board at the scene of quote unquote, of the crime, and that's it. That's all she does. If I can see bottom, see, yeah, next to you. I should just stop giving me characters that do nothing other than do one particular thing that's important to the case, which is she sold Goku firecrackers. That's it. Alright, good. That's it. That's all the things about her. Okay. Albert Harebrain. Some might find him annoying. I do kind of find him annoying. But, I don't know, actually. I genuinely do not know where I want to put him. I think I'll put him in B tier. Like right there. I feel like, yeah, it makes sense that he has his obsession with his theory, his hypothesis, whatever. However, I feel like he goes a little bit too hard on it. There are moments where he does feel guilty for causing this whole incident, and like he feels like he is kind of responsible for the victim's death. which I mean, kind of. Like, if he was considered an accomplice, he would be like 16th in line, you know? But still, his whole relationship with Van Zieks is kind of just a thing there. I think it's literally just for us to see a hyper annoying guy be close friends with, you know, the Reaper, the guy who has like no emotion or whatever. Yes, I'm like trying to think of things that I like about him that will make me put him higher on the list, but I can't think of any. This is quite upsetting, because he's very much an important character. Do I really need to justify my decision? No, not really. I don't really need to justify my decision. My decision is just, I kind of want to give the audience something to be like, yeah, you know what, that makes sense, Darren. But I have nothing. I have nothing. Oh, God. Yeah, I'll keep him there. I find him annoying in terms of, my dude, stop interrupting the trial, but him interrupting the trial, oh, fuck, allowed us to get closer to the truth, which that's good, but, I don't know. My voice is killing me, dude. Well, leave your thoughts in the comments below, and then maybe it will like switch on a light bulb in my head, and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's why I'm putting him there. Subconsciously, I want to put him there, but I don't have a reason why. So, there you go. Alright, then we got Chicken Stroganoff, which I think is worse. He's worse than Biff Stroganoff, because all he does is just stand outside the door and then gets beriddled by Miko Devines and Sholmes. Let's put him probably not like much lower. It's like right there. Yeah, let's keep him there. Yeah, he's just very much he ran out of assets, so they just put in Biff Stroganoff and Chicken Stroganoff. Alright, I'm next. Oh, we're going to the main characters. Oh my god. Actual main characters. Okay. So. Alright. I feel like, let's get probably my most controversial opinion out first. Iris. Let's say I would start with Iris. No, it's not. Yes, let's start with Iris. Okay, so Iris, I'm gonna put her in A tier. It's just that I wish that we get more with her. Yeah, put her there. I just wish I would get more with her. Her story is interesting of being like somebody with a fatherless figure who is like trying to live the experience of having a father by writing the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, by like recounting her father's adventures and like being so interested in what her father did. But in reality, her father is Clint Van Zieks. Yeah. But then a whole arc of, I want to find my father, but then I realized that my father was with me this entire time, and that's Sherlock Holmes. That's her arc, right? Throughout the entire 2 games, that's her arc. She's fun to talk to. She has that innocent, she's an innocent little girl with a gun, alright? Also, like those like small bits that she like takes from shows, like her animations, her deductions, you know, stuff like that. That's adorable. But it just seems like they don't put a lot of focus on her for the game. It just like, it seems like she's a bit of an afterthought when it comes to her character. While her backstory, yes, is important for the entire game, is that she is the daughter of the professor. Yes, that's a pretty big revelation. However, it's just, she's just there. She's just kind of there. She's funny and whatever. It's just that there's not a lot there. Alright. So, that's all I had to say about Iris. Alright, so let's actually go down the line. Alright, Ryunosuke no Hodo. I feel like Ryunosuke is the worst protagonist. I don't think he's bad at all. I think he's actually good. I think he actually does, his like witticisms are like probably the funniest out of any character, any protagonist. But he is a bit of a underdog in terms of going into the story, and he's not a lawyer, and he then has to progressively get better and better as being a lawyer until he takes down the government, right? It's just that, yeah, he's kind of a bit one-dimensional. I'm still putting him in S tier because he's still a funny guy, but I'm literally putting him at the bottom of S tier because I genuinely think that all these characters are better than Ryunosuke no Hodo. He just kind of seems like a bit of So yeah, sure, he's funny, but there's not really that like one personality quirk that like makes him him. He just feels like very much like anime protagonist, not like Makoto Nijima, right? Not Nijima. Makoto Naegi type of protagonist, main character. It's more like, it feels like you are filling in for him. Like you are imagining yourself as him, because that's what you are. You are starting the game as a novice lawyer. You don't know what you're doing, and then you are progressively getting better and better at being a lawyer, doing the cross examinations and stuff like that. So like, you are imagining yourself as Ryunosuke no Hodo. And I feel like that's what she was going for. It's just that they don't really give him a lot of backstory. There we go. Backstory is what I want. I feel like what Ryunosuke no Hodo is missing is a backstory. He doesn't have a backstory. We don't talk about his past at all. This guy's like a clean slate from the beginning of the game, and we don't go anywhere behind that, right? We get backstory with Phoenix, we get backstory with Apollo, we get backstory with Athena, we get backstory with even Edgeworth, right? We get nothing with Ryunosuke. I'm still putting him in S tier because he's still a funny character. Also, in my opinion, I feel like his objection is kind of bad. It's like, it's very much, I understand that he's like a reserved, shy person who's not confident in himself. I understand that, but his hold it and his, all his other lines are better. It's just that his objection is kind of underwhelming, especially when the first time he does say objection is like it's like the opposite of that. He brings up the confidence to finally say, go against everybody. Like he finally finds a flaw and is confident enough that he could prove his innocence, and that's why he says objection. But his objection it's not good. Like, tangent over. That's all I have to say about Ryunosuke. Alright. So Sato Mikotaba, who has the same exact problem as Ryunosuke, is that she's not confident in herself. She doesn't think that she could be a good judicial assistant, which, I mean, like, yeah, that can be good and whatever. But I kind of like that she's also very much different than your assistants in the other games. All the other assistants are very hyperactive and like tease you a lot, which Susato does do that a bit, but she's much more of a gentle lady, but she's still like low S tier, like right there. Yeah, literally, I have no problems with talking to her. I have no problems with her being my assistant. I have no problems with her giving me hints, whatever, and telling me where to go. That's fine. It's just that there are people on this list that the other assistants are much more interesting, or even like funnier, or whatever. It feels like Susato is just kind of there. She's also in S tier because of course, her being a defense attorney for blossoming attorney. I really wish that she was an attorney more, and she showcased her attorney abilities, because I feel like if she became an attorney and like went against like the gender rules that women can't be in the courtroom type of thing, then that would make her a lot more interesting character. A lot better. But no, it's just like a one-time thing because Ryunosuke is not here and Kazuma is dead, so we can't use either of them. So yeah, I think that she probably should be there. It's like, she's not annoying at all. It's just I like her, and that's it. It's not like I find her like, oh my god, she's amazing, top tier assistant. It's just she's there in a good way. In a good way. I'm not saying that she's bad at all, not remotely. It's just that all these other people are better. Does that make sense? So yeah. Right, Kazuma. Ugh. Of course, with Kazuma, I felt like I was going to be very disappointed because he's the Mia Fey, you know? She just wanted to do Mia Fey again. And then Kazuma's dead for the entirety of the game. And then Kazuma comes back, and he's revealed to be a hired assassin by Strongheart to kill Gregson. But he didn't want to do that because he wanted to find the corruption within the British government to take it down, and also find out the truth about how behind the death of his father and how he's the professor and whatever. I find that's incredible. Yeah, like Kazuma coming back and becoming a prosecutor is like, I'll put him there. Is honestly one of the best things they've done. It's like, I can't imagine people being against him being a prosecutor and like him coming back. It's just, you know, I think it's a very good idea to that they kill them off for in the first game, only to bring them back and then come back at like these like 17 twists that make the whole story make sense. I also like a prosecutor willing to, like Kazuma, willing to find out find out the truth by boarding the ship with the assassin, and like being like literally there just so he can find out the truth, and then pressuring Gregson to reveal that the autopsy was fake, Gregson was still convinced that Gitchi Dasugi was still the professor. But like having a prosecutor like actually like take like cross the line and very much like be so dedicated to finding the truth that willing to like sacrifice his life for it or whatever. Essentially, all the actions that Cosmo takes for the last 2 cases of the series of the game make him automatic S tier. Fantastic. Also, he's not really. It just seems reasonable. His actions just seem reasonable. It makes a lot of sense for what he is doing. His motivation makes sense. Essentially, that's all I'm saying. His theme song also is a banger. I feel like his theme song is one of the best theme songs in the series. Yeah, just that whole like demeanor of confidence and leadership that he exuberates, only just so he can go to Great Britain and find out the truth, while also like accepting an assassination mission from Sashiro. Yeah. I don't know if they revealed that he was actually the killer of Gregson, if that would make him better or not. I don't think it would have. I think it would have made it worse. I think like him just being there just to find out the truth and then leaving makes it better. He does have a moment at the end where he tells Ryonosuke that when he was alone in the cabinet with Gregson, and Gregson wasn't telling him anything, he was very close to just killing him. I think that's just fantastic. I really hope that there's a 3rd game, and that he becomes like the main prosecutor, and we see more of him. Alright, that's it with Cosmo. Alright, and now we're up to Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes, I'm going to take a drink. Okay. So Herlock Sholmes is, without a doubt, right there, 100%. I think he is absolutely the funniest character in the series. Like, literally all of his bits just work for me. I feel like he's probably the best representation of Sherlock Holmes I've ever seen. Like, some people might have found him a bit annoying at first. I didn't. I found him hilarious immediately. And then also, yeah, like basically there were 3 main points when it comes to Herlock Sholmes on why he is my 3rd favorite character in the series. Number 1, he's hilarious. Every joke he does is fantastic. Every time he tells a story, like him going to the Red-Headed League, him going to go get his violin, you know, those stories are fascinating, and like I'm just like at the edge of my seat every time just to see like how wacky shenanigans he's going to get into. Number 2, he was the dance and deductions. Those are definitely my favorite parts of the game, and also that he was essentially faking it the entire time. He knew the answers to everything. He was just testing Ryonosuke to be a better deductionist so that he can take down the government. Essentially, that's what he wants him to do. And then for the final dance of deduction with Mikotoba, he like Sholmes doesn't make any mistakes. He knows exactly what is happening. He goes bam, 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 and he helps Mikotoba get back into the stride of things. That's number 2. And then number 3 is his protection of Iris. He he might not look like it, but he's actually a very honorable father. he wants to keep the details about Iris' father being Clint Van Zieks a secret. He's willing to get rid of the Hound of the Baskervilles. Cover up all the stuff. Just in order to protect Iris. He's also just a very cool person, and he also has some very sick dance moves. So those are my 3 main things of why Sherlock Holmes is the 3rd best character in the series. So, yeah. I have nothing else to say about him. Okay, up next is Beric Van Zieks. Van Zieks... Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Where did I put him? Okay, I know. Van Zieks, I think, will definitely be right there. Yes. I'll definitely put Van Zieks there. Because of his willingness to accept the role of the Reaper, because he knew that because people are afraid of him, they are less likely to commit crimes, and he's willing to take that pseudonym for as long as it matters. Essentially, I feel like Van Zieks is just he does do what Naruto does and says the same thing, does the same bits over and over again, but it's more like on the whole, he's like sassy about it. And while Naruto is being an asshole about it, like calling people putrid and you go into a pit of hell, whatever, Van Zieks is like, oh, dude, forgive me for fucking throwing my champagne bottle into an open crowd, you know? I feel like those bits are funnier than what Naruto is doing. Van Zieks also, his whole racism bit, very funny bit, Shu, with the whole racism bit, like him, like especially within like the last 2 cases where Ryunosuke becomes his lawyer, he tells him that whenever Ryunosuke first showed up, he had immediate hatred for him because he was betrayed by Genshin Sogi, one of his closest friends. And Genshin Sogi, he believes that Genshin Sogi killed Clint Van Zieks. Well, he did, but still, like his whole arc with that racism is that it's just intuitive, you know. He feels like he cannot forgive the Japanese, even though he's internally really trying to. He was like giving Ryunosuke a chance to do stuff, to show him up, to prove him wrong. But actually, I believe that he said the moment that he saw him and he like started seeing his skills, he knew that Ryunosuke's going to change the whole legal system. This is the guy to find out what is happening with the Reaper and whatever. He's just sassy vampire. Sassy vampire. I think that's the best way I can describe him. And he also wants the truth as well. He doesn't do any corruption at all. He's just an intimidating guy whose biggest character flaw is that he's a racist. That's it. And he overcomes that racism, of course, because racism is bad. And that's it. For Van Zieks. Very good character. I'll keep him there. Gina Lestrade. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Stop giving me goddamn good characters. Gina Lestrade. Oh, we. Right there. Yeah, 100%. I might actually move Cosmo up. Yeah, let's move Cosmo up there. Yep, that actually, you know what? I like that. I like that a lot. Let's keep Cosmo right there. Gina Lachey. Okay. So Gina, I think, has one of the best character arcs in a series. Somebody who grew up in the slums, who took the profession of stealing from people. A diver, as she calls herself. Who gets involved in some pretty bad stuff because of her diving, and becomes essentially now a victim of the Reaper Bailey. And so Sholmes is like, okay, Gregson, hey, Gregson, we got ourselves Gina Lachey, take her in as an apprentice. And what happens afterwards, but still, give me a second. I feel like Gina as a detective is like fantastic. I would rather take her over Emma any day. Not that Emma is bad, it's just that Gina is like 50 times better than every detective. In fact, I have her as the best detective, other than Sherlock Holmes. It's just that the difference between Gina in the third case of the first game and Gina in the fourth case of the second game, not the fourth case, the third case in the second game, is night and day. It's like seeing somebody go into the right direction, and become like have like a mentor with Gregson, and also her scenes with Toby are adorable, and her whole the amount of despair that she gets whenever she finds out that Gregson is dead, and she fully commits herself to finding out the truth behind Gregson's death, and like takes charge of over everything. It's just like, oh my god, my heart is gonna die for this girl. And then, so let's back up to case 5 of the first game, where she is now the defendant of killing Pop Winterberg, and she doesn't trust anybody. She feel like she just doesn't want to get anybody involved with her troubles, because she thinks she's a bad person. But then we tell her that no, people could change, follow Jesus or whatever, and then she goes from she feels like she's in a secluded cell of not letting anybody come near her because she has no self-confidence at all. She doesn't want anybody's help. But then she gets the help, and then she's like very grateful, and she smiles. She kills us with a grenade launcher. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so essentially what I'm saying is that she has one of the best character arcs in the series. So that's why she's up there. Whenever they make a Greatest 23, have her be the detective, have her have the pocket watch that Gregson had, and have her wind up and do that animation, because that would be pretty cool. So that's it. Speaking of Gregson, our final character of the canon Ace Attorney series is Gregson. Who's SEO? I mean, you fucking kidding me? Let me figure out where to put him first. Let's see. I feel like he's going to be right here. Yeah. I'll put him right there. So, yeah, I'll keep him right there. Okay, so, Gregson, firstly, I feel like the best part about him is, like, how much he cares for Gina, even though he doesn't really show it. He was willing to take Gina with him to Paris just to protect her from the Reaper. And Gregson was so close to getting out of Britain and away from the Reaper and away from Strongheart and working in Paris. But yeah, he was coerced by Sean Hart to do assassinations. Well, take part in assassinations. He was the tactician. He planned the assassinations and then let Asa Shin take care of the killing part. Yeah. I feel like probably the whole like the reveal that Gregson is dead might be the biggest surprise. I mean, like I always said that Dirk was dead this entire time was the biggest twist of the series. But I feel like Gregson being dead was the biggest surprise of the series. Because we were talking about fucking Herlock Sholmes' adventures with coloring his hair. And then Gina comes in and is like, holy shit, fucking Gregson's dead. And everybody's like, what the fuck? And the whole, she like turned, like the whole like vibe of the room just like changed immediately. And like, I felt like there was like a very well directed scene. And then find out more about Gregson being, like the shady shenanigans he got into, but but the entire time he had like a good heart. He was just like roped into these stuff because of his position. And also he was also the guy who, he like inadvertently worked with everybody to convict Genshin as Sogi and fake the autopsy report. And then he got all this fame from Herlock Sholmes, and he's like, oh shit, I gotta be nice to Iris. Yeah. Anything else with Gregson? Oh yeah, of course the whole government secrets. It's kind of ironic. No. Yeah. Even though Gregson didn't know what was on those music discs, it was exactly the thing that would convict him, that would tell the world that he is part of an assassination, part of the Reaper assassination group committee. What else with Gregson? Yeah, taking care of Gina. Also, yeah, he was actually, you could tell who he actually is when Jigoku was talking about finding Gregson in his room. He was holding a gun and he was like shaking like insanely badly. He was like it was like fucking like Jesse Pinkman, you know, killing Gale, you know, like essentially somebody who was not qualified to kill anybody, just completely like shaken up and like terrified of doing that. But yeah, he was for duty over his own life. You know, that's what Gregson was. So that's why I'm putting him in S tier. Okay, next we're going to be doing the LAYTON crossover. So just to give a bit of a warning. For the rest of the games, I've only played them at least 3 times. So like I have like a good feeling about my placement about basically most of these characters. While I've only been the LAYTON crossover once. So I have like less of an informed opinion of these characters. And some of them I don't even remember talking to at all. Plus, I'm also gonna be spoiling, of course, the LAYTON crossover or the entire story, of course. But when it comes to characters like actually LAYTON, Luke, even Chummy and Barley, I'm going to compare them as if I'm ranking them based on the entire series of Professor Layton. I'm not going to spoil what happens in the other games. It's just my ranking will be based off of the entire series rather than just the LAYTON crossover. If that makes sense. I'm doing that because I don't want to put Chomi in like detail. That's the only reason why I'm doing that. Okay, so I guess let's get started. Alright, firstly, we're gonna do Alan. Alan's just an NPC that just is just around. I literally do not remember ever talking to him. He looks like kind of like a pompous type of guy, so that's why I'm putting him bottom D tier, because I don't remember him at all. Good start. Alright, up next we have Bardley. Yeah, Bardley I do not mind at all, because yeah, he's yeah, he's one of the witnesses for the trial against doing Herschel's trial, right? No. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so Bardley was just a bard that's just around the town, which is very stupid because the next character is Bardley. I'll link Bardley right now. So Bardley is also a bard, but instead this guy's a witness, and he's just like, the gag is that he's just a worse bard. And every time he plays his music so slow and so irritatingly. I know it's supposed to be absolutely terrible. I know that his music is supposed to be awful, but just listening to him play over and over again, I just want to skip his dialogue every single time. So that's why he's F tier. Like, absolutely F tier. He's one of the worst characters ever made. Like, of course I gotta keep Director Hardy as the worst character in the series. Of course, I gotta do that. But I do hate this character a lot more. But just for like a principle, you know, I feel like I'll get backlash for putting a LAYTON character as the worst character in the series, rather than an Ace Attorney character as it was in the series. But this guy is absolutely terrible. Yeah. So okay, then we go to Bardley. Bardley actually is a good bard, and he actually sings well, I guess. Which is why he's C tier. Like, he's actually better. Not annoying. I don't know why this guy's not the witness instead. I understand that because he's gay. The Bardley makes Amir his like his master or whatever. And that's the joke, because Amir thinks his music sounds good. But still, I think that if you're gonna have a bard show up, just use the bard that you already established as a character. Actually, you know what? That's good, right there. All right. Up next is Boystrom. Boystrom. He is the leader of the Vigilantes. I think that from what I remember, he was just kind of he was just a tough guy that's the leader. That's all I remember. Yeah, something's gonna go very quickly. And usually I will have like music pertaining to the character, but because I'm going through this so quickly, I just might as well just use the soundtrack normally. Yeah, because I don't remember him doing anything, I'll put him there. Okay, up next we got just one of the captains. I believe that he was like at the beginning of the game. Yeah, he was at the beginning of the game, and he let's see here, yeah. Yeah, he looks like he's just a typical just a regular old captain. Yeah, and we see him later with this guy down around here. No. This guy right here, I believe. and he's like accusing them of theft, and then we solve a puzzle, and we're like, hey, this guy can't thieve. So I'll put him like whatever, a bit of whatever, right there. Okay. Accidenti? Yeah, Carmine Accidenti. So he basically asks Layton for his help. He's he was investigating Labyrinthia, and then he died, and that's it. So victim list. Wait, no, actually, he kickstarts the whole story, so I'll put him a bit higher. There we go. Up next we have Cecil in Pedal. These guys are actually, I actually remember them. They're like just like a child, like twins. No, I don't think they're twins, but like two children that fight against each other. One of them has anger issues. The other one is like shy, I believe. And they just give me a puzzle, so I'll put them right there. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Alright, next up is Cinderella. It's just somebody who is poor that is dressing up like Cinderella, making herself look like royalty when she's poor. That's why I'll put her in C tier, right there. Yep, makes sense to me. Alright, next up is just a regular constable that works with Chelmy, right? Oh yeah, this is the guy that like wants Layton to be. He's like a fan of Layton and wants to have him sign his helmet. That's right. That's a pretty good gag. So I'll put him right there. No. Yes. I could just haphazardly put him there, and it makes sense to me. Alright, and then we're going to Constantine. Might be insane that this dog is gonna be A tier. Like, genuinely A tier. Because I remember, this is, Bonhut's dog. And he, like, helps us. He, like, leads us to stuff. Let me see. Yeah, I know the backstory. Oh, dang. Okay. I believe he, like, leads us to somewhere. That's important. I cannot remember if it's where, like, all the shades are. Or... I believe, yeah, where the shades are is, like, below the courthouse. Where people get executed by fire. I believe that's where he leads us. But still, also, yeah, the story behind that, that Bonham, like, was trying to catch this dog for stealing food, but the dog was actually giving, stockpiling food for, his, mother, which he didn't know was dead. So, Bonham just, like, adopted him. So, yeah, pretty good story there. So, yeah, I'll keep him. A tier. Alright, this kid in the bell, and that's it. Cooper. Cooper is just in the bell, and I believe every time you just open it, yeah, he's like, don't touch my bell. Yeah, I'll put him, like, somewhere right here. Right there. Yeah. Makes sense to me. Okay, up next is Cracker, the bird that Birdly holds. That's why I'm in C tier, because I hate Birdly. I don't hate the I don't hate the parrot, but I hate Birdly, so I'll put the parrot right there. Okay, up next is Cutter. This guy is just a guy that's in part of the bad part of town, and he seems like a criminal. But I believe the joke is that he is actually quite a nice guy. He just looks scary, I believe. Oh, no. Okay, I see. So his gag is that he was, that he is a thief, but he goes around gaslighting the guards, telling them that, hey, there's a thief around, you should probably look out for him. It's not me, by the way, but there's somewhere. And I believe he shows us to the thieves' den whenever Maya dies. I gotta put him up here. Yeah, right there. No. Yeah, right there. I'll put him right there. Okay, up next is somebody I don't remember. Oh, Dewey. This is the guy that holds the books, and I believe that's all he does. He just carries books. D tier. Alright, oh, okay, now we got an actual character I can talk about. First, let me take a drink. Alright. Amir Punching Bag. Okay, let me tell you that I found him actually very funny during the first trial. The first trial he was in, I thought he was funny. That he was like just this drunk guy coming out, and then he like witnesses a murder and thought that Kira was saying his thing. You know, stuff like that. I thought was good. It all spirals down during the Jean Grail trial. I thought, wow, absolutely. I thought he was terrible in that. He got this because yeah. So what he did was Layton got turned into a gold statue, and he went ahead and stole the golden Layton statue. No, he stole his arm. He stole his arm and then sold that for a lot of money, and it's just flaunting around his cash. And hired a bard. That's right. He hired Birdsley. So this is his fault. But then that wouldn't be so bad if, actually no, that is pretty bad. If that he thought it was a good idea to do that. And then also try to seem innocent for selling somebody's arm. And then he tampered with the scene of the crime by stealing the poison bottle. This is the biggest issue I had with that trial was that that I thought it was obvious that that Newton Belduke or whatever committed suicide by poison. I thought it was obvious that that's what happened, and then Amir and it like that only was made certain by the fact that Amir is holding a poison bottle and is drinking out of it. Like, nobody's that stupid. His excuse was that he saw a mug with like a skull of crossbones on it, and he thought it looked cool. Like, I would think that even for like medieval times, a skull with crossbones on it is very indicative of a poisonous thing. I think we all have something in our brains that tell us, don't drink that. That is probably the worst thing you can drink. But yet he steals it from the crime scene and denies stealing it from the crime scene and is willing to get somebody killed for it. So if it was just him for the John Grail trial, he would be F tier, 100%. But I thought his first act was pretty good. His first act was pretty good. C tier. Let's put him. Right there. Yeah. I'll go with that. Just wish that, oh my god. What he does later is, he doesn't do. Or even if he was like a witness and he wasn't such an asshole and was escaping blame, and like it didn't seem like the game was wanted us to hate this guy. Not hate, feel bad for this guy. It seemed like the game wanted us to feel bad for him by the end of it, but it's kind of impossible to do that when it comes to this guy. Alright. Anyway, up next is Eve, who this is just Isabel's cat. I do not remember Isabel's cat doing anything, so right there. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Up next, lots of words for that one. Flinch, who is the Winston Payne of this game. I do not think that he's better than Winston Payne. Of course, not at all. But still, I think he's kind of whatever, actually. That's why I put him the middle, literally in the middle of C tier. Yeah, that's good to me. Alright. Up next, okay, good. John Grayo. Okay, so if you're a little bit upset that I'm putting most of these characters in C tier and D tier, that's just, I've played all of the LAYTON games except for Catriel, and all of the games have the same problem of the characters don't seem fleshed out at all. Like the side characters, of course. The main characters, the people that are main part of the story, yes, they are good. It's just that characters that like show up once or twice just to give you a puzzle and then just fucks off, those characters are hard to rank because they don't show up at all. They are just there to give like maybe a one or two sentence gag and then be like, hey, solve this puzzle. Oh man, I couldn't solve this puzzle. See you later, Professor Layton. And then that's it. So that's why I'm just like running through most of these characters because that's what they are. But John Grayo is an actual important character. I do like her story with that she's a witch and her family was poor and she decided she wanted to turn something into gold. What did she want to turn into gold? On something. Okay. She just wanted to sell a gold piece. I thought she actually did sell something. And she actually did like turn something, like a physical item, into gold. But then her sheep got in the way, her lamb, her goat got in the way. And then I feel like it was a little bit drastic that after she turned to, actually not really, because then people would find out that she's a witch. Yeah, once she turned the goat into gold, she tried to drown herself, and then was saved by Newton Belduke, and yeah, Newton Belduke, and was basically adopted by him, even though he knew who she was and that she was a witch. The biggest thing that I thought was not really good about. I do like her. It's just that her rashness, her willingness to come basically rush to conclusions when she saw that Belduc had a letter that was from the storyteller. She thought that immediately that he was going to sell her out, and she'll then be executed. I thought that, and so because she thought that, she decided to choke him out. I thought that was a little bit, too quick, like of a conclusion, because this guy literally knows who you are, is essentially putting himself in danger by abetting a witch and holding a witch in his own care without reporting her. And so I would think that you would at least try to talk to him, do something like that. And if he's like, oh, that's exactly your suspicions were correct, I am going to sell you out, then I would just say use a spell on him or leave, I felt like her trying to kill him, even though he was already dead or whatever, I thought that was a little bit too quickly, which is why I'm putting it in A tier rather than S tier. Fuckers. Low S tier, low A tier though, but A tier nonetheless. Actually, is that good? I believe that is good. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Up next is Johnny Smiles. This is a nice student character. My god. So I saw this guy. I'm like, this guy is a Shu Takumi character. Johnny Smiles. He's just a cool guy. Smiles all the time. Has sunglasses. He eats chocolate. What was it? Yeah, I believe he eats chocolate or whatever. And assaulted somebody. So just because his name is Johnny Smiles, I'm putting him in B tier. That is guaranteed. We're in B tier right there. Yeah, yes, there. That makes sense. Yeah. I don't remember his reasoning though for assaulting Al Dente or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. The wiki's not telling me anything about him. But from what I remember liking this guy. And I was hoping that, all the rest of these characters are going to be just as good as Johnny Smiles. But, no. They're just one-dimensional. Alright, the judge for Labyrinthia. Does he do anything specific? Special? Yeah, he shows a bias to Bottom. Let's see here. Yeah, he was shocked about the town being fake, and then he was like, you know what, I'll still stay here. But still, I think he is better than the British judge. Where did I put the British judge? Tell me. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, better than the Crown judge, yeah. Yeah, because them two are basically the same character, except that this guy was fake, and he was like, oh shit. Alright, the British judge. Oh, this guy's like an actual British judge. But, this guy's only in one trial. And that is it. So... worst judge. Worse than the Canadian judge? No. I'll put him literally, like, there. Because I have no reason to hate him. I remember him, which is why he's not down here. So... oh, good. Oh, Kira. Okay. Kira... there was a problem that I had with the murder method with the came to Kira. Let's see here. Oh yeah, it was not really her fault, but because she dropped her glasses and she doesn't have her glasses, they made like the argument that she couldn't do something because she didn't have her glasses. She's not blind and she can still see things. Is that she has blurry vision? It's like, I thought that was a little bit like, what are you talking about? Bit of thing, but Kira, not only is it Karina Reeves, but I believe that she is actually good. A tier even. Better than I think so, because she's much more important to the overall plot, because we find out that everybody that's been quote unquote executed by fire is actually still alive and is instead working for Darklaw. And then she was set to become the Great Witch Brazilla, I believe. But then she, like, yeah, said that spell is the actual Great Witch Brazilla. Let's see here. Okay, I see. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, so then she found out the truth that it was actually Darklaw who rung the bell, and so Darklaw held her, put her in jail on the top of the bell tower. And then when we finally found her, like, I think that Darklaw was trying to make her seem like Brazella, even though Darklaw was trying to make Espella look like Brazella. Anyway, Kira also had a bomb, I believe. Kira blew up a market. Almost killed Phoenix Wright and a child. Yeah, it was also like a pretty good scene that, like, before she was executed, she was like pleading to everybody to go, like, after Espella, because she genuinely believed that Espella is like the greatest witch, and if just yelling to kill her so that all this can be over with. So let's put Kira right there. Yeah, no. Yeah. I put it right there. That makes sense to me. Alright, up next is Knightley. This guy is just not really a knight. He's just training to be a knight for the first trial. And then when we see him again, I believe he says that he failed the trial, and instead he's not selling, like, potatoes or whatever. He's like a market guy. Yeah, he was selling potatoes, and then his potato exploded. Potato cart exploded. But at least I somewhat remember this guy, and I'm gonna put him C tier. Let's put him. Actually, that works. I'll put him right there. He does also have like a flimsy plastic sword, which that's Pretty good bit, but that's it. Alright, up next is, Letty Mailer. She would be fine. I do find that her voice clip of her yelling is actually ear-piercing and awful, and it feels terrible just to listen to it. Even though that's the joke. I feel like she should stop. I believe that Shu Takumi was writing the trials while Level 5 was doing like the rest of it. Like the overall plot and whatever. But please stop writing characters that are purposely annoying because then it makes me not have fun. You know, please stop doing that. Other than that, oh yeah, she was also very adamant about not by disallowing us to read any of Isaac Beldu's letters, which probably could have helped solve a murder case. So I kind of hate when people do that. Like, I would like to solve this murder case. I think I'll put it right here. Because, like, all the stuff that she's... like, her as, like, her personality, I think it's fine. The idea of somebody that's very dedicated to delivering mail, I like that. But all of her actions during the trials and her annoying voice clip just completely shambles her placing on this list, and I believe that she deserves to be down here. Once again, this is from one playthrough of the game. Maybe if I do 2 more playthroughs, she will go higher. Alright, so next up is Mary, who I also found annoying because she just abuses her lamb that she holds. Let's see. Alright. Jesus. So yeah, she's like fucking... And the milk came from her farm, and that's why she was reported to the trial. But yeah, I'm gonna put her down here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll leave her there. That makes sense to me. Does it? No, I'll put a C2. Right there, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Don't argue with it, because it makes sense to me. Alright, up next is Muffet. She's just around. Yeah, that's right, she's obsessed with Barnum, so she's kind of like that person that's obsessed with Grotsky in the other games. But yeah, that's all she does. So, right there, D2. Alright, up next are Muggs and Rob, who are the victims of the first Labyrinthia trial. But then it's revealed that they are actually still alive, and they are like pretty good servants to Darklaw. But that's it. D tier. I feel so bad. I feel bad putting most of these characters in D tier. Right there. They kind of look alike. And that's the only reason. Isaac Belduke actually put higher because he's like friends with the storyteller, and he was there, I believe, since the beginning. He was there to help create the town. And the idea, once again, of him taking care of John Grail and him going against the storyteller, I think it's an A2 character. Yeah. Yeah, right there. Kind of close to being the best, even though the best like character that we don't talk to at all, and it's been dead throughout the entire game. but Genshin and Asogi still takes it. Okay. I don't believe I have anything else to say about him. Yeah, I have nothing else. Up next is a guy named Nosy. I do not remember at all what he does, so I literally do not remember this guy. He was in the trailer, but yeah, I do not remember this guy at all. So, okay. In fact, less so than this guy. Actually, I remember this guy more than this guy, so I'll put him there. Alright, up next is Old Rudy. Old Rudy. She sells us like turnips, right? Yeah, and she gives us a puzzle. D-tier. Makes it, yep, makes sense to me. Nothing else to say about her. Alright, up next is Olivia Al Dente, who is yeah, a witness and a victim. She does have like a bit of spunk or whatever, but I really do not remember much about her. She just very much accuses the speller of being the criminal the entire time. Let's see here. Accuses the speller of stealing and assault. Yep. And she like cuts a fish, I believe, in the middle of doing her animations. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's a jewel thief in the inside the Badger doll. It was there was like a gem inside of it, and she didn't want a speller to take it, and that was it. I'll put a bottom B tier, yeah, like down here. I'm not definitely not better than Johnny Smiles, so I'll put it there. Alright, up next is Patty Claire, and she's like the mother that takes care of Phoenix and Maya when they lose their memories. She's pretty chill. I'll put her like right there. Yeah, I'll put. She's pretty chill. I just remember her being pretty chill, and being like a supporting mother figure. But that's basically it. Up next is a guy named Petter. This guy just gives that puzzle. I remember his model, but I don't remember his personality at all. So, D tier. I gotta put him a bit higher. D tier. Alright. Up next is the guy named Price, who is a pawnbroker. Yeah, a pawnbroker, and he just wants a bunch of money, and he wants to buy a bunch of houses. I remember. And then he gives us puzzles. D tier. Nah, yeah, right there. Alright, now we got an actual witness. Yeah, Miss Primstone. She was a teacher, and she's like a very strict teacher. Kind of like a Crocker type of thing. But that's it. A lot of these kids are just one-dimensional personalities. Like she thought, okay, let's get a teacher that's strict, and there you go. Nothing else interesting about her. C tier. Right there, next to Mia. What else did she do? It won't tell me, but that's from the one playthrough I've done. That's all I remember of her, is that she's just kind of intimidating, quite an intimidating teacher. Yells at Phoenix, and that's it. Alright, up next is Riddle Mystere, who is the basically the replacement of Granny Middleton. Honestly, yeah, this is kind of how you want to write like a character that doesn't show up at all. She is like very shy, I believe. Kind of doesn't want our main characters to poke around or whatever. But then once they find something that she's like into, or like puzzles, they talk about puzzles. She's like, she then gets very into it, and she gets very invested. You know, just like that small bit of like contrast between when we first met her and then versus the last time we meet her. You know, there's like an actual bit of contrast, a bit of difference, so we can actually see the scale of a character. And we talked to her like 4 times, right? And yet she still leaves an impression in me because of like how interested she was in these puzzles. Even though I did not miss any puzzles, so I didn't get to talk to her a lot. Like better than Mini Mimo, yeah. Okay, that's all I have for her. Next is Rouge from Sonic. So she was at the bad guy hideout, and I believe she comforted Phoenix. I believe it was Phoenix. No, I believe she comforted Luke. Whenever Luke was sad that Layton's dead. It was I believe it was Phoenix that Maya was dead, and she like comforted him. I believe that's what happened, but still she's like B tier, bottom B. Right there. Nah, better than John Garrett. No, John Garrett is better. Alright, next is just the regular shades that I would basically rank this based on the twist that everybody's still alive and they became shades and they were working under the Dark Law. All Layton twists are just completely batshit insane. That's why I'll put him like there. Because I thought it was a good twist. Because obviously they can't kill off Maya. Oh, can they? Ace 27 they would do that. Alright, up next. Okay, so we got a character I'm going to actually talk about. The storyteller. So, the storyteller is Espella's father. And so, he believes that Espella was the one that run the bell and caused the Great Fire to kill everybody. So, in order to prevent that from getting leaked, he essentially brainwashed everybody into starting like a play for Espella, which, you know, on the surface seems like a pretty innocent and sweet idea, right? But I think that once it started to get to the point where Espella is fighting for her life because she believes that she is a witch, and then that witch people that are witches are getting executed and people are getting thrown into flames, I feel like you should probably cut back a bit and be like, ooh, guys, let's not do the execution plots right now. That seems like a pretty bad idea. But no, he keeps on going, you know. But then when we tell him that Espella believes that she is the great witch and she's willing to sacrifice herself, he's like, whoa, I had no idea. That's freaking crazy. Let me go testify. Which that makes no sense. How do you not know? Which I know that Dark Law is keeping information from you, but still, you should probably like pay attention to your daughter or whatever. But yeah, I just felt like how the town started makes sense, and how like at the beginning, like he just wanted to protect his daughter, and that was kind of sweet. But then he made it like accurate, like an accurate medieval times Renaissance fair, and people started dying, and and explosions are happening, and people are not having a good time. Probably, you really probably should have just stopped. Which is still, I'm putting him like B2. It's like, just because of that. Let's see. Right there. Yeah, that's good. Right there. I have nothing else to say about him. And he wanted to create it because he was suffering from an illness, yeah. And his death, and then Kira would be the Great Witch Bazella, and then the town would be free from the sword. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm keeping him there. Alright, up next is, Tugget, the guy who tugs on his beard. He's very anxious about stuff, and he just tugs at his beard. And that's it. D tier. Right there. Yep, I'll go with that. Up next is like the wagon driver, yeah. She's just an old lady that takes main characters to Labyrinthia, and she also takes people that are executed into the Shade Town. But I'll put her actually up here, right there. Okay. Woodsmith. This guy I actually liked. He just says nothing but riddles and proverbs, and that's it. And he also joins the Vigilantes as well. Which I guess is a pretty good bit. B tier. Right there. Yep. Okay. And he actually talks a lot more in testimonies and whatever, but that's all I remember him by. Oops. Well, there goes my, I got rid of my cheat system. But oh well, I believe I can do the rest of these guys. Yeah, okay, so. Up next we have the Vigilantes. So I'm going to rank the Vigilantes as a group rather than one by one, to save room on the tier list, because I think that they're not good. Having like 9 people testify at once is a good bit, true, but having all these characters that are literally just one-dimensional, have only one personality trait, and that's it. I feel like the best one is the crippled guy, while the worst one is clearly the guy who just wants to be assaulted by the hot chick. So yeah, I'm gonna put them like right there. I'd rather have like a 40-minute conversation about stereoscopes than to do these testimonies again. Alright, now we get to the actual characters. Ooh. Okay. So, once again, I'm going to be ranking basically Layton, Luke, Charmy, and Bowden by the series. So Layton, comparative to all these characters, I think I'm going to put Layton I think right there. I'm gonna put Layton right there. Layton is perhaps one of the coolest protagonists in video game history. He's very he knows how to use a sword. Like like there were countless times where Layton just gets into a sword fight in his games. It's amazing. He's also very smart and wise, but he's also he's just a badass character. Yeah, that's like you would never think about it. He's just honestly a better Indiana Jones. That is what Professor Layton is. And I like it that like we have a smart character that is actually smart. There's a lot of times where like we have characters that think they are smart, that like the writers are making them smart, but then they make a stupid mistake, right? Layton doesn't do that. Layton's actually smart. And even like for like twists that happen like in Asvin Legacy, that he didn't expect, we the audience didn't expect either. I don't like his backstory and whatever, and you know, stuff like that, but I think that the Professor Layton games are worth it just for Professor Layton himself. He's pretty cool. Okay, we'll go to Luke Chiton. Luke, I will also put in S tier, but way in S tier. The only thing is that I don't like Luke in in The Lost Spectre. It's just like because that game he's like seems like mysterious and whatever, like whoa, I'm a freakish kid that can predict tragedy or whatever, but Luke in like Unwanted Future, even I like Luke in like Miracle Mask and Asvin Legacy. I like him in all the other games. I think I put him right there. No, right there. Yeah, I'll put Luke right there. His undying faith for Professor Layton, because he like actually cares for him other than Father Clark. But yeah, I thought that like whenever I started Professor Layton that I would dislike Luke and find him annoying, but no, not quite the opposite. He's actually endearing and a good character. Alright, up next is Aspella Cantabella. Okay, so just from her basic personality and looks, she's just whatever. She's like just a bland character, and that's fine. Even like when we have like conversations with whenever when we're in like the bakery or whatever, she's fine. She seems like a normal person, right? But then once she starts having like doubts about herself and she believes that she is the Great Witch, oh my god, she is the worst thing ever. She's the worst thing ever created. Ever created. Uranium, I don't give a shit, alright? She's awful. She's completely terrible during these times. And even when we unequivocally like prove that she is not the Great Witch, it was not her fault, it was instead Darklaw who rung the bell, she still believes that she is that she rung the bell, and she tries to kill herself over it. Like, that's unbelievable. It's like truly unbelievable that she would do this. It's like she's just like creating conflict for absolutely no reason. She was just like setting up a scene that she and Darklaw can get back to like help each other. But why not do this like 2 hours beforehand, before we solve the whole mystery? Like, why not do that? That makes it's like absolutely like it's like the absolute stupidity that it's directed like this. D tier. I don't want to put him in F tier because I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. I'll put it in F tier because they absolutely just butchered this character that could have been interesting and like give us a good story about guilt and regret. But instead, no, it's just a story about stubbornness, a story about maybe, yeah, she like hated herself so much that she didn't even want to believe that she could be a good person. Yeah, that makes sense. But even if that was the intention, make it more obvious, Shu. Alright, please. Anyway, yeah, I'll keep it there. Alright, Barnum. Barnum is... I think he's kind of like a decent prosecutor. He's like he's not... Yeah, I'll put him in A tier. Because he's definitely better than Nayuta. But I do not see a lot special with Barnum. He's just, he does have, like, I believe, throughout the game, he, like, starts to have some doubts that witches are bad people, or whatever, and that we should be executing them. But still, it's a little bit... It's, like, so small that, like... Yeah, I'll put him there. Like, it's so small that it doesn't really matter. So, yeah. I feel like they could have just done more. He's just kind of like a placeholder to me. That he's just... nobody's taking the prosecutor's bench. Let's just bring up this guy. Let's just, this guy who's just there to just push the conversation forward. And that's what he is like to me. Yeah, I once again, first playthrough, this is after beating the game, this is just what impression that he left on me after finishing the game. Alright, Dark Law. Dark Law, I feel like she is better than Espella, 100%, because she actually did start the Great Fire, and because she was a child, she put the blame on somebody else, and then she consciously removed that from her mind, and then gaslit herself into thinking that Espella did it, and that the storyteller covered it up, and then her father killed himself, and then because her father is Isaac Belduke, I believe. Yeah, yes, yeah, that is true. I still put in A tier. Let's put her... Let's put her there. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I feel like that how they handle guilt with her character makes a lot more sense than what they did with Espella. Even though I don't like the scene where she, like, saves Espella from killing herself, I feel like that should have been, like, fucking 50 minutes earlier. But, still, the fact that she's not gonna get punished at all for destroying an entire town and killing thousands of people, nah, don't care about that. That's fine. But yeah, I think I'll keep her there. That's yeah, that's all I have to say about her. From my first playthrough type of thing, that's all I have to say about her. Alright, now we get to the fucking go show me. Alright, S tier, dude. But what are you fucking thinking? I should probably not. Let's put him in A tier. Yeah, let's put Show Me in A tier. Let's probably Show Me back here. No, not that high. Actually, right there, yeah. I do like him for, he's not even a good detective. He's just, kind of like a slapstick comedy man who, always follows Layton to his troubles. He's like, oh god, Layton, what are you doing here? And then Layton's like, I'm here to solve a puzzle. Chelster? Okay, Layton, but don't fuck around, please. You just, you know, I just like Chelmy. I just like him. I do like his backstory that he gets for Unbound Future, and there's also a special scene within Lost Spectre that talks about Chelmy's backstory, and I like his backstory. So look at that, because that's probably the main reason why he's this high. Okay, and then we got Barton. I'll put Barton bottom A. I do, because I do like the gags that he does where he just goes off and just ignores the investigation because he just wants to do something else or whatever, and then but then Charlie like has to keep him in line, but they still like have like a good chemistry together. So yeah, I would say that he deserves to be right there, and that nobody gets to decide that I am incorrect, because I am always correct. Alright. It's over. It's over. We have done it. We have ranked every single Ace Attorney character ever created. Except for like some of these guys, but these are like repeats. But so if you just skip to the end of the video just to see the full tier list, allow me to explain myself. Okay, so S tier is basically, I find these characters with no flaws. Essentially no flaws. Fantastic. I think that they leave me at the edge of my seat, just even if they show up, right? Like, whether that be like a twist that happened to them, or the overall arching story, the backstory, or even if they're like very hilarious. And it's just, every time they're on screen, I am happy, right? Alright, so for A tiers, I think that these guys are good characters, very good characters. It's just that I wish that there was a little bit more with them. Like Lane's backstory, I don't think is that interesting. Plays the best. I wish there was like something with his backstory. Like they gave us something with that. You know, just a little bit more with these characters. But I still think that they're very good. Very good. B tier, these guys are average to above average. There's like, I don't think that they're necessarily bad. It's just that there's like some qualities that I like about them that makes them there. Or in the case of Nayuta, his backstory and his reveal at the end brings him up here rather than in fucking F tier. C tier, these are perfectly average characters. I have essentially not a lot of thoughts about them, except for Guran, which I put Guran down here because I think she's a bad prosecutor, but I think that she's like a intimidating villain or whatever, like a good villain for Apollo to take down. But all these characters are like average, whatever, I don't care. D tier, these characters do either annoy me, or I don't remember them, or they basically do nothing, which is essentially a lot of the victims. And in F tier, these are characters I absolutely despise, hate, like, I want them gone from the existence of this planet. They are terrible. It's essentially, this F tier is just to single out these people as being the actual worst characters in Ace Attorney. So, just to let you, that is essentially my entire list of Ace Attorney characters. I don't think I'm gonna make any changes. I don't see anything that like jumps out at me as like, oh, I should probably change this. But talk in the comments. Talk in the comments about this list. If you disagree with the placing, go ahead and voice your concern in the comments, and I'll either defend myself or be like, oh shit, you're right. I'm a failure as a person. All right. So thank you all for watching the series of I rank Ace Attorney characters for 20 hours. Make sure to like and subscribe and hit the bell to be notified every time we upload, which is every single day. Bye, everybody. Thank you.